Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Deku become hero killer part 1. If you guys enjoy this what if and want to see part 2, comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content and leave a like. And don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends and check out the description in my playlist. The author of the story Krynior from 𝐬𝐻. So let's start the video. The first time Izuku hurt himself outside the scope of one for all was an accident. While cleaning up the beach, he was tired and struggling to meet All Might's schedule when he brushed against a piece of sheet metal and cut his leg. The shock of pain jolted him, but seemed to give him a second wind. He thought nothing of it and got back to work. The second time was also an accident. On a particularly hot day, he took a break from working on the beach to dip his feet in the water. His thoughts wandered down dark roads of self-doubt as he waited. The cleanup was going slower than usual from exhaustion. The extra physical training he was doing at home was finally getting to him. The inattention caused him to step on a jagged seashell and slice open his little toe. The salt water stung the wound and caused the pain to linger. It motivated him despite the mild limp it caused. That time he paid attention and started to wonder. The third time Izuku hurt himself was on purpose. On the second to last day of beach cleanup, he found an old straight razor that seemed to still be in good condition. He wasn't entirely cognizant of slipping it into his pocket, and forgot about it until he got home. While undressing for bed, it fell out of the pocket and onto the floor with a clatter. He sat it on his desk and prepared to sleep. A few hours later, he still laid awake, thoughts racing. What if All Might changed his mind? What if he failed the UA entrance exam? What if? He was in the bathroom with the razor before he realized it. Not entirely suicidal, he washed it off and rinsed it with iodine. After a few moments of consideration, he took off his pajama bottoms and sat on the edge of the tub. The first attempt was clumsy. Izuku lost his nerve and simply made a shallow scratch on the inside of his thigh. The next was deeper, but not by much. The third was deeper than intended. It took a moment to start bleeding, but once it did, he had a hard time stopping it. The ache as the wound healed helped keep him grounded. When it became itchy and caught on his boxers, he would open it back up. He became more precise in how deep he made them, wanting the pain more than the risk of leaving blood drops for his mother to find. After the disastrous first day of class, when Aizawa tested their quirks, Izuku made a second, matching cut next to the first. A third joined them soon after his fight with 𝐀𝐦 during the battle trial, where they were pitted against each other. With the villain attack on 𝐬𝐻, he opened up two on the opposite thigh, hoping to chase away the lingering sounds of Aizawa's bones shattering and the accompanying nightmares. As the sports tournament neared, he found himself doing it more often to stay focused on his training. Once, he grew careless and took the razor to school, reopening the marks just before training. He nearly got caught by Katsuki in the bathroom. Some blood had gotten on his hand, and the blonde came in while Izuku was washing it off. Katsuki had given him a weird, suspicious look but hadn't said anything. Just before leaving home the day of the tournament, he made a new mark and opened the old ones. He made sure to wear black boxers to hide the blood when he changed with the other boys and hoped none would show through the UA gym pants. Everything went well, the aches and pains keeping distractions at bay. The cavalry battle was close, but thanks to Tokoyami they passed. After the 1 versus 1 battle lineup was announced, Izuku was taking a breather while the recreational events began when Todoroki requested a private talk. They found a secluded corner of the stadium, and Izuku regarded Todoroki with nervous curiosity. The quiet boy didn't talk to Izuku often, even when the greenette tried. When he did, it was usually just about assignments. "You have blood on your pants." Izuku's blood froze in his veins as he tried not to look down. He'd felt some wetness on his thigh after a particularly hard grip from Hatsune, but he didn't have time to check on it. He hoped his expression conveyed the right emotions as he shrugged. "Someone must have gotten it on me. Thanks for letting me know. I'll have to change before our matches start." The other boy frowned deeply at him and Izuku had the sinking feeling that the lie had been spotted. It was confirmed a moment later when Todoroki sighed. "I saw your legs while you were changing last week." He held up a hand to stop Izuku from speaking. "I don't know what you're going through, but hurting yourself isn't the answer." Izuku bit the inside of his cheek when the words made his eyes water. He tried one last time, anxiety clawing in his stomach. "How do you know it wasn't an accident?" Instead of speaking, Todoroki held out his arms wrist up. Izuku's breath caught when he noticed silver scars clustered over the visible main vein. They were easy to miss against the other boy's pale skin, unless you knew what to look for. "I was 5 when my mom gave me my scars." Todoroki's mouth was set in a grim line as he gestured to the side of his face. "She told me I was ugly, and she couldn't stand looking at me because my left half reminded her of my father, just before she poured boiling water over me." A strangled note of dismay left Izuku, but Todoroki ignored him. "My dad had her committed to a psych ward after that. I blamed myself for all of it. Without my mom shielding me, my dad started training me to replace All Might as #1 hero. All he sees when he looks at me is something to use for his own goals." The inside of Izuku's cheek was bleeding as he bit it to keep from saying anything. It was clear that it was something Todoroki needed to get off his chest. "One of my brothers found out." He gripped his wrist to indicate the scars. "He told me that I shouldn't hurt myself. I should focus on hurting our father." A dark chuckle left him. Not the most well-adjusted thing to think about. But endeavor has hurt all of us in one way or another. So I stopped cutting and focused on surpassing him without using my left side, his half of me. The two-tone boy finally paused long enough for Izuku to speak up. He hesitated, unsure of what to say to the revelation. My reasons seem stupid next to that." The other boy looked at him sharply. "No. I told you so you know I understand. Not so you can use it to put yourself down." Izuku stared at the ground, struggling with himself for a moment. There was so much that he couldn't say because it was related to All Might. He'd already messed up by telling Katsuki the secret, but he hardly knew Todoroki. "The pain helps me focus. Sometimes I can't get my brain to shut up, and it distracts me from training. But the pain helps." He rubbed the back of his neck as he contemplated everything. Finally, he peered up at Todoroki. "It's not your quirk." Izuku rushed so he wouldn't lose his nerve. "It's your quirk, and it should matter more what you do with it than who you inherited it from. Wouldn't it piss him off more if you used it but made it your own?" Rather than look upset, Todoroki looked thoughtful. "I know you're trying to deflect, but you might have a point." Izuku looked meek at being called out, but pressed a bit more. "When we meet each other in the finals, I want to know that I'm fighting against all of you, and the best that you have. Otherwise, a win is meaningless." The challenge prompted a tiny smile. "You almost sound like Bakugo. I'll think about it. In the meantime, you should change. Come talk to me if you need help with anything." The greenette watched him walk away and slumped against the wall. The words of comfort made him feel better about being found out, but his heart still raced with anxiety. He didn't think Todoroki would tell anyone. Still, if the other boy had noticed, had anyone else? It took several minutes to get himself back under control and ready to face others. A quick glance at his thighs told him that the blood had indeed seeped through. With a grimace, he made his way to the locker room, thankful that he kept a spare set of gym clothes for emergencies. At the door, he bumped into someone coming out. Distracted, he muttered an apology, dimly recognizing the purple-haired boy Ojiro had warned about. The other boy stared for a moment before continuing on his way. Izuku shrugged off the encounter and made for his locker. He checked that he was the only one there before fetching the fresh pants. This time he made sure the wounds were done bleeding, squeezing his own thighs harshly. He was satisfied when only a little welled up. Outside he could hear voices, so he hurried to change. When he stepped out of the locker room, he was surprised to see Todoroki and Endeavor at the end of the hallway. They seemed to be arguing and Todoroki looked upset. Izuku shut the door behind him loudly, the noise echoing in the concrete corridor. Both Todorokis startled and whipped around to stare at him. 𝗫𝐸 scowled and muttered something before turning to stalk off. The two-tone boy looked relieved, nodding to him before also walking away. Izuku was concerned, but figured the other boy needed to cool off. He headed up to the stands to look for Uraraka and Iida. He was worried about how the girl was taking the news that she would have to fight 𝐀𝐦. The recreational games flew by, and before Izuku knew it, it was time for the first combat round. Nausea laced his stomach as he stepped out onto the field. He didn't think he'd ever get used to performing in front of a crowd. To calm his nerves, he focused on the boy across from him. Hitoshi Shinso looked tired and bored. The dark bags under his eyes were more impressive than Aizawa's, which was saying something. The other boy's shirt looked a touch too big on his frame, and his build was slim. Izuku could tell there wasn't much muscle there, meaning his physical combat skills were probably weak. His gaze was keen despite the exhausted appearance, and Izuku knew the fight would be interesting. Ajiro had given Izuku a rundown of what happened during the cavalry battle, but he didn't know the full scope of Shinso's quirk. While they waited for the match to start, Shinso spoke up. "Your tail friend was a fool. He should have just accepted the victory instead of throwing it away." Something about his voice was annoying, grating, getting under Izuku's skin until he had to bite the inside of his cheek to stay silent. The words themselves were mild enough to shrug off. The impulse to respond was odd, and Izuku wondered if it was part of the quirk. Midnight gave the call to start, and Izuku darted forward. He knew he needed to end the match fast. Shinso kept talking, demeanor not changing despite the greenette quickly closing the distance. "He was useless dead weight anyway. Just like you were when you lost the 1,000,000-point headband." Hearing Izuku's own internal dialogue thrown back at him made him recoil, slowing but not stopping. Words wrenched from between clenched teeth before he could stop them. "Ajiro will never be as useless as me." The indigo-haired boy smirked, though it seemed diminished as Izuku's comment registered. Izuku abruptly halted, almost overbalancing as his limbs locked up and refused to respond. His heart dropped when the only thing he could do was blink, turn around and walk out of bounds. To his horror, his body complied, doing an about-face and striding towards the white boundary line. Present Mike's and Aizawa's commentary was drowned out by his own internal screams of frustration as the line drew closer. Ajiro had said it took a painful jolt to wake him up, but there was nothing to help Izuku. The throbbing from his cuts didn't seem to be enough. Just as he was about to give in to despair, he noticed shadows moving near the ramp onto the field. Even so far away, he could make out a discussion. It was about him. The shadows warped and twisted until he could make out distinct features. A small group of adults manifested, most of them regarding him with sad smiles. "You got this, kid. Don't give up yet." If he had been capable of it, he would have teared up at the earnest encouragement. Without his input, he could feel one for all activate, green lightning crackling and racing across his skin. A finger twitched and then exploded in agony. A yelp escaped him, and he found himself backpedaling away from the boundary line. Turning, he caught Shinso's surprised expression before the boy's face went blank again. He almost looked resigned as Izuku once again barreled towards him. That thought made Izuku mad, especially when Shinso started talking again. "You lucky few from the birth lottery will never know what it's like to have a useless quirk. To be passed over at the entrance exam just because your quirk doesn't work on hunks of machinery." The air left his lungs as Izuku tackled him to the ground and punched him across the face. The greenette panted roughly, trying to get a grip on his emotions. "Don't you dare pretend that you know me, or anyone else in the hero courses." Shinso bucked and surprised him with a punch, shoving them over. They brawled for several moments, getting a few hits back and forth before Izuku sprang to his feet and circled Shinso, putting his back to the white line. They were both panting now, and the other boy was looking riled, stalking towards Izuku with a scowl. I know I'll never be a hero because the odds have always been stacked against me. He broke into a run, intending to shove Izuku out of bounds. Izuku pivoted on his heel and grabbed Shinso's arm, tugging sharply, and ducking low to let the boy's momentum carry him over Izuku's shoulder. Izuku whipped around, ready for retaliation, but then relaxed as he took in Shinso's position. His feet were over the line. Midnight raised her flogger into the air and called Izuku's victory. The greenette didn't feel victorious. On the contrary, he felt worn out and sad as he contemplated Shinso's words. Hesitating a bit, he stepped forward and offered the boy a hand. His purple eyes widened in surprise, but he accepted the gesture after a pause. They walked off the field together. They stood in silence in the exit corridor under the stadium. Shinso stared with wary curiosity, while Izuku's gaze was focused on the ground. Both of them were bleeding, but felt no compulsion to visit Recovery Girl. Why do you want to be a hero? The question slipped out before Izuku could stop it. The other boy tilted his head to the side with an odd expression. It's just the only thing I've ever wanted to do. Growing up, all I ever heard was that my quirk was villainous. I guess I want to prove them wrong. A sigh escaped him, and he shrugged. If Class 1A is so different, you better not lose. With that, the indigo-haired boy walked off. Izuku thought to call him back, wanting to talk, but let him go. He needed to get a grip on himself before his next battle. His emotions were all over the place, and he had to consider if the shadow people were a hallucination or not. He headed to the break room, desperately wanting something to drink and a snack. The room was sparsely furnished, but held tables full of health snacks and drinks. Thankfully, the only person he recognized was 𝐀𝐻, who broke into a broad grin when he spotted Izuku. You did well, young man. Izuku smiled back, even though he didn't really feel like it. 𝐀𝐻 seemed to pick up on his mood. The hero stacked a plate with food and shoved it into his hands, fetching a juice pouch next and holding it out to him even though his hands were full. The smile turned more genuine at the awkward attempt to make him feel better. That last fight looked rough. I saw you talking with Shinso-kun, but no one could hear what about. Are you all right? Nibbling on the snacks proved to be a good distraction to delay answering. He still had a lot on his mind, but one takeaway from his discussion with his opponent was bugging him. After a moment, he looked up at 𝐀𝐻 with a frown. Why does the entrance exam favor physical quirks so much? The hero let out a thoughtful hum before sighing. I don't know, young Midoriya. It's certainly not fair to students whose quirks are equally useful in battle, but only work on living opponents, like Shinso's. The process is flawed, but those who make it through into general studies are given the opportunity to advance to the hero course if they perform well here at the sports festival. That's good, but it means they're behind when they transfer in, unless they get remedial training. It's just like Aizawa-sensei said on our first day of class. It's not fair to judge based on one criteria. Each quirk is unique and should be given a chance at the entrance exam. Plus, it would give quirkless people a chance if they're resourceful enough. The pride brimming off of 𝐀𝐻 when Izuku glanced up from his plate made him blush. He was only stating the obvious and logical. The hero clapped him on the shoulder and gave a brief squeeze. I had worried when you ended up in Aizawa-san's class. Our personalities tend to clash. But I think I approve of what he's taught you. I'll talk to him and some of the other teachers to see what can be done to correct the exam. 𝐀𝐻 guided him to a row of seats overlooking the stadium. A thought occurred to Izuku, and he glanced around to make sure they wouldn't be overheard. Have you ever seen anything odd while using One for All? The hero looked confused. Odd how? Izuku hesitated, but then quietly explained the event that helped him break free from Shinso's brainwashing. The hero looked shocked and teased him about seeing dead people before rushing to explain that he'd likely seen the previous users of the quirk. As the quirk was passed from person to person, a part of the previous users stayed with it. It made a macabre sort of sense to Izuku that the essence of the dead heroes would stay to watch over the current user. A more shocking revelation than ghosts had Izuku reeling, when All Might confessed to having been quirkless before One for All. It was why the hero had chosen him after seeing his determination to save Katsuki from the muck villain. The hero embarrassed Izuku by apologizing for brushing him off earlier that day, when he'd told Izuku that he couldn't be a hero without a quirk. After that, they watched the following matches in companionable silence. Izuku rested and grazed through the snacks, fingers itching as he wished he had a notebook to write in. He wasn't really hungry, but knew he'd need the boost when he went up against Todoroki. Izuku respected 𝐬𝐬, but he knew the cellophane boy would be weak against Todoroki's brute tactics. During their round, he was proven right when Todoroki encased 𝐬𝐬 and half the stadium in ice. Izuku winced. Clearly the other boy was still upset after his argument with 𝗫𝐷. It would take a little while to de-ice the field for the next battle. Deciding that he'd had his fill, Izuku stood and smiled at All Might. I should visit Recovery Girl and go cheer for Iida and Uraraka before their matches. The hero nodded and returned the smile. I'll be cheering for all of you. After having his finger healed, but before heading into the stands to find his friends, he stopped by the lockers again to grab a notebook. He was curious about the 1B students and their quirks. While he'd seen some in action in previous events, he had been too distracted to pay much attention. He spent the majority of time with his friends scribbling in his notebook, oblivious to his own muttering and the entertained looks he was receiving from classmates. He paused to cheer for Uraraka and 𝐾𝐦, but got to work afterwards jotting down notes and observations. There was a brief intermission to repair the field after Katsuki's explosions. Before he knew it, it was time for his match with Todoroki. On his way to the field entrance, he was surprised to see 𝗫𝐷 loitering in the hallway. The man seemed taken aback when he noticed Izuku, and the greenette figured he'd been intending to wait for Todoroki. Deciding to ignore the oddity to help the man save face, Izuku nodded politely and made to walk by. You could rival All Might one day. Give my son a worthy battle. Don't let him embarrass himself like last time. Izuku froze in his tracks. Shoto-kun could never embarrass himself by trying his best. It's shameful that his own father is bringing it up to his son's opponent. The harsh words tumbled out before he could filter them. There would be time to be mortified about talking to the number 2 hero like that later. He turned his head to spear 𝗫𝐷 with a glare. I am not All Might. Shoto-kun is not you. Without waiting for a response, he stalked past 𝗫𝐷 and exited onto the field. Todoroki was already waiting on the opposite end. Izuku was glad 𝗫𝐷 met him instead of his son. The boy already looked as closed off as ever. He had a sinking feeling that their conversation earlier had been forgotten by whatever the number 2 hero had said to him. The notion was proven correct when the fight began and Todoroki only used ice attacks. Disappointment crashed into Izuku, followed quickly by anger as 𝗫𝐷's words replayed in his head. Fainting to the left, Izuku closed the distance between them with a crackle of green electricity. Todoroki's ice was powerful, but only effective at range, or the boy risked his own visibility and maneuverability. If he used his fire, he could block and repel Izuku's melee attacks, but he refused. Whatever he said to you, it's your quirk. Fight me with all you've got. He landed a punch to Todoroki's stomach and kicked out towards his knee, but was blocked by a wall of ice. Jumping back, he channeled One for All into one of his fingers to smash through the barrier. Pain lanced up the limb, but he ignored it, the cold numbing the self-inflicted damage. Almost immediately another sprang up. This time Izuku jumped on top of it and launched himself down towards a startled-looking Todoroki. His punch landed solidly on Todoroki's nose, making the boy grunt and recoil. Izuku pressed the advantage, but was brought up short as fire leapt towards him. Dodging gave the other boy time to recover, and soon he was forced on the defensive as fire and ice raced towards him. He ducked behind the wall of ice to block the fire. Steam filled the field and Izuku used the cover to circle around Todoroki. The fire burning on his left side acted like a beacon. The other boy sent wave after wave of ice at Izuku, but he dodged and broke his own fingers, breaking through the attempts. Occasional bursts of fire forced him to dodge and kept visibility low as it met ice. He was forced to shatter his arm when a spear of ice lanced at him from the side. He climbed an ice wall to orient himself and spotted a flicker of fire in the cloud below. He leapt towards it, one for all lending him speed. As the steam parted, he had enough time to register the trap before it sprang. Todoroki's shirt was on fire, draped over a small column of ice. He dodged as ice formed under him, but couldn't evade the fiery punch that clipped his cheek from the side. He slipped on more ice and went down. A split second was all it took for ice to spread rapidly to root him completely to the ground. He struggled but knew it was futile as the steam filtered away to reveal his defeat to the crowd and midnight. Todoroki's worried face came into view, his nose crooked and bloody from Izuku's hit. "Are you all right?" He couldn't help but grin even as the other boy's victory was called. That was so cool. He watched with fascination as Todoroki leaned down to free him with his left hand. "Does it hurt to use?" The other boy blushed faintly and shook his head. "It just feels warm. I wouldn't have been able to beat you without it. You were too fast." Izuku beamed as he climbed to his feet. That was quick thinking at the end. He moved to push damp hair off his forehead and was brought short with a hiss. His right arm from fingertips to elbow was one big, bloody bruise and refused to move. Todoroki noticed and winced. "We should both get healed up." They made their way off the field together. Izuku spotted 𝗫𝐷 walking their way from the stands and nudged Todoroki to move faster. The other boy followed his gaze and didn't need much more encouragement. Recovery Girl met them by the recovery room, already tutting over their injuries as she herded them towards the temporary infirmary. Todoroki's broken nose was healed with a kiss. She left the bruises to conserve his stamina for the final round since her healing used the patient's energy. When she got to Izuku, she frowned and shook her head. "I'll do what I can, but you're staying in a sling, young man. Your arm bones can't take much more strain from quick healing. Any more damage like this, and you risk not being able to use your arms anymore. Find a different technique or find a new career." The blunt words made Izuku's heart stutter. Todoroki looked shocked by the revelation, staring at the greenette with concern. Izuku waved him off as Recovery Girl worked to start mending the open fractures. "You should go rest. 𝐀𝐦 is going to be tough. I'll be fine, promise." The two-tone boy nodded and reluctantly agreed, turning to make his way back to the break room. Izuku slipped in and out of consciousness as the medic used most of his remaining energy to heal his wounds. The damage was bad, worse than he'd initially thought since endorphins and shock had dulled the pain on the walk to the infirmary. He would have permanent scars from the lacerations. The woman also vowed to have stern words with all might for his part in urging Izuku towards dangerous tactics. As Recovery Girl was finishing bandaging him up, Uraraka came to see him. She was smiling despite some nasty new burns on her arms. The medic turned her attention to the girl, scolding her for not coming to get treated right away. "I didn't want to risk missing Midoriya-kun's fight. It was amazing. I thought for sure you had it." Seeing her so fired up made Izuku blush. "You did well against 𝐀𝐦, too. Your strategy was spot on." The girl giggled and shook her head. "He's got too much raw power. I need to focus on physical training for sure. I'd have given him more trouble if I were a stronger fighter like you. I can help with your hand-to-hand sparring." He trailed off at a withering look from Recovery Girl. "After I heal." Uraraka bobbed her head in agreement. "I'd like that." Kirishima-kun offered too. "It might be a fun idea for everyone to practice together without quirks. I'll have to run it by Ida-kun and Yayurazu-chan." The medic shoo-ed them out after healing Uraraka's burns and scrapes. They bumped into All Might at the door. The man took in Izuku's partially healed arm and patted him on the opposite shoulder. That was quite a match. A look of dismay crossed his face when Izuku bowed. "I'm sorry for losing, sensei." "It's quite all right, young man. I'm just happy you and young Todoroki worked things out. You did well, you too, young woman." Uraraka ducked her head at the praise. Izuku blinked and glanced around as a thought occurred to him. "Where's Ida-kun?" "Oh, he got called away for a family emergency." Uraraka looked worried, Izuku's emotions matching after a moment of thought. Ida's brother was a pro hero, if he remembered right. "I hope everything's okay." All Might gently urged them towards the refreshment room. "I'm certain young Ida will let you know once he's back. We don't want to miss the finale between your classmates." The battle between Todoroki and Katsuki was just as heated and intense as Izuku knew it would be. He noted with a frown that Todoroki was back to only using ice. That fact set Kaken off like a berserker. Izuku winced as he sipped on a juice pouch. There was no way Kaken was going to win gracefully if Todoroki refused to use all of his power like he did with Izuku. He suspected the two-tone boy could have won if he had used fire. Katsuki's nitroglycerin sweat could combust because of outside influence, like a fire quirk. With the right application, Todoroki could have neutralized Kaken's attacks, and even turned them back on him. But Izuku figured the boy lost on purpose to upset his father. Unfortunately, Kaken seemed to realize that fact as well. The teachers had to drag him off the field and restrain him for the awards ceremony. Izuku winced at some of the restraints and wondered where and why they had them on hand. Perhaps to restrain the campus guidance counselor, the hero called Hound Dog, who had a famously explosive temper. All Might left the two students to go award the medals. As the event wrapped up, Izuku decided to check in at the field before heading home. It had been a long and exhausting day. "Aizawa-sensei, can I talk to you?" It was the end of the day and Izuku was mindful that he was cutting into Aizawa's time. He shifted from foot to foot nervously, eyes glued to the floor. The scar prominent under his teacher's eye made anxiety surge every time he saw it. He could almost feel Shigaraki's hand around his neck again, putrid breath ghosting against his cheek, and his pulse raced with fight or flight. The man heaved a sigh, distracting Izuku enough to calm himself before the panic could become obvious. Aizawa gave Izuku his full attention. "What is it, Midoriya?" The man was intimidating on the best of days, but lately he looked as exhausted as ever. It was as if getting his bandages removed meant he was working overtime. From some of the underground hero forums Izuku followed, he suspected that to be the case. Izuku bit the inside of his cheek as he gathered his thoughts. Ever since the sports festival, he'd had several. The biggest concern was his upcoming internship with a retired hero, Gran Torino. All Might was worried, which made Izuku worried. Apparently the old man could be brutal with training. I was wondering if it's possible to commission and get approval for support gear before I leave for my internship. Recovery Girl recommended it." He winced as he recalled her ultimatum after he fought Todoroki. The man looked thoughtful, standing and motioning for Izuku to follow him out of the classroom. The greenette sped up to walk beside him with a curious tilt of his head. After a moment he recognized the path to the support wing. He was startled when Aizawa finally spoke. "It's about your arms. Yes, you've done well in mitigating the damage, but you need to prevent it in the first place." Izuku made a noise of agreement at the accurate summary, peering at his scarred right arm. The bones had shattered enough to pierce the skin. He had only recently gotten the bandages off, but lingering weakness had him flagging during physical training. "There was something else I wanted to bring up. If you don't mind, He fidgeted with his hands and almost kept walking when Aizawa paused. "Yes?" The man's gaze was keen despite his obvious fatigue. "Well, I think Hitoshi Shinso should be considered for the hero course." Why?" Izuku forced his eyes up to meet Aizawa's gaze. He was the only general studies student to make it past the cavalry battle. He's smart, driven, and his quirk would be strong against villains. And with the right physical training and capture weapon, he could easily make up for any that didn't talk to him. Aizawa spared him a rare, small smile of approval and resumed walking. I've already put in the request to have him transferred to 1A. He'll join the class next term, after remedial training and assessments. Izuku felt relieved at the news. Hopefully Shinso would appreciate the chance. He'd seen the boy around campus, but hadn't been able to talk to him since the sports festival. They arrived at the main support workshop, and Aizawa knocked sharply on the door. Several moments later, Power Loader slid it open. He looked surprised to see them, but ushered them in with a friendly greeting. Aizawa made quick introductions before making himself scarce. Midoriya-kun, what can I do for you? The man scrounged around a cluttered workbench until he found drafting paper and a pencil, then indicated for Izuku to have a seat with him at a table. I need something to help with shock absorption and lessen damage to my hands and arms. The man made a thoughtful noise and got up to root through a filing cabinet crammed into a corner. After a moment, he pulled out a file and flipped it open. It should be easy enough to incorporate with your costume, and it's small enough to push through the approval process. I can use your existing glove and sleeve measurements, so I won't need anything from you until it's done and ready to test out. Give me 2 days and then come back. He brought the file over to the table and sat it next to the paper. Izuku could see schematics for his costume. Power Loader looked up with a grin. If you don't mind, I have some ideas for improving the design, too. Nothing fancy, but if you're worried about your arms, it makes sense to reinforce your legs and feet too. I'll keep it lightweight and maneuverable. It's mostly modifying the internal materials of your suit, so the look shouldn't change. Izuku smiled and nodded at the idea. The thought to try new techniques with his legs had occurred to him after watching Ida in battle. The class rep used the powerful engines in his legs to maximum efficiency when he kicked. Izuku stood and bowed. I leave it in your care, sensei. The hero waved goodbye before hunching over the paper and getting to work. Izuku was relieved that it was so easy. He hoped the additional leg modifications wouldn't delay approval. The conversation made him think about his grieving friend. Ida's brother, the hero 𝐀𝐦, had been attacked and paralyzed by a villain called 𝐷𝗫. It worried him greatly that Ida had chosen an agency in the same city as the attack. His friend wasn't normally prone to rash actions, but Izuku knew he was probably an emotional wreck. He was privately furious to learn that 𝐀𝐦 wanted Ida to carry on his name. Izuku knew what kind of pressure that responsibility entailed, thanks to All Might and thanks to what he knew about the Todoroki family. He'd tried talking to Ida about it, but the other boy had been evasive and closed off. In addition to worrying about Ida, his own arms, and the upcoming internship, his mother had been pressuring Izuku about his safety ever since the sports festival. He almost didn't want to go home to face her teary gaze and doting, though he immediately felt guilty for thinking such things. His mother meant well, she could just be suffocating at times. On the way home, he stopped at a corner store and picked up ingredients for his mother's favorite food. She really did put up with a lot from him since he got one for all. It would be nice to at least cook for her for a change. In a few days he would be gone for a week, and he knew it was stressful for her. It would be stressful for him, too. But for now the excitement was outweighing the negatives. After stepping off the train in his neighborhood, a pricking sensation broke out over the back of his neck. Nerves made him pick up his pace, and he subtly shifted his head to look around. He felt like he was being watched. Thought there was no logical reason for the sudden alarm. Nothing had stood out or caught his attention. Casually, he pulled out his cell phone and put it in selfie mode. He paused to angle his arm around and pulled faces into the camera. The minor crowd from the station parted around him, some muttering about disrespectful kids. He resumed walking after a moment, but paused occasionally to take more photos. His expression in the pictures looked stressed and fake, but he ignored it in favor of scrutinizing the background. Most people moved around him when he stopped, so the faces behind him changed. all except one. Someone in a dark hoodie and medical mask consistently popped up. Dark gaze intense and unerringly fixed on Izuku's back. An ice-cold sensation rolled down his spine, and his arms broke out in goosebumps as he resisted the urge to look behind him. Thinking quickly, he brought up a picture where the man was clearest and sent it to the first person he could think of with his location tagged. The message concisely read, "Being followed. Help." Not wanting to lead the stalker home, he followed the crowd in a winding path around the block. Occasionally, he sent additional location tags. Hard in his throat, the longer the texts went unanswered. He felt the blood drain from his face as an arm fell around his shoulders, and a familiar cold hand wrapped around his neck from behind. 4 fingers touched his skin, the 5th hovering in warning. Izuku's nightmares were made real as Shigaraki whispered into his ear. "Put your phone away. Keep walking. Take a left. If you make a sound, how many people do you think I can touch in the confusion?" His tone was conversational, even friendly. Bile rose in the back of Izuku's throat. His legs almost refused to work, but after a false start he followed the instructions. The villain led him off the main street and into a park. Families and kids dotted the area, relaxing after school and work. Shigaraki led him to a bench in front of a busy playground, and harsh pressure on his shoulders forced him to sit. The man stayed pressed against him, arm around him like a good friend. No one paid them any attention. "I saw you in the sports festival. So cool. You could have beaten the NPCs if you'd tried. How is Aizawa-sensei? Still looking like a mummy?" "And no. Ah, such a shame. Since you distracted me at the 𝐬𝐻𝐬, I'd hoped he'd at least suffer a bit more." Shigaraki lapsed into almost companionable silence. A growing sense of panic threatened to choke Izuku. This villain wasn't even in a hurry despite being a wanted criminal. "What do you want from me?" His voice cracked a little, but his tone came out more confident than expected. Shigaraki chuckled and slanted a knowing look at him. "I just wanted to catch up with a friend. We could be friends, you know. It's just the final boss, All Might, I'm after. I'm reasonable. If you join us, I'll leave your little friends alone." The 𝐬𝐻𝐬 was a miscommunication with the minions. A hysterical laugh wanted to spill out, but Izuku bit the inside of his cheek until it bled. That day, he'd heard Shigaraki himself give the order to kill all the students. Now he pretended it wasn't a big deal. Bone-deep anger slowly ignited in his chest. The villain didn't seem put off by his silence. "You know, I did some digging about you. Normally I don't like cheating, but I was curious about the boy who faced me head-on without flinching. Why would you want to defend a world that didn't want you? Your quirk developed late, so you experienced the hypocrisy firsthand." The villain squeezed his shoulder as if to comfort him. "Society thinks quirkless people are useless. Do you think it's a fluke that you were scolded for saving your friend last summer, while he was praised for just standing there? People like you used to get tossed aside and treated like garbage. Just like people whose quirks are deemed somehow lesser or too dangerous. I want to upset the status quo. I want the underdogs to prosper." If Izuku had weaker resolve, Shigaraki's speech might have appealed to him. As it was, he could see why the League of Villains was able to recruit people so easily. The villain knew how to press the right buttons to get what he wanted. It was worrisome that he was on their radar. What else did they know about him? His mother. His fists clenched in his lap, nails digging into his palms. The pain grounded him. You don't care who you hurt or kill in your plans. What makes you any different than them? How many of those same people you claim to defend have your followers killed? The man chuckled and shrugged. I never said it was easy. Even heroes have collateral damage. All Might has toppled his fair share of buildings with capturing villains as his excuse. Yet he's exalted and praised. A commotion across the park almost made Izuku look over. The fingers still digging into his skin halted him. The villain looked annoyed, but gave him another companionable squeeze. Looks like our time is up. Think about it. Next time we meet, I'll be expecting an answer." The next moment he was gone. Tremors racked Izuku's frame as the sound of running feet reached his ears. Katsuki rushed into view, staring after Shigaraki's retreating figure. He looked pissed and like he was about to barrel after the villain. But Izuku reached out to snag the edge of his hoodie. "Kaken, don't." Something in his tone made the blonde listen for once. Izuku was relieved, not wanting to watch his friend turn to dust like Aizawa's elbow. His vision blurred and his breath hitched as the situation he'd been in caught up. If Katsuki had shown up sooner, would Shigaraki have killed him? He'd put the other boy in danger. His chest tightened, and he struggled to breathe as the anger he'd held on to trickled away and left him petrified. He felt faint, and the shaking grew worse. Blood rushed in his ears, muffling Katsuki's incensed voice. Stinging pain in his cheek made him recoil and fall off the bench, trying to scramble away. Katsuki stood over him with an unreadable frown. The shock halted his tears, but the tension in his lungs wouldn't go away. He flinched when the other boy crouched down and got in his face. Calloused fingers pinched his cheeks and pulled hard. The additional pain made his panicked breathing stutter, and then slow as he drew in deep breaths. As his blood pressure lowered, he could finally hear again. "Stupid Deku. Why did you stop me? He got away. I don't want you to die." The whimper escaped before his filter could fall back into place. The blonde looked briefly surprised before a neutral mask covered it. "Get up. You're causing a scene." He stood and took a step back, waiting impatiently for Izuku. A glance around showed that Kaken was right. People were staring and whispering to each other. His cheeks heated with shame at his reaction as he climbed to his feet and dusted off the seat of his pants. The forgotten grocery bag was shoved into his hands, and a grip on his hoodie towed him along. Katsuki was disconcertingly quiet as he led the way back to their neighborhood. They were almost to Izuku's house before the blonde said anything. "What did he want with you?" Crimson eyes watched him with an almost bored expression. Izuku knew that he wouldn't have asked if he didn't care. It took a moment of fidgeting with the bag before he could speak. "He wanted to recruit me." The words came out in a barely audible whisper. He still couldn't wrap his head around the occurrence. Katsuki looked startled, and then covered it with a scoff. "Why would they want a weakling like you? They must really be desperate." The words hurt, but Izuku mustered a smile. "They should want someone strong, like you. I'm probably just an easy target." The blonde had a strange expression again. Izuku couldn't even begin to understand what was going through Kaken's mind. Once upon a time, he'd been able to read his once friend like an open book. Now it was like they were strangers. Katsuki pulled him to a stop before he could keep walking past his own apartment block. Izuku wrung the handles of the bag with his hands, building up the nerve to offer. "Do you want to come in?" For a single moment, Izuku thought he would accept. Then the blonde sneered and shook his head. "The hag will have my hide if I'm any later." He turned and stalked off without another word. The next morning, Izuku slumped into class feeling like death warmed over. Sleep the night before had been sporadic and elusive. More times than he could count, he'd woken up feeling Shigaraki's hands around his neck. He'd given up at around 3 in the morning, opening up all of the cuts on his thighs and staying up studying until it was time to catch the train. For the ride to UA, he'd been jumpy. An old man had clapped him on the shoulder while squeezing past in the packed train, and he'd humiliated himself by startling a mile and crying. Some nearby passengers asked if he was all right, and he'd mumbled something about exams. Their sympathy at the lie made his skin crawl. What would they think if they knew the stressed-out rabbit crying in front of them was studying to one day rescue them? Some classmates shot him worried looks as they trickled in. He pasted on a smile. They didn't seem to buy it, but it kept them from prying. As the chime sounded, denoting the start of class, Aizawa wandered in looking extra scruffy and disheveled. His gaze swept over everyone, lingering on Izuku for a long moment, before he launched into the day's schedule. At the end of homeroom, Aizawa caught Izuku's eye, but the greenette darted out before the man could call for him to stay. He didn't think he could handle looking at the man's scar up close, with his latest encounter with Shigaraki still fresh. He spent the rest of the day, and most of the week, avoiding the man. It was not an easy feat, considering the class had quirk training with him, and the other teachers 3 of the 5 days. During those, he stuck close to the other teachers, asking them questions when Aizawa would drift too close for comfort. Luck ran out on Friday. He was running late getting showered and changed after an end-of-day training period. All Might had drawn him into an involved discussion on maximizing the effectiveness of air pressure attacks. He was the last one off the field, and everyone else had left already. As he exited the locker room, a voice behind him startled him into activating One for All. Whirling around, he spotted Aizawa leaning against the wall to the side of the door. It took him a humiliatingly long moment to register the man's presence, and even longer to calm himself into releasing his quirk. There was the barest hint of sympathy on his teacher's haggard face. "Come with me." He followed reluctantly, hugging his backpack to his chest and fussing with a zipper. The conversation he was dreading was inevitable, but he'd hoped to put it off until after the internship. Aizawa led him to the empty Wana classroom and took a seat on the edge of one of the desks. Izuku copied him on the other side of the aisle, eyes glued to the ground. "Why have you been avoiding me?" The man's tone was flat, giving nothing away. Izuku squirmed in place. No amount of thinking in the world would give him the answers on what to say. In the end, he was being unfair to Aizawa and painfully childish. His tongue still felt like lead when he finally spoke up. "The other day, Shigaraki ambushed me on the way home. He just talked. He wanted to recruit me. I already told the police." Izuku had called them after he got home. Considering there was so little to go on, he'd texted a detective the pictures, and they left it at that. The man was silent while he processed the information. Izuku worried the inside of his cheek anxiously until finally, "We'll talk about that later. What does it have to do with you avoiding me?" Izuku squeezed his eyes closed. "He had 4 fingers on me, just like at Uschi. There was nothing I could do. Again. Kaken showed up and I was so afraid he'd get hurt, like you did." Hands came down in his shoulders, and he couldn't hide his flinch. "Midoriya, look at me." The man waited patiently for him to pry his eyes open. He couldn't quite make his gaze meet Aizawa's, but it seemed to be good enough. "You are a student. What happened then was not your fault. You are still a child. No child should be expected to step in to save a trained adult from a full-scale villain attack. You tried, and succeeded, in saving classmates and holding the villains off long enough for reinforcements. That's far and beyond what could be asked of you. What happened to me was not your fault. Your actions were reckless, but you probably saved my life." The teacher hit at the heart of the matter. His vision blurred as tears welled up. Despite that, he forced his gaze up to look at the scar under Aizawa's eye. The teacher picked up on where he was looking and reached up to trace the heavy line. "This was a small price to pay to keep you all alive. You would say the same of your broken arms that day. It's just a sign that we tried our hardest and succeeded in surviving. That's all you can do in situations like that." The words slowly penetrated the depressed fog, and he nodded while wiping his eyes. Something in his chest eased that he hadn't even noticed was there. Intellectually, he knew that they'd achieved the best possible outcome for the Uschi attack. Everyone lived. But his heart had been resisting the information until it was laid out by the person he thought he'd failed. "Next term, we are bringing in a full-time counselor. You will meet with them at least once a week. What you're experiencing is normal, but you can't work through it alone. Now, tell me about the villain." And so he did. He repeated what happened, pulling out his phone to scroll through the pictures he'd taken. The man took the device with a deep frown. After a moment, he pulled up Izuku's messages and sent the clearest photo to his own phone. The greenette was surprised when the man then saved his number into Izuku's contacts before handing it back. We suspected the sports festival might put students on their radar, but we didn't expect it to be for recruitment. If they contact you again, call me. If anything seems suspicious to you, call me. If you need help, call me. The man stared at him for a long moment until Izuku nodded in understanding. And don't give anyone else my number. I'm trusting you to not abuse it. Izuku bobbed his head again, feeling a little overwhelmed. He knew the man could get in trouble for giving a student his personal information. The man motioned for him to follow before pushing away from the desk. I'll drive you home. Izuku knew better than to protest. Not that he wanted to anyway. The talk was refreshing but left him feeling jittery. Sunday found him and his friends at the train station. They would be splitting ways to head to their internships. Ida and Uraraka would be staying close to Tokyo. But Izuku had a 2-hour ride to Yamanashi, where Gran Torino lived. He hugged Uraraka before regarding Ida with a serious frown. The boy had been quieter than usual and his words of support seemed forced. Be careful out there. Call me if you need help with anything or want to talk. There was much more that he wanted to say, but the announcement for his departure went out. Ida adjusted his glasses and nodded. Take care of yourself. I'll see you both next week. Gran Torino certainly was not what Izuku was picturing. He arrived at the dilapidated building where his GPS said to go. After knocking and receiving no answer, he gingerly opened the door and stepped inside. In the kitchen area, he spied a small old man laying on the floor playing dead. Izuku knew he was playing because real blood was not the same shade as ketchup. He was familiar enough with both to spot the difference. Gran Torino-san, did you slip making lunch? The man cracked an eye and huffed at Izuku for not taking the bait. Got a good head on your shoulders, kid? He climbed to his feet and Izuku bowed respectfully. The man waved him off. No pussyfooting around. Hit me. Izuku sat his bag safely out of the way before activating One for All and darting forward for a gut punch. He nearly overbalanced when the retired hero disappeared. A gust of wind was his only warning before pain exploded across his shoulders. He whirled around with the same result. Predicting where Torino would be, he feigned only to receive a solid blow to his gut. The man paused in front of him with a grin. When I heard Toshi took on a runt as a successor, I wasn't very impressed. But you've got potential. By the end of the week, I expect you to be able to get a solid hit on me. Izuku could already feel phantom bruises from the coming training, but he was thrilled. Already he had some ideas formulating for catching the man off guard. He just needed more time to see him in action. He also itched to test out some new app techniques. The hours passed by far quicker than Izuku would have liked. During the day, Gran Torino put him to work, while occasionally springing surprise attacks. At night, Izuku snuck out to the alley to practice speed and air pressure techniques. The regiment kept him too exhausted for nightmares. Every inch of muscle ached, but he could already feel improvements in his thighs and back. On the third day, he finally took down Torino. During one of his surprise attacks, Izuku kicked off a wall, as he'd seen Torino do, and had been practicing, and launched himself behind the man. He dropped low and kicked his feet out from under him. The expression on the man's face had Izuku wanting to laugh. Instead, he bowed and offered the man a hand up. Good. You're improving faster than I anticipated. Get suited up. I'll take you on patrol to get some hands-on experience. Don't want you getting too complacent from learning my moves. The news had Izuku beaming, and he almost tripped up the stairs rushing to his room. The gloves had rigid metal inlaid over the knuckles to give his punches a nasty edge. The support mechanic had added steel toes and soles to his boots after Izuku mentioned working with his legs. Both the arms and legs of the jumpsuit had lightweight metal braces to help with shock absorption. He'd test-fitted the improved suit for Power Loader before leaving Tokyo, but the prospect of stress testing it thrilled and terrified him. They would be taking a bullet train to Shibuya, where 𝐻𝐸 figured they'd have good chances of running into a villain or two. Things went smoothly until they neared Hasu. Unease had just settled in Izuku's chest, while thinking of Ida when the emergency brake system engaged. The other passengers cried out in alarm, which turned to screams as something massive ripped through the side of the train. Izuku barely had time to process it all before 𝐻𝐸 sprang into action and gave chase. Not knowing what else to do, and seeing that train security was handling the civilians, Izuku rushed to follow. If 𝐷𝐷𝐻𝐸 were active in the city, Izuku knew the League of Villains wasn't far behind. He lost sight of his mentor when an explosion went off several blocks away. Knowing that heroes in the area would flock there to help, he activated his quirk and kicked off to run along the rooftops. Civilians were panicking on the street, and he didn't want to get trampled. Pausing on the edge of an awning to get his bearings, he spotted the familiar flaming beard of Endeavor rushing towards the scene as well. That meant Todoroki was there too. He made to follow the pro-hero from above, when a large gray shape swooped down on him. Talons drew bloody lines down his back as he rolled off the roof to escape. He landed gracelessly, but the suit kept his ankles from rolling. He risked a glance up to see a Namu with wings bearing down on him. Acting without thinking, he barreled down a narrow side street, hoping the close buildings would slow it down. It stayed fixated on him, diving to attempt a second attack. Izuku darted into an alleyway and crouched by a dumpster to see if it would land. A weak cry from further down the alley caught his attention. Thinking quickly, he pulled out his phone to send Todoroki a text. Help with his location tagged. He desperately hoped the boy saw it. The blood froze in his veins when he rounded the dumpster to assess the situation. Izuku knew Stain on sight from the news reports. He stood over a prone figure in painfully familiar silver armor, swords poised above their chest. He was moving before he registered the action. Green lightning crackled over his skin as he tackled the hero killer from behind. The surprise let him get in a solid punch to the back of the villain's head before he was thrown off into the side of the building. He rolled to his feet with a grunt and readied for another attack. Stain sized him up from several feet away. Izuku bared his teeth in a ferocious grin, carefully maneuvering to stand between him and Ida. Don't let him get your blood. A faint voice he didn't recognize whispered from further in the alley behind him. Paralyzed. The villain laughed and launched at Izuku, blades extended. The brunette didn't flinch, refusing to leave Ida open to attack. When Stain got in range, he dropped low and kicked the villain in the knee. A wet popping sound accompanied a shout of pain, but the man didn't go down. Izuku was too slow to avoid a slice across the chest. He realized his mistake as the man brought the blade to his face and licked up the drops of blood. At once, every muscle in Izuku's body went slack, and he crumpled to the ground. The man limped closer and looked down at him with a smirk. Nice try, kid. If you'd stayed out of this, I'd have let you walk away. I still might. You're the type of hero this world needs. Not a sellout who's in it for personal gain. Izuku tuned him out, having watched his fanatical videos when his name started circulating on the news. He focused intently on moving. A toe, a finger, anything. He had no way of knowing how long Ida and Native had been paralyzed to hazard a guess of how long it lasted. Dimly, he became aware of Ida's voice. The other boy was apologizing and telling Izuku to run away as soon as he could. Izuku cut him off with a snarl that could put Katsuki's to shame. Don't you dare, Ida. Stop apologizing and say thank you instead by not giving up. There. As Stain approached the other boy to finish the job, Izuku's muscles finally tensed. The villain was blindsided as Izuku launched himself from the ground while activating full cowl, delivering a Detroit smash aimed between his shoulder blades. The villain moved at the last second, and the hit caught his shoulder blade. Izuku felt the bone give and Stain dropped one of his swords while leaping away. Movement behind the man had Izuku retreating as a wave of ice slammed into the villain. The brunette called out a warning about Stain's quirk, But the villain was already moving to retreat up to the rooftops. Izuku sprang after him, readying another Detroit smash. At the same time, 𝐸𝐸 regained mobility and threw his engines into overdrive, maneuvering for a powerful kick. They met 𝐷𝐸 simultaneously, blocking any hope of dodging as Izuku's fist met his face and 𝐸𝐸 cracked several of his ribs. The villain dropped to the asphalt and didn't move. As Izuku and 𝐸𝐸 landed, Todoroki moved forward to encase 𝐷𝐸 in a tomb of ice. 𝗫𝐷 is on his way. He was helping take down the Namu. Izuku just nodded as he caught his breath. The fight hadn't lasted long, but he was exhausted. While he and Todoroki watched over the villain, 𝐸𝐸 rushed to check on Native. The pro-hero was still paralyzed. As he put Native in a fireman's carry and rejoined them, Izuku explained 𝐷𝐸's quirk to Shoto. Maybe blood type, the two-tone boy suggested for why they were affected differently. It was tentatively confirmed when Izuku, 𝐸𝐸, and Native compared theirs. Izuku was type O, 𝐸𝐸 was type A, and Native was type B. During their talk, 𝐷𝐸 regained consciousness. He strained against the icy bonds before seeming to give up. Rapid footsteps approached the mouth of the alleyway. The teens all tensed up, readying for another fight, but relaxed as 𝐷𝐸 and several other heroes came into view. The adults paused to gawk at the scene, taking in the sight of the captured hero killer and battered students. 𝐷𝐸 and Gran Torino recovered first, rushing to restrain 𝐷𝐸 with quirk-suppressing cuffs. Under any other circumstances, Izuku would have been over the moon when Kamui Woods took them aside to hear what happened. Instead, he was anxious to get out of the alley and have a breather without the smell of rotten garbage filling his nose. Once the villain was restrained, he got his wish. They moved out of the alleyway as a unit, several steps into the street. Izuku was rudely reminded of why he had sheltered in the alley to begin with. The flying Namu let out a screech before talons dug into his shoulders and dragged him into the air. His hands instinctively flew up to dig his nails into tough flesh, but as they cleared the rooftops, he thought better of trying to get the monster to release him. A figure launched itself off a roof below, and before Izuku could register what was happening, he landed on a roof with a pained cry. On the next building over, the Namu crashed down with 𝐷𝐸 on its back. The man shoved a dagger through its exposed brain before the villain collapsed next to it. The pro-heroes caught up in seconds, but it was too late. 𝐷𝐸's chest was still. Izuku knew without checking his pulse that he was dead. The aftermath was almost anticlimactic. Gran Torino called an ambulance, which took the students to a nearby hospital. 𝐸𝐸 had the most wounds, but the doctor overseeing their care wanted all of them to stay overnight, even Todoroki, who only had minor frostbite from using too much of his ice power at once. The police chief showed up to give them an ultimatum and the choice of covering up their involvement or facing punishment. The students were too tired to try arguing about fairness. They'd been fighting for their lives, but could still be arrested for using their quirks against the hero killer. Against his will, Izuku found himself agreeing with some of 𝐷𝐸's and Shigaraki's points about hypocrisy. Izuku returned to Yamanashi to finish his training with Gran Torino. The old man seemed to go even harder on him than before, but the Greenette welcomed the challenge. He knew when he returned to Tokyo he would have an entire new set of nightmares to interrupt his sleep. He cherished the exhaustion while he could. On Saturday, Gran Torino saw him off at the station. "Take care of yourself. You've come a long way, but still have a lot farther to go. And tell Toshi to call me. The brat's been dodging me." Izuku agreed with a smile and boarded the train with a wave. The ride back seemed to be over in a flash. A sigh escaped him when he saw his mother's short frame bouncing at the edge of the platform. The hospital had no choice but to call her to inform her of his injuries. She'd wanted him to go home early, but he'd refused. As soon as they got home to their apartment, he knew she would be fussing over him and trying to convince him to drop out of UA. For now, he pasted on a smile as he went to meet her with a hug. After facing yet another villain in combat, easing back into student physical training was easy. Izuku felt more confident in his movements and had better control over One for All's power. Others seemed to have improved as well during their internships, namely Uraraka, who had a better grip on hand-to-hand defense. It was difficult to believe so much time had passed already when Aizawa announced the end of term exams. Izuku was among the more confident students, as far as the written portion went. Kaminari begged him to tutor him, which he did gladly after school most days. Kirishima joined them occasionally when Katsuki got tired of studying with him. He found that he valued the rambunctious duo's company once he got to know them better. The physical exam had them all nervous. The teachers were keeping the details of it under wraps. The mystery led to wild speculation, but Izuku tried his best to tune them out. The most dreaded rumor was that they would have to fight Aizawa and All Might. Yet it seemed the most plausible to Izuku. The day after the written exams ended, there was no need to wonder anymore. They were assigned into groups of 2 and ushered onto buses. Izuku dreaded having to work with Katsuki. The blonde had been ignoring him again, but the Greenette knew cooperation was not their strong suit. Each group had one teacher who would oversee the exam, plus recovery girl on standby for injuries. Izuku and Katsuki were assigned to All Might. When they reached the replica city where the testing would be held, Aizawa went over the list of requirements. They needed to work with their partner to either escape the city or subdue their assigned teacher. They had 30 minutes, and the time started when they reached a designated zone in the middle of the city. Points would be deducted for unnecessary damage to the buildings and infrastructure. Points would be deducted for friendly fire. Izuku felt called out when Aizawa stated that points would be deducted for fighting with their partner. He and Katsuki would go last of all the students. He suspected it was because All Might and 𝐀𝐦 had the most destructive quirks out of all of them. Students who finished or were waiting for their turn could watch their classmates on monitors in a bunker-like building just outside the battleground. Izuku did not relish having to wait 5 hours for his turn, but he was eager to see his classmates and teachers in action. Izuku wished he brought a notebook as he watched the matchups. It was especially impressive watching Aizawa hunt Yaoyorozu and Todoroki. Most of his techniques required extreme concentration and coordination to pull off against more than one opponent at a time. The teacher was best suited to ambush and stealth attacks, and it showed. The moment he had been dreading finally arrived. All Might had sneaked out during the last match to get ready and in position. All that was left was for the 2 boys to reach the start zone. Izuku stayed quiet at first, but the more he thought strategy, the more he realized Katsuki would never listen to the most logical plan. Still, he had to try. "𝐀𝐦, what do you think we should do?" the boy grunted. "I'm going to smash All Might into the ground and blast him." Mindful of the point deductions, Izuku chewed the inside of his cheek. "He's fast and strong, even with weights. If we distract him with enough attacks, and then split up, it would better our odds of reaching the gate. TCH, you can run like a coward while I capture him." They stepped into the start zone, and Izuku lightly grabbed Katsuki's shoulder to make him pause. He tried keeping his tone conversational, but the ill-tempered boy was jeopardizing both their grades for the sake of pride. "𝐀𝐦, he's the #1 hero for a reason. You're strong, but one-on-one you'll never overpower him long enough to get the cuffs on him. We need to coordinate together to stand a chance." The blonde ripped his shoulder from Izuku's grip and whirled on him, looking ready to yell in his face. Izuku didn't flinch, regarding him with a stoic frown. After facing Shigaraki and Stain, Katsuki's bullying tactics didn't work anymore. 𝐀𝐦 seemed to realize it as well, crimson gaze taking in Izuku's expression and stance. Finally, the blonde scoffed. "I'll meet him head-on and keep him distracted. You do the sneaky shit and either cuff him or run for reinforcements." The compromise was shocking. Izuku stammered out his agreement and Katsuki rolled his eyes. "𝐀𝐦, we should keep moving. He likes attacking from above." Recalling his encounter with the flying Nemu, he gestured towards an alleyway. Thankfully, that one was devoid of garbage. Katsuki looked sullen but followed without complaint. They jogged from alleyway to alleyway, keeping their heads on swivels. The longer they went without seeing the villain, the more suspicious and worried Izuku became. Maybe he's expecting us to rue. The sentence was drowned out by what sounded like an explosion. A shockwave ripped through the city, sending them stumbling to keep their feet. Glass and dust rained down on them, and they had to dodge debris as some buildings collapsed. Izuku actually felt afraid when his mentor appeared out of the ruin. The hero seemed to be taking his role as villain seriously. He exuded an aura of menace as he strode towards them, boots carelessly crushing concrete and glass shards. He paused at a small boulder-sized chunk of building and casually hefted it up. "Playtime is over, young men. Tremble in fear, for I am here." The boulder hurled at them, forcing them to dodge in opposite directions. Even Katsuki's eyes were wide at the chilling display. Izuku desperately hoped All Might never actually turned villain. He was terrifying enough just as their teacher. The two boys shared a desperate look before springing into action. Katsuki rushed forward and used a controlled blast to propel himself faster. At the same time, Izuku stayed low and broke line of sight, dodging between the rubble. He kept tabs on the battle by sound as he built up momentum with One for All. He risked a glance towards the fight to check Kaken's position before kicking off a pile of rubble and rebounding off a wall to change course. His foot connected with All Might's shoulder, and the man batted him away like a fly. Katsuki immediately followed up with a focused blast, but the teacher kicked up dust and pebbles into the blonde's eyes, throwing off his aim. The man was fighting dirty. They needed to end the battle quickly. Izuku took off in a sprint towards the gate, zigzagging between the wreckage to hopefully throw off efforts to stop him. The world flashed red as something smashed into his back, sending him flying into the side of a building. Agony racked through his frame as something in his back grated, but he could still move. All Might loomed over him, coming in for a kick. Acting on instinct, Izuku rolled to the side and kicked up into the left side of the teacher's stomach. The man's complexion immediately paled, and he hunched over, stunned. Katsuki tackled him from behind, and there was a distinct clicking noise as a cuff locked onto one of All Might's wrists. They all froze, panting for breath as a bell chimed out their victory. Izuku and Katsuki had defeated All Might. The greenette slowly sank to the ground, the pain from his back becoming unbearable. Gritting his teeth in a parody of a grin, Izuku watched All Might carefully to make sure he was fine after the cheap shot to his scar. Not that Izuku felt too bad about it, as he noticed Katsuki's bloodshot eyes. The blonde rubbed at them occasionally, as if there was still grit trapped. Both students were also bruised and bleeding. When his teacher looked up finally, he looked sheepishly at Izuku. "I did set the tone. You both did excellent." He got to his feet with a wince. "Are you all right?" Katsuki nodded, but after a pause Izuku reluctantly shook his head. Before he knew it, All Might was scooping him up to carry him to the exit. Recovery Girl met them at the gate with a stretcher. She had some choice words to say to the teacher as he laid the greenette down. "At least it's not my arms." The attempt at a joke was met with a withering glare from the old medic. The pro-hero looked remorseful as he peered down at Izuku. "That hit was a tad excessive. I'm sorry, young man." A genuine smile flitted to Izuku's mouth, and he shrugged. "I think we're even." He glanced significantly towards the man's stomach. That earned an agreeable chuckle. Recovery Girl butted in after making sure he was secure in the gurney. "I'm going to make you sleep for the ride back. I'm surprised you're still conscious." Izuku barely had time to nod before he blacked out. As in and out of the 20 students in Class 1A, everyone passed the written exams with flying colors, even Kaminari, who had panicked to the last second. The electric boy still came in last, but was ecstatic. 5 failed the practical exam: Hanta, Kaminari, Kirishima, Sato, and Mina. They would be banished to remedial training for the end-of-term camping trip. They were in low spirits, but happy Aizawa hadn't expelled them. Everyone was happy for the week off before the trip, though that didn't mean Izuku would be slacking off. Every day he went on morning runs around his neighborhood, pushing himself to beat personal times. Occasionally he would catch sight of 𝐀𝐦 doing the same, but the blonde was avoiding him. On Wednesday he received a message from Kaminari suggesting endurance training at the UA pool. Izuku jumped at the chance, messaging Aizawa to sign out a 2-hour block the following afternoon. The Greenette was suspicious that Kaminari contacted him instead of a class representative or their teacher directly, but let it go. He mass-messaged 𝐻𝐻 with the invitation. He was slightly nervous about someone noticing his thighs, but the school-issued swim shorts were tight enough to not bunch up. In the end, even 𝐾𝐻 showed up and everyone had fun blowing off steam. They ended up playing more than training, to Ida's disapproval. But competitive streaks led to swim races using quirks. Before they knew it, the sun was inching down in the sky, and they had passed their allotted time. Thankfully, no one else seemed to have signed out the pool. Aizawa eventually showed up to kick them out, likely finishing his paperwork and not wanting to stay longer than necessary. The students got changed and went their separate ways, looking forward to Sunday when they would head out to the week-long summer training camp. As expected of their teacher, nothing was simple. Their training began immediately after they reached the nature reserve where the camp would take place. Both 1A and 1B were told to reach the camp on their own, and then they were blasted off an overlook. Natural teams of 2 to 5 people formed, but everyone stuck together as much as possible as they traversed the woods. Izuku found himself acting as a brawler for Gyro and Ochako when a particularly large golem animal dashed through their bigger group. During breaks in the waves, Izuku climbed trees with the help of zero gravity to get their bearings while Gyro listened for earth beasts and their fellow students. It was nearing sunset when the entire group made it to base camp. Everyone was filthy and exhausted. The pussycats plied them with food, but warned that they would have to cook for themselves the rest of the week, including breakfast. They and the 2 accompanying teachers gave a rundown of the week's activities while the students ate. The purpose of the camp was to practice and train their quirks without putting other students at risk. It also served to keep them sharp with extra training after the 𝐬𝐻𝐻 and 𝐻𝐸 attacks. The school wanted to take no chances in ensuring the first years could defend themselves. After eating, Izuku jumped up to help clear away the dishes. The pussycats looked startled, but pleased at him taking initiative. Ida, Kirishima, and Sue quickly followed, everyone else opting to wipe down the tables or rest. In the kitchen, Izuku spotted a grumpy-looking child eating by himself. Unable to help himself, he stepped over to introduce himself. "Hello, my name's Izuku Midoriya. What's yours?" The question went ignored, though a slant of the kid's eyes said he heard him. The cloud of disapproval was almost palpable. But, much like when he was younger and facing an upset 𝐾𝐻, he pressed further. "Do you want to be a hero when you grow up?" That got an immediate reaction. Not expecting it, Izuku watched in near slow motion as the kid kicked out a foot towards his crotch. It hurt. A lot. Not in the focusing way either. Blinking away tears of pain, he stared after the boy as he hopped up and ran out of the room. Ida and Kirishima rushed to help Izuku up, cringing in sympathy. Before showing them to their sleeping arrangements, they were pointed to a small line of outhouses and outdoor showers. The showers were separated by sturdy dividers and curtains, but had no hot water with which to enjoy the relative privacy. The adults milled around chatting with each other, while the students rinsed off and changed into their bedclothes. Izuku noticed Aizawa, keeping a firm eye on the stalls occupied by Mineta and Kaminari. The students were divided into 4 cabins by gender. Both classes were heavier in male students, so the girls ended up sharing one cabin while the boys spread out. Winning a game of rock, paper, scissors, Izuku managed to avoid bunking with Nido Monoma. Mineta was banished to sleep with Monoma and his 1B friends after Kaminari pointed out he snored. That led to further division as the light sleepers and introverts took over a cabin to themselves. Ida sacrificed himself to keep an eye on the extroverts. Izuku ended up in the quieter cabin along with Todoroki, Koda, Takoyami, Ojiro, Kaken, Shoji, and 3 boys from 1B. It was cramped, but less so than the other cabins after Katsuki threatened to kill anyone who disturbed his sleep. The downside was Izuku's bedroll ended up between Todoroki and Katsuki, as the other boys vied to sleep next to their friends and as far away from Kaken as possible. Sharing sleeping space with others made Izuku nervous, dearly hoping the exercise earlier would be enough to make him sleep soundly. It wasn't that he got loud with nightmares. He'd trained himself to break down quietly to not alert his mother. Rather, he had a tendency to move around a lot. He'd broken a lamp and 2 alarm clocks due to thrashing. Aizawa stopped in briefly after they got organized and settled to warn about curfew. The remedial students had permission to be out until 2 a.m. starting the next day, due to their lessons lasting that long. But for safety, everyone else was only allowed to visit the outhouses after midnight. The news didn't really impact their cabin, but they could hear cries of dismay from the other buildings after the teacher left. Everyone ready for lights out. After receiving mostly agreement, Ojiro used his tail to flick off the light switch. Some quiet murmurs broke the silence, but they quickly petered out as exhaustion caught up. Izuku laid there for an indeterminate amount of time listening to the night noises outside. Eventually, he found himself drifting off, lulled by the rhythmic breathing and soft snores of his classmates. Izuku woke up confused and unable to move. A moment of panic gripped him before he registered a warm weight draped over his stomach and half his chest. Blinking sleep from his eyes, he squinted down to see a head of white and red hair tucked under his chin. It was comforting and Izuku didn't mind. Though, he delicately tried to remove the clingy boy without waking him to help him save face. A glance at a window told him dawn was about to break. Knowing Aizawa, that would be their wake-up call. He managed to disentangle Todoroki's arm and gently roll him back towards his own sleeping bag. He let out a relieved sigh at not waking the other boy and sat up. Everyone else appeared to be sound asleep still. Getting to his feet, Izuku got dressed as quietly as possible before sneaking out of the cabin. He used an outhouse, brushed his teeth at some outdoor sinks, and found a clear spot of ground to begin stretching. Not knowing if curfew was still in effect, he opted to stay inside of the main building while doing warm-up exercises. He suspected training was going to be brutal and wanted to be prepared. After a little while, he became aware of the smell of coffee and took a break to peer at the main building. Tiger stood leaning against the porch railing, watching him with a steaming cup in hand. The man noticed him looking and grinned, motioning him over. "I'm impressed anyone but me and Shota is up this early." Izuku ducked his head and shrugged as he climbed the stairs to join him. "I have insomnia." And some of the others who claimed they don't snore lied. The man let out a sympathetic chuckle and gestured for Izuku to follow him inside. The man was intimidating, but seemed friendly enough. "Take a break and have some coffee. You'll need the boost later." They entered the kitchen and Tiger got out a cup for him. Aizawa was nursing a mug of his own and looked surprised to see Izuku, but he didn't comment. The 3 of them sat in companionable silence until the other members of the Wild Pussycats and a couple more students wandered in. Ragdoll pointed wordlessly at the pantry until the early students took the hint to begin breakfast. Izuku wasn't much of a cook, but he made himself useful pulling out the necessary amount of plates and utensils. Meanwhile, Takoyami and Ibara Shiozaki fetched ingredients for basic Western-style pancakes, eggs, and sausage. Peering into the pantry, Izuku also grabbed some fruit to cut up while the other 2 cooked. The adults quietly discussed the day's plans as they were slowly revived by tea and coffee. It sounded like it would be individual quirk training for the students. Izuku looked forward to it, wanting to test the new limits he had found with One for All. A few more students trickled in and took over cooking, while Izuku, Takoyami, and Shiozaki served breakfast to the teachers and themselves. After eating, Aizawa disappeared, and a few minutes later, there was a flood of disheveled students. Some looked grumpy, others dismayed, as they claimed places at the tables or took over in the kitchen, so the cooks could rest and eat. Whatever had been done to wake them, Izuku was glad he missed it as he caught a glimpse of their teacher looking smug as he followed the stragglers in. With everyone present, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 stood up to address the students. She gave a brief overview of Pussycat's quirks and outlined how Ragdoll would be monitoring their progress throughout the day, while 𝐻𝐻𝐿 would relay information to those who needed it. After everyone was done eating and everything was cleaned up, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 began telepathically giving out assignments. Rather than receive a message from the telepath, Tiger approached Izuku with a toothy grin. "You're with me today, Midoriya." Unease clenched his stomach, but he answered the challenge with a grin of his own. As predicted, Tiger beat him to within an inch of his life. Yet it was one of the best training sessions he had ever had. The man pressed for Izuku to stress one for all while evading and defending against his attacks. It took all of the Greenette's concentration and speed to go against Tiger, and it still wasn't entirely enough. It was frustrating, and the man was a terrifying drill sergeant during training, but the challenge was exactly what he needed. They took a break for lunch, and Izuku collapsed to the ground while chugging water. Tiger laughed and sat down next to him, offering him a sandwich from a small bag of supplies. Izuku nibbled on it, staring into space with a thoughtful expression. His brain was hard at work going over Tiger's patterns and techniques. "You look like Ragdoll does when she's analyzing something." Izuku startled at the interruption and blushed. For a moment he'd forgotten he had company. He resumed munching on the food, mindful that the break only lasted a half hour. "I was just thinking of how to at least get a hit on you." The man laughed and clapped him on the shoulder. "Keep pushing yourself until you finally reach plus ultra." Izuku polished off the snack before climbing to his feet. He still had 15 minutes, but he opted to perform some stretches to limber up and ease some of the aches and pains. His body felt like one big bruise. If he stayed idle too long, the muscles would lock up. At the end of the day, everyone looked just as worn out as Izuku felt. A few of the students who hadn't pitched in with breakfast banded together to make curry. It was a little bland but settled in his stomach happily. After the meal, he glanced around and realized someone was missing. "Pixie-san, where is Koda?" The woman glanced up with a frown. "Probably at his secret hideout. It's just up the mountain following the main trail. He'll wander back after some alone time." Unable to help himself, Izuku put together a bowl of the curry and ventured out. The kid was obviously unhappy to be at the camp, and the Greenette couldn't stop the desire to try helping. Of course, offering the kid food didn't do much good, but at least he didn't try kicking Izuku again. He could count that as a victory. They had a couple hours of leisure time before curfew. Some students eagerly ventured in search of bath springs the Pussycats mentioned. Others scrambled around building a traditional fire pit, apparently wanting the camping part of the training camp. The baths won out for Izuku. The walk up to Koda's brooding spot had helped, but some of his muscles were trying to seize up. It seemed like he had barely dipped a toe into the water when trouble started. The other boys were talking quietly amongst themselves. Izuku picked up the sounds of the girls on the other side of the privacy divider. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 noticed as well, drifting closer to the wall. A frown tugged at the Greenette's lips, and he found himself tensing despite the soothing water. When the short boy only loitered, Izuku relaxed and closed his eyes. 𝐻𝐻𝐿, no! Kaminari's cry of dismay had Izuku lunging for the wall on instinct, trying to grab the pervert. Others tried as well, but he was too quick scaling the divider. A shocked gasp escaped when Izuku got splashed with icy water from above. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 took the brunt of it and plummeted back into the hot spring. Izuku looked up to see Koda with an upturned bucket. "Some heroes you are," the kid muttered darkly. Izuku's heart stopped when the child turned and lost his footing. Ida reached the spot in time to catch him, but Koda's arm and head had clipped the wall on his way down. He was passed out, but still breathing. Izuku sprang out of the water and wrapped a towel around his waist before holding his arms out to Ida. "I'll take him to Mandalay-san. You deal with 𝐬𝐿. The other boys were already berating and scolding the perverted troublemaker, but Ida was class president. Rushing to the pussycat's office, he juggled the limp child to knock urgently on the door. Mandalay opened it and looked alarmed, waving him in. "What happened?" She rushed around for supplies while Izuku laid Koda down on a clear desk. Izuku explained the incident, bowing low in apology. "It was inexcusable for Koda to get hurt because of one of us. I'll inform Aizawa-sensei as soon as he's free." The woman waved him off. "I'll tell him. You should focus on getting some rest before tomorrow. There's no lasting harm done. Koda's just sleeping now." Hesitating a moment, Izuku couldn't help prying. "He seems to really not like heroes." Mandalay gave a tired smile. "You're a meddler, huh?" Izuku spluttered in embarrassment at being called out, but the hero giggled and waved for him to have a seat. His parents were pro-heroes, the Waterhorse duo. They were killed by a villain named Muscular 3 years ago. He was too young to understand, so in his mind they abandoned him. Now he doesn't trust heroes. Izuku dimly remembered the headlines. The scene had been horrific, according to reports. Sympathy tugged heavy in his stomach. Most of the news stories sensationalized it as a tragedy while praising the dead couple's bravery. He couldn't blame Koda for being resentful. The two chatted for a little bit longer before Mandalay shoo-ed him towards the door. Izuku made his way back to the bath locker room to change, and then headed off to find Ida. Most of the students had gravitated towards the fire by now. Izuku approached just in time to see Ida forcing 𝐬𝐿 to bow to the girls. The grape-headed boy apologized to them, but his tone was contrary. "Mandalay-san is going to tell Aizawa-sensei." That finally made the pervert go pale. Everyone looked satisfied with the news. Things settled down quickly after that. Someone B students produced the ingredients for s'mores, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. The two classes merged comfortably together without the sports festival rivalries hanging over them. Monoma was still obnoxious, but his friend Kendo kept him in line. Despite the curfew being midnight, exhausted students started trickling back to the cabins early. Izuku was the last, aside from Todoroki, who stayed to put out the fire. They sat in companionable silence, watching the embers pop and crackle, until a mental message from Mandalay warned that it was time for bed. They parted ways at the outhouses to perform their nightly rituals before meeting at the sinks again to brush their teeth. After rinsing his mouth, Todoroki glanced at Izuku. "You would have been an amazing class rep." The compliment caught Izuku off guard. He blushed and ducked his head, turning to lead the way to their cabin. "Ida is better at enforcing rules and keeping everyone in line." Recalling Mandalay's words, he chuckled. "I just like sticking my nose in other people's business." Todoroki looked amused, not refuting the claim. Further discussion was halted when they spotted Katsuki emerging from the woods behind the cabins. The blonde paused to stare at them before disappearing into their building. A few moments later, a bruised and singed 𝐬𝐿 crawled out of the shrubs. Izuku and Todoroki exchanged a look before following 𝐀𝐦. Neither mentioned the incident as they joined the explosive boy in getting changed for bed. The faint smell of smoke clinging to Katsuki triggered some nostalgia in Izuku. When they were little, they used to camp out in Izuku's living room. The blonde would entertain them with sparks and small pops until one or the other of them dozed off. Once, they accidentally set a couch cushion on fire. They put it out quick enough and flipped the cushion over to hide the scorch marks from 𝐬𝐿. "What are you smiling at, nerd?" 𝐀𝐦's grumble broke him from the reverie, and he realized he'd been staring. In the darkness, Izuku could just make out his frown. He fussed with his pillow to distract himself. After a moment, he couldn't help but whisper honestly, just remembering Mom's reaction when she found the burned spot on the couch. The blonde scoffed, but Izuku saw his lips twitch. Izuku continued, "I told her a villain snuck in while we were asleep, but you chased them off." Instead of getting mad, She made celebratory omelettes for breakfast. Katsuki's voice was soft and almost fond. Warmth blossomed in Izuku's chest, happy to be talking without violence coloring the tone. Not wanting to break the hushed truce, Izuku laid down and bundled into his sleeping bag. "Good night, Kaken." "Night, Deku." The words were so soft Izuku wondered if he hallucinated them as he drifted off. He awoke just before sunrise again, Todoroki nestled against him. Izuku imagined the boy's mortification if anyone saw him snuggling and smiled. Everything ached, but he felt well rested for once. Apparently, the two-tone boy helped stave off bad dreams. As with the previous morning, Izuku snuck out to do morning stretches. This time Tiger was waiting with 2 coffees when he finished. They sipped the drinks in companionable silence, until curiosity got the best of him. "Tiger-san, why do you wear a tutu like the girls?" The man slanted a look at him before chuckling. "Clothes don't make the man. That and I never bothered to update my costume after I fully transitioned." Izuku tilted his head at the unfamiliar term. After a drink, Tiger explained, "I'm transgender. I was born with lady parts, but never felt right in my own skin. A couple years ago, I got it corrected in Thailand." Izuku formed an O with his mouth, contemplating the information. It didn't change anything. Tiger would still beat the stuffing out of him later. It increased his respect for the man. He didn't know a whole lot about the topic, but he knew it wasn't easy for people like Tiger. "Thank you for telling me. It's not a secret, so don't worry about it. Now come on, time to eat. I expect to see your plus ultra today." As predicted, Izuku was pushed past his limit. He strained his muscles trying to keep up with Tiger, but the man urged him to ignore the pain. Not that Izuku needed to be told to do so. Near the end of the day, he managed to get a couple hits in. The tangible progress upped his mood as he limped into the dining hall. After eating, all the non-remedial students were herded towards the fire pit. Izuku felt excited as the Pussycats presented a new, fun challenge. They would walk down a looping trail in pairs, while classmates tried to intimidate and scare them with their quirks. The pair had to find their names at the midway point and return to camp with the slips of paper. Each pair would be released in 5-minute intervals to prevent teaming up. Izuku found himself paired with Ida. They smiled at each other before setting off once they received the signal. A ways ahead of them, they heard Aoyama scream and shared a chuckle. Izuku was eager to see 1B get creative since they all had cool quirks. A few minutes into the game, an explosion rocked the forest in the distance. Screams erupted from the hidden students, and some broke cover to rush back towards camp. Further down the trail was alarmingly quiet. Pink mist crept through the underbrush ahead, obscuring their view. The 2 boys rushed to help evacuate who they could as 𝗛𝗏 put out an order to return to camp. Villains were attacking. Izuku was reluctant to leave his classmates, but they couldn't risk going into the fog without knowing what it did. He and Ida kept pace with the stragglers to protect them. When they reached the main building, he did a frantic head count. So many were missing. He noticed one absence keenly and rushed up to 𝗛𝗏. "Where's Koda?" She looked overwhelmed as she organized the students. "He went to his hideout earlier." Worry made her frantic as she checked for injuries. "I'll go get him." She looked torn before giving a firm nod. "Come right back." Turning on his heel, Izuku activated One for All to get a speed boost as he sprinted up the trail. Using the same tactic as his fights with Gran Torino and All Might, he pushed himself to gain momentum by bouncing off the trees. There was no time to risk getting caught by a villain when Koda might be in trouble. A high-pitched cry reached his ears as he neared Koda's sanctuary. He adjusted course towards the cliff and aimed at a hulking man towering over the child. He was nothing but a green blur when he delivered a Detroit smash to the back of the man's head. Any normal person would be unconscious or dead, but the villain just stumbled and whirled around to deliver a punch to Izuku's face. The man was deceptively fast for his size, but not faster than Tiger. Izuku got a few more hits, and while maneuvering to stand in front of 𝐻𝐻𝐬. The villain paused to stretch his neck, as if the fight had just been a warm-up. "You're pretty good, kid. I see why Shigaraki wants you in Bakugo. But right now you're in my way. I was going to play nice, but he'll just have to be happy with one brat." The villain rushed him, and Izuku struck out with a kick, only to watch in horror as the muscles in his stomach rippled and grew. "𝐻𝐻𝐬, run!" The greenette couldn't put his all into stopping the villain if he was worrying about friendly fire. He listened for retreating footsteps before he launched into another series of attacks. Speed was his only advantage against Muscular, as the man's muscles writhed in grotesque motions to shield himself from blows. Izuku picked up a pattern to the villain's defenses. For all the bulging and added mass, his feet, hands, and upper face stayed unchanged. The muscles could only cover so much area at once, and only where muscles were naturally strongest. He feigned high before dropping low to blast air pressure at the villain's feet. The man stumbled but stayed standing. Desperation pounded in Izuku's chest as he tried again. The villain launched himself over the attack and caught Izuku around the throat. A victorious smirk was directed at him as his airway was slowly pinched off. In a last-ditch effort, Izuku unleashed one for all and lashed out at the man's eyes. Izuku felt bone and cartilage give way, and the man dropped him with a howl. The world flashed white as Izuku landed on his shattered arm. A vicious kick sent him rolling towards the cliff edge, and he scrambled to his feet with his heart in his throat. Blood was dripping down the villain's face from a broken nose and empty eye socket. The pain seemed to make him go berserk, but he was uncoordinated as he barreled towards Izuku. Pushing down his own pain, Izuku lunged to the side and extended his leg out to trip the man. He let out an enraged bellow that cut off abruptly. Izuku crawled towards the edge to look down. The man laid below with his head bent at an unnatural angle, unmoving. Bile rose in the back of his throat at the sight, but he fought it down when 𝐻𝐻𝐬 cried out behind him. Gritting his teeth in a parody of a grin, he climbed to his feet and caught the child with his good arm before the boy could see the corpse. "We need to get to Mandalay now." 𝐻𝐻𝐬 nodded, hiccuping and suppressing tears. Izuku hoisted him up to cling to his back before launching off the cliff face. Adrenaline and endorphins gave him a boost, though he had to slow down as they entered the forest, mindful of the child on his back. He almost ran headfirst into Aizawa, and Izuku felt like crying in relief. "They're after Katsuki. I need to get to Mandalay-san." Aizawa took in his appearance before reaching out to transfer 𝐻𝐻𝐬 to his own arms. "Tell her I authorize all students to use quirks to defend themselves. You're faster than me." Izuku nodded firmly before taking off. He left out the part about them wanting Izuku as well. The teacher would never let him go if he knew. Dodging through the trees, he skirted a battle between Tiger and a buff woman before breaking away into the clearing that housed HQ. Mandalay stood on the porch and ran down to meet him. "Where's 𝐻𝐻𝐬? Is he safe?" Izuku nodded, panting to catch his breath. "Aizawa authorizes the students to fight with quirks. You also need to tell Katsuki to get here right now. The villains are after him. I'm going to help the others trapped in the forest." He ran off before she could protest, heading for the loop where the most students had been. He spotted Yaoyorozu up ahead, her clothing distinct despite the gas mask she wore. She was hauling 3 students on a sled who looked to be asleep. A happy cry left her as he approached, though she quickly got to work creating a mask for him too. "Pink gas knocks you out. Dark shadow is rampaging due east. Shoji is trying to lead him to Bakugo and Todoroki. They're fighting a villain." The girl sounded exhausted as she updated him. He pulled the mask on and pointed her down the trail. "You heard Mandalay-san, right? Get them to safety. I'll try to lead the others back. They'll need more first aid supplies." "Got it. Be safe, Midoriya." They parted ways, Izuku heading east through the fog. He heard a fight break out where the fog was densest, but didn't trust visibility enough to interfere. He heard dark shadow before he saw the trail of destruction left in his wake. The shadow bird let out a deafening roar that made Izuku's blood run cold. He followed the sound to the edge of a clearing in time to see the spirit suffocate a villain into unconsciousness. Todoroki, Katsuki, and Shoji watched helplessly as their friend turned on them. Izuku shouted a warning, "Light him up." The other boys startled but jumped at the order, Shoji distracting Tokoyami while Todoroki and Kaken activated their quirks. A few blasts of firelight made the spirit retreat with a whimper, leaving Tokoyami unconscious. Shoji gathered him up, while Todoroki encased the villain in ice, not taking any chances. Izuku shifted with nervous energy, removing the gas mask and giving it to Shoji. "Take him back to camp, that way. Don't breathe the fog or it'll put you to sleep." Izuku pointed in the direction he came from. "We'll have to go around. I thought I heard Uraraka on my way here. We'll try to find her on the way back." No one argued, not even Kaken, who usually balked at taking orders. Izuku remembered a rough layout of the reserve and led the other two boys in a circuitous route through the trees. Eventually the sound of maniacal laughter drew them to find Ochako and Sue fighting against a knife-wielding girl. The girl was running at a downed Ochako, and Izuku acted on instinct, throwing himself between them. Burning pain lanced down his back as the blade slashed between his shoulders. Katsuki blasted her away and stood guard while Todoroki threw out an ice lance. The girl screamed as it grazed her before she retreated through the trees, realizing she was outnumbered. The students paused to catch their breaths and assess injuries. Izuku felt blood oozing down his back, but shrugged away Tsu's concern when she noticed it. "Yaoyorozu is helping with medical supplies back at camp. I'll get checked out then." As they rushed through the woods, Izuku realized the mist was gone. He gestured for them to take the shortcut. Camp was in view when Kaken snarled in alarm. They whipped around in time to see him disappear into marble that leapt into the outstretched hand of a floating villain. Izuku dodged one that was thrown at him, and it bounced harmlessly off a tree. Tsuyu tried wrapping the villain in her tongue, but he was too fast, dodging out of the way and evading Todoroki's ice. He floated above the trees, and Izuku heard him talk to someone. "Bakugo was easy. Midoriya is putting up a fight, right? I'll be there in a jiffy." Izuku's heart stopped when the man turned to fly off. Thinking quickly, he turned to the frog girl. "Throw me, Ochako, make me lighter." They rushed to comply, Uraraka touching his good arm before Tsu wrapped him in her tongue and jumped to the top of a tree to aim. Nausea jostled his stomach as she whipped him forward and let go. The villain had gotten further than expected, but without the drag of gravity Izuku was faster. Full cowl crackled over his skin, and he used air pressure from kicks to fine-tune his course. The force of impact rattled his bones, and as he slammed into the man's back, surprise made him plummet towards the ground. Tsu must have been watching his progress because he felt gravity return, catching the villain further off guard. Izuku clung to his back and braced as they crashed into trees. He felt bones crunch under him when they hit the ground. A marble flew from the man's mouth and expanded into a dazed Katsuki. Before Izuku could recover, a black portal materialized behind Kaken and a pale hand snaked out to haul the boy backwards. An anguished cry left Izuku, and before he registered his own actions, he kicked off the ground and barreled towards the shrinking portal. The world went dark and cold for a moment before he tumbled out the other side. Disoriented, he lashed out with his good hand when someone grabbed him in a harsh grip. One for all still active. Agony lanced up his arm when the punch landed. Someone howled in pain, and the villain released him, clutching his own arm. An explosion went off as Kaken recovered enough to fight back. Izuku looked up in time to see Shigaraki grab the boy by the hair. Both students froze. Shigaraki let out an amused laugh as he dragged Kaken to a chair and forced him to sit. The armrests housed metal mittens, and when Shigaraki adjusted his hold to press 4 fingers to Kaken's skin, the boy was forced to insert his hands. Someone roughly grabbed Izuku's right arm from behind, making him cry out in agony as he was pulled over to a second chair and forced into it. You know, Midoriya, I should be furious that you killed 2 of my party members. But I'm just impressed how ruthless you are. Shigaraki's tone was conversational as he strapped Katsuki into place. A lizard-like man tied Izuku down, pulling the ropes tight over his arms and causing tears of pain to gather in his eyes. He blinked rapidly to try keeping them at bay, not wanting to show more weakness. Magni, get 𝗵𝗲 some attention. Izuku looked over to see a patchwork man on the floor, cradling a bleeding arm against his chest. When the muscular woman helped him up, Izuku could see bones sticking out where the grenette had struck him. He felt nauseous at the sight, but also coldly satisfied. The villains ignored the captives for a couple hours as they regrouped and recovered from injuries. The psychotic girl he'd saved Ochako from kept leering at him with a creepy smile while fidgeting with a knife. When Magni returned, Izuku heard her comment to Shigaraki that the patchwork man had to be treated by the scientist and would be out of commission for a few days. That sent the man into a tantrum, kicking a bar stool and sending it across the room. The villain did not look happy as he stormed over to Izuku and got in his face. You break what's mine, I break what's yours. Eyes widened as Shigaraki's hand descended towards his. He struggled in vain against the restraints as the villain put all 5 fingers on Izuku's left ring and middle fingers. A scream tore from his throat as agony erupted through his hand. The grenette watched in numb horror as his fingers petrified and started to crumble. Eventually all that was left was bleeding stumps. Blood rushed in his ears and shudders racked his body. A slap jarred him out of slipping into shock. Izuku wondered hysterically if his cheek would disintegrate too. I thought we had an understanding, but clearly not. Even if you won't join us, we can use you to get to All Might. The man turned his attention to Kaken and Izuku felt relieved. Blackness started creeping into his vision, and Shigaraki's voice sounded tinny and muffled as he launched into a recruitment speech to the blonde. Before he could hear Katsuki's reply, he lost consciousness. Magni-san. Izuku adjusted his weight against his restraints and focused his gaze to the floor. His voice grated from thirst, coming out hoarse and weak. The villain grunted with irritation, barely sparing a look at the captive student. What, kid? This will sound suspicious, but I promise it's not. Something in his tone made her glance up. Some of my wounds are still bleeding, and I'm feeling faint. The grenette knew he was pale, freckles standing out starkly against pasty skin. The skin around his finger nubs stood out with a sickly red tint. He could feel fresh wetness on his back every time he tried adjusting to relieve the numbness in his extremities. While conscious, he had tried focusing on the activity around him. Shigaraki didn't want them dead yet, and one of them ending up so would be bad for the one on watch. At the moment, it was just Magni. The others had left because Shigaraki's sensei had summoned them to a different location. He and Katsuki appeared to be in an abandoned bar. Setting her magnet aside, the villain spared a glance at the explosive blonde chained up across the room. The other boy looked sullen and closed off, directing a glare at the villain and Izuku alike. One of his eyes was swollen shut. Apparently, while Izuku was unconscious, Kaken had tried to escape. That was 2 or so days ago. Satisfied that the blonde didn't seem in on anything, Magni stood and made her way over to the smaller boy. Where from? Izuku's arms looked like they'd been through a meat grinder, but they and the stumps weren't bleeding anymore. There was a brief pause before the grenette reluctantly leaned forward, biting his lip with a hiss as the move put pressure on his arms. That he could move at all was impressive. Edging around his chair, she immediately saw what he was talking about. A deep cut between his shoulder blades oozed red, his back and the chair coated in it. Toga. Magni waved off further explanation, the name self-explanatory. The youngest member of their group was overly fond of her knives. We don't have any healers here, kid. But, after a bit of thought, she ripped a cushion off a dusty stool and pressed it to the wound, helping him sit back against it firmly. I'll see if 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 can pick something up." The grateful expression he shot her made her flush in embarrassment. Izuku's mother had once told him that if all else fails, kill people with kindness. Bile rose in his throat at being nice to the villain, but he had nothing else to fall back on. The first day he had held on to anger, but now he was just tired. True to her word, she turned her back and pulled out her phone to make the call. As she relayed a list of first aid items to her colleague, he caught Katsuki's grimace of disgust. It made his heart hurt too. Just one more thing among many. A short time later, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 walked in with an armload of groceries. He was muttering to himself. Izuku had observed that he wasn't the most mentally sound and wondered if he was having a breakdown. "You got everything?" "Of course. What do you take me for?" Ignoring him, she grabbed the bags and sorted through them. Iodine, needles, cotton thread, bandages, and even some hydration, pain, and iron tablets she hadn't asked for. Izuku desperately hoped that meant he'd get water. Taking the haul over to the pale teen, Magni considered him for a long moment. "If you try anything, I'll break your legs too." The threat was only met by a glassy stare as Izuku panted lightly from pain. Heaving a sigh, Magni gestured for 𝐻𝐻𝐻 to help untie the greenette, easing him forward once he was free to get a better look at his back. It took some awkward adjusting since he couldn't use his arms, and he ended up partially in 𝐻𝐻𝐻's lap. "Hey, kiddo, take these. It's poison." 𝐻𝐻𝐻 almost sounded gentle as he popped open the various bottles and snagged a partially full glass of liquor from the bar. Magni scoffed at that, not bothering to wait before she ripped more of the shirt out of the way and prepped the needle and thread. The liquor turned into fire in his parched throat, and he gagged and coughed after swallowing. As it settled, some of the pain dulled. He could still feel the needle pierce his skin, and he fought not to cringe away from the sensation. The wound was deeper than he thought, almost to the bone. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 kept Izuku steady throughout the process. Discomfort rolled through him when the guy started petting his matted curls and making soothing noises. Izuku bit the inside of his cheek to stay still and quiet, staring over 𝐻𝐻𝐻's shoulder at his classmate. The blonde was staring back with a weird expression. Izuku winked. Or at least he hoped he did. Since Magni didn't bother to be gentle or precise, stitching up the greenette only took a few minutes. She adjusted back and briefly contemplated the iodine and bandages, but scoffed and shoved them aside. Clearly Izuku wouldn't be getting the royal treatment. "Thank you, Magni-san." The words were quiet but filled with gratitude. Rubbing the back of her neck, she made a non-committal noise in the back of her throat. "Twice, get him tied up again. If Shigaraki sees this, he's gonna lose it. I'm gonna wash my hands and check in." Not leaving room for disagreement, she turned and marched through an archway that seemed to lead to the bathrooms and manager's office. "𝐻𝐻𝐻-san." The man's shoulder gave a violent twitch under Izuku's cheek. "Yes, shut up." After seeing the odd man's interactions with the other villains, Izuku was only mildly put off by the contradictory speech. "Can I please have more to drink?" The alcohol had stung going down, but left him feeling numb and a bit more alert. Not that he'd get any more if things played out like he hoped. It chafed to be polite to his and Katsuki's captors, the people who had assaulted and tried killing his friends and teachers, the people who had destroyed 2 of his fingers and hurt 𝐻𝐻𝐻. Still, he figured it would throw them off, and it had worked. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 seemed to have an argument with himself before adjusting, easing Izuku back into the chair. During the movement, Izuku nudged the glass with a foot where it sat on the floor and spilled what was left. Biting his lip, he cringed. "Sorry." "No worries, kid. Wasteful brat." Distracted, the odd villain made sure he wasn't going to tip over before snagging the glass and standing up to refill it from the bar. In the hallway, footsteps sounded, but then faded, presumably Magni going about her business. Across the room, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 watched Izuku with a strange expression, though the view was blocked as 𝐻𝐻𝐻 came back around with a full glass of liquor. As the villain leaned in to hold the glass to Izuku's lips, Green lighting crackled to life over his skin, and he lunged forward, forehead connecting solidly with Twice's temple at 10% power. Izuku wouldn't risk any more, not wanting to cave in his own skull. The attack caught the villain off guard, and he crumbled to the ground without a sound. The glass spilled down Izuku's front and rolled to the floor, thankfully not shattering but making a brief racket. Springing from the chair, Izuku rushed over to Katsuki and aimed a careful kick to one of the arm rests. It splintered enough for 𝐀𝐦 to wrench his arm free, and he aimed a small blast at the other. Izuku's attention was hyper-focused between Twice and the door, dulled senses straining for any hint of detection. He startled violently when 𝐀𝐦 nudged him, gasping quietly in pain when it jostled his arms. The blonde looked almost concerned, but the expression melted quickly into a snarl. "Let's go, Deku." Not needing to be told again, Izuku let Katsuki lead the way cautiously, but swiftly towards the exit. The lack of resistance had him grinding his teeth nervously as they unlocked the outside door and broke into a run down the deserted street. They made a beeline towards the faint sounds of nightlife. Izuku's heart pounded in his chest the closer they got, half expecting the League of Villains to tackle them at any moment. He nearly broke into sobs of relief when a long line of people came into view, likely for a nightclub. Several people looked over and let out exclamations of alarm at their battered and bloody appearance, some rushing over to meet them. "Are you all right? Oh my God, you're those students. Call the police." In a matter of seconds, they were surrounded by a crowd. The buffer caused a wave of relief to crash over Izuku. The adrenaline that fueled him ebbed away, and he became aware that he was shaking. Without even noticing how, he found himself leaning against 𝐀𝐦. The blonde was tense and Izuku couldn't muster the strength to look at his face. While offering no comfort, the blonde didn't shove him away either. As police sirens approached from the distance, his vision wavered and slowly started to fade with his consciousness. Zazen panic gripped him, and he thrashed against remembered restraints. Terror choked him when his body refused to respond. Had they been recaptured? Muffled voices penetrated the darkness and hands pushed down on his chest. Desperate sobs left him as he tried to pry open his eyes, but couldn't. A cold sensation rushed up his right arm and spread rapidly to the rest of his body, numbing him and forcing him back into unconsciousness. 𝐀𝐦. He became aware of his own slurred voice. His eyes felt gritty and sore as he forced them open, cringing and blinking rapidly as fluorescent light assaulted his nerves. Panic threatened once again when he couldn't move his arms, until a familiar, scruffy face entered his line of sight. "Midoriya, calm down. You're safe." A quiet sob escaped as he gazed into dark, bloodshot eyes. "Aizawa-sensei." The stern teacher looked relieved, awkwardly patting Izuku's shoulder. "I'll call a nurse and your mother." "Where's 𝐀𝐦?" "He's safe, too. He was discharged and sent home yesterday." Aizawa turned to leave. "And no, he's not safe there." The desperate words spilled out before Izuku could filter them. The man's head snapped around, and he stared at him with a strange expression, slowly turning to give him his full attention. "What do you mean?" Tears burned as they welled up and spilled over. Izuku couldn't look him in the eyes, staring at the Roman 4 sticking out of the back of his right hand. "Midoriya," Izuku cut him off softly. "His parents hurt him." The words took a moment to sink in, Aizawa's expression going from blank to something dark and inscrutable. Izuku shrank back against the pillows, dread coiling in his chest. The emotion tightened until he found himself gasping for breath. A monitor started beeping as his heart raced. A firm hand pressed against his chest, another wrapped around his shoulders, and past the ringing in his ears he could make out his teacher's voice. He couldn't tell what he was saying, but the cadence caught his attention and he focused on it, struggling to get his breathing to match. As he calmed down, the pressure in his ears abated. Aizawa was counting in slow patterns of 5, trying to lead Izuku's breathing back to normal. A nurse rushed in, drawn by the noise from the heart monitor. The man smiled at Aizawa, nodding in approval before making his way around to the other side of the bed. Midoriya, I'm Nurse Y. Are you in pain at all? It took a moment, but eventually Izuku shook his head. His body felt pleasantly numb past the panic attack. Aizawa removed his hands and stepped back. Izuku lamented the loss of the comforting weight and warmth. The teacher stared at him for a moment, neutral expression back in place. We'll talk more later. I'll let your mother know you're awake on my way out. Izuku nodded again, gaze trained on the floor. Once he left, the nurse started taking his vitals, filling the silence after a minute or two. The doctors have healed your arms as best they can. You'll have to wear a sling for a few days on your right arm. Your primary doctor needs to talk to you. I'll page her once your mother gets back. She went to the cafeteria. We might want to keep you one more day, now that you're awake. But I think you'll be able to go home if everything comes back normal today. We just want to monitor you and make sure everything's okay. Izuku nodded quietly at the information. Dread still filled him at betraying Katsuki's secret, and he mostly wanted to be left alone for a while. He resigned himself to being surrounded for another day or two. The thought of seeing his mother was both comforting and stressful. She would cry and fuss at him, and he knew he'd have a fight on his hands getting her to let him return to the Hero Academy. To distract himself from the spiraling thoughts, he took stock of his injuries. His left hand was covered in a bulky bandage, his intact fingers poking out. The arm was wrapped in tight bandages, but he could move it without too much trouble. A hard cast encased his right arm, though his hand was bare, letting an Roman 4 poke out of the vein on the back of it. The fingers looked warped and bruised. He tried moving them, but they barely twitched. When he adjusted his weight, stitches on his back pulled, and he felt thick padding cushioning over it. His legs were stiff from disuse, but he could move them without trouble. When his mother returned, she burst into tears and rushed to his side, wringing her hands to keep from trying to hug him. He tried comforting her with platitudes, but they didn't help. She kept up a stream of worried chatter that he responded to half-heartedly. It was a relief when a woman in a white lab coat strode in. It's wonderful to see you awake. I'm Dr. Ito. I've been overseeing your care. Can you remember how you got here? Izuku haltingly relayed his foggy memories of escaping the League of Villains. It all felt distant, like it happened a lifetime ago. His recollection failed after he and Katsuki left the bar, but the doctor nodded, looking satisfied. That's good, no memory lost. What I'm most concerned about is your arms, though. She leaned a hip against the guardrail of the bed, giving him a sympathetic stare. Your mother tells us your quirk is super strength, and that it developed at a late age. The injuries of your arms indicate you don't have full control of it, which is understandable. Our surgeons had a tough time repairing the damage, since old fractures left the bones in rough shape. A sinking feeling settled in the pit of his stomach. He suspected he wouldn't like her next words. He was right. If you damage them any more, you could lose use of them. As it stands, the fingers on your right hand will be permanently disfigured. You should regain locomotion in them, enough for writing and gripping things. But you may have difficulty with small objects and individual joint movements. Closing his eyes tightly, Izuku let out a shaky breath. Recovery Girl had told him similar after the sports festival, but it was still a disturbing blow. He'd had no choice but to defend himself in Coda against Muscular when most of the damage happened. Next to the bed, his mom let out a sob. Izuku, honey, I'm pulling you out of you. Ice raced up his spine, and he jolted forward. No, you can't. I can get better support gear, and I used my legs to escape. I can train more with that. He left out the fact he also used his head, suspecting it wouldn't help the situation. If I leave you, I'll never forgive myself. You, Hung-un said. It's all I've ever dreamed of, and the only way I'll become a hero. The doctor shuffled uncomfortably, no doubt feeling awkward at witnessing the private discussion. Please don't stress yourself, but I'll leave you two to talk. I'd like one of our specialists to scan you once more, but then I see no reason to keep you. Our primary concern was possible head injuries, since your friend indicated that you passed out. We'll just want you to urinate and successfully walk around a bit before you leave, to make sure everything is working." With that, she exited the room, leaving the two Midoriyas in tense silence. Several minutes passed before 𝐀𝐦 let out a watery sigh. "We'll talk more about this when we get home. For now, I just want you safe and healthy." The silence grew less oppressive, Izuku relaxing back against the pillows. He felt guilty worrying his mother, but he refused to budge. He only hoped 𝐀𝐦 would see reason. His thoughts reluctantly returned to a different topic. "Where did Aizawa-sensei go? He wanted to talk to me." "Oh, he said he'd arrange a time to meet at home. I'll call him tomorrow, as long as you're feeling up to it." Izuku nodded, both relieved and anxious to put off the unavoidable discussion. A short while later, a new person came in, the specialist the doctor mentioned. The exam was over fast. The man simply held glowing hands over Izuku's head as he used his quirk to check him over. Izuku had to bite his lip to keep from questioning him about the technicalities of his ability. His repertoire of knowledge lacked information on support quirks. It wasn't long before he and his mother were boarding a train back to their neighborhood. The medication in his system left him wobbly and tired, but overall he felt fine. The second they got home, he slumped over on the couch, fast asleep. The next morning, as promised, Izuku's mother called Aizawa, inviting him over for lunch. The reminder of what was coming made him too queasy for breakfast. He waved off his mom's concern, claiming the medication was putting off his appetite. Feeling exceptionally grimy, he retreated to the bathroom for alone time and a quick wash. It was awkward, but he managed to rinse his hair in the sink and run a damp cloth over his exposed skin. Just before noon, Izuku was startled from dozing on the couch by a firm knock on the door. As 𝐀𝐦 greeted his teacher and led him into the room, Izuku struggled to his feet and bowed low. "Hello, sensei." The man looked even more haggard than he had in the hospital. No doubt and hero business was disturbing his rest. Aizawa nodded in return before taking a seat in one of the chairs across from the couch. Izuku followed his example and sat down with a faint wince. His mother fretted for a moment before bowing as well. "Thank you for taking care of my son, Aizawa-san. Would you like tea or coffee? Lunch is almost ready, Katsuden." "Coffee, please. With sugar and cream, if possible." They sat in silence until 𝐀𝐦 returned with a coffee for Aizawa and tea for Izuku. She hovered awkwardly for a moment. "I'll leave you two to talk." Clearly she wanted to speak with Aizawa as well, but she opted to give them privacy first. Izuku almost scalded himself with the tea as he took a gulp, trying to delay the inevitable. Aizawa saw through the effort and let out a tiny sigh. "Elaborate on what you told me yesterday." He used his teacher voice, tolerating no arguments. "Last year, before we came to you." Izuku clammed up for a moment, struggling to find his voice. When he finally did, it was hushed and reluctant. "We've known each other since before grade school. A couple years after he got his quirk, he changed and we grew apart. He started keeping to himself, and that's when he started getting angry. At everything. He even refused to shower with everyone after gym class. But," he trailed off, left hand gripping the fabric covering his knee tightly. Aizawa's expression stayed carefully blank, letting Izuku ramble. "In our last year of middle school, I saw him without a shirt. He was covered in bruises." His throat tightened with emotion. I tried talking to him, but he refused. And I didn't want to say anything without talking to him first, because I didn't want him to be taken away, to not get into you, because of me." Silence prevailed for several moments. Izuku shifted in place, uncomfortable under his teacher's scrutiny. Guilt made his eyes burn, but he fought off the tears, not wanting to humiliate himself in front of Aizawa again. Finally, as your teacher, I must scold you for keeping this to yourself. The well-being of my students is my responsibility, regardless of where the threat comes from. Your silence was damaging. We could have intervened to keep him safe and in school. Izuku flinched, nodding and biting his lip. As someone with personal familiarity with abuse, I understand why you did it. Taking action without consulting him would likely have been more harmful than good, given his personality. The information startled Izuku, and he peered up at Aizawa. The man took a drink of his coffee, letting Izuku compose himself before continuing. I will speak with Principal Nezu regarding this matter. We already have certain plans in the works after what happened at the training camp. They should align with removing Bakugo from his current situation without risking his education. He fixed a stern, serious stare on Izuku. Never keep something like this from me again. Further discussion was cut off by his mother poking her head in. Food's ready. Please stay and have some, Aizawa-san. I'd like to talk with you. The man frowned but nodded soon after. Izuku slowly climbed to his feet, waiting politely for his teacher to do the same before following his mother into the dining room. Food was already laid out next to 3 place settings on the table. The smell of his favorite dishes finally drew a grumble from his stomach. They ate in comfortable silence for the most part. Aizawa quietly complimented 𝐀𝐦's cooking and seemed to like the meal. It was odd seeing his teacher in a domestic setting, but enjoyable. Izuku finished most of his bowl before nausea slowed him down. Reluctantly, he stood and bowed. I need to take the medicine the doctor gave me. Please excuse me. He waited for his mom's agreement before making his way back into the living room. The small bag of prescriptions was partially under the coffee table, where he dropped them upon getting home. It took some struggling to open the caps one-handed, and with only 3 fingers. An anti-nausea tablet, since the doctor said it might be a problem, an antibiotic to ward off problems in his finger nubs, and a strong painkiller. He was reluctant to take the last, but swallowed it down with the remnants of his tepid tea. He felt that he deserved the pain, but his mother might count the pills and wonder why he wasn't taking them. Hooking the cup handles with 1 finger, he stood to return to the kitchen. He paused just out of view as his teacher's tired voice reached his ears. Saved 5 classmates and 1 civilian child. Koda would be dead if not for your son. It's not my place, but please consider allowing him to return. He is a problem child, but one day he will make a fine hero. Tears returned to Izuku's eyes. Aizawa was defending him to his mother, though he probably never intended his student to overhear. It left him feeling tingly and warm. Sniffling alerted him to his mother crying, and it gave him strength to quell his own again. He's a good boy. It's not safe. 𝐸 will be offering free mental health counseling to all involved students. He will also have access to free support gear for his arms. It hasn't been officially announced yet, but next term we will be boarding the heroics classes so we can protect them from retaliation by villains. A few moments went by before his mother sniffled again. I'll think about it. That's all we can ask. I need to go now. Next week someone will stop by for your official answer. Mild panic set in as the sound of chairs scooting back reached him. He didn't want to get caught eavesdropping on a conversation they might want private. Hoping his expression was more neutral than it felt, he entered the kitchen and sat the cups by the sink without looking at the adults. Midoriya. Aizawa waited for Izuku to look up before continuing. Call your friends so they'll stop bugging me for updates. That sent a rush of heat to his cheeks, and he nodded meekly. He could very well imagine some of his friends pestering their busy teacher. I'm sorry, sensei. I'll let them know I'm okay. With that, Aizawa excused himself and headed for the door. His mother followed to see him off, leaving Izuku to compose himself. The meeting went far better than he thought it would. He could only hope his mother listened to Aizawa's recommendations. The days passed uneventfully. His mother fussed at him and took care of him during the day. His bandages needed changed regularly and his wounds checked for infection. She often cried while she did it, making him feel worse, but he forced smiles for her benefit. At night, he often laid sleepless, unable to turn his mind off, and not wanting nightmares to disturb his mother. With his phone broken somewhere in the forest, he browsed through hero news on his computer to stay informed. The night of his and Katsuki's escape, pro-heroes and the police raided 2 League hideouts. One group was attacked by Namu, but came out victorious with only a few injured. The second group was led by All Might and encountered the head of the organization, All for One. The intense fight was captured on camera, and while All Might was victorious, his weaker form was revealed. The world now knew that Japan's #1 hero was ill. The next day, All Might announced his retirement. Watching the videos made Izuku's heart hurt, but logically he knew it was for the best. He only wished All Might would contact him. As soon as he got a replacement for his lost phone, he mass texted the class with updates, as promised. Everyone was happy to hear from him, catching him up on what happened after he and Katsuki went missing. Ochako jokingly mentioned a plan to rescue him from the villains, though he wasn't sure it was entirely a joke. Kirishima had heard from Kaken, though the blonde seemed to be ignoring everyone else. It eased some of Izuku's worry that someone had been in contact with him. He and his mother spoke about you, a small handful of times. She started out reluctant, but he eventually wore her down into agreeing to let him return. In the end, she couldn't argue against the free services they were giving students. It felt wrong to bring up his mother's financial struggles, but it was the one way he knew to win the argument. The Monday following Aizawa's visit, he was shocked to find All Might standing on their doorstep. He rushed to hug the man, relieved tears gathering at the corners of his eyes. He'd worried the hero's injuries had been worse than publicized. His arms were bandaged, one in a sling mirroring Izuku's, but he appeared otherwise fine, just tired. As it turned out, he was the representative Aizawa had mentioned. Aizawa himself was down the street at Katsuki's house at the same time. Izuku tried to make himself scarce so that his mother and mentor could discuss things freely, but he found himself eavesdropping from the hallway. His stomach dropped when his mother refused to send him back. They'd talked about it just the night before, and she'd agreed to send him back. Betrayal burned in his chest as he jumped out to defend himself, before a real argument could break out between the two Midoriyas. Both were brought up short as All Might fell to his knees. Izuku had never seen the man look so exhausted as he begged 𝐀𝐦 for Izuku's future. In the end, his mother agreed for good, with a promise from All Might to keep him safe. It was a promise they all knew was impossible, but it sat her at ease to hear so from the former #1 hero. With the emotionally charged conversation out of the way, Izuku's mother set herself to preparing a meal. All Might tried to politely refuse an offer to stay, on account of Aizawa waiting on him. 𝐀𝐦 simply invited him as well again. He and Katsuki seemed to be last on their home visit list for the day. Izuku knew it was because he and Kaken were the class problem children, as Aizawa put it. The former pro sent a quick text on his phone before focusing his attention on Izuku. "How are you holding up, young man?" He gave a look, making the normal platitudes die on Izuku's lips. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke quietly, not wanting his mom to overhear. I'm having trouble sleeping." It was odd speaking the truth about himself, but he couldn't bring himself to lie to the man who had given him so much. All Might reached out a hand and gently patted his shoulder. "Most heroes experience similar difficulties. I wish I could have shielded you from it longer. A direct attack against students is unprecedented. We weren't prepared. If you ever need to talk, I'm here for you." It was refreshing when the hero left it at that, not pressing for details. Izuku didn't want to talk about it yet, and All Might seemed to understand. They were interrupted by a knock on the door. Izuku moved to answer it, hearing his mother busy in the kitchen. He was expecting Aizawa, but was surprised to see a familiar pair of crimson eyes staring from behind the man. Barely remembering his manners, he stepped aside to let them in. "Sensei, 𝐀𝐦 𝐍𝐭 is in the living room. I'll let Mom know to make extra." His teacher looked neutral enough, but he was tense. Katsuki was quiet and his gaze was guarded, but not hostile. From his presence, Izuku inferred the meeting had gone poorly. Both simply nodded and moved into the living room. Izuku fretted with his left hand before going into the kitchen to tell his mom that 𝐀𝐦 was joining them too. She looked just as surprised as Izuku, but happy. She had been sad when 𝐀𝐦 stopped coming over since he used to be Izuku's only friend. Grabbing a serving tray from the cupboard, he busied himself making drinks. Tea for himself and 𝐬𝐭, coffee for Aizawa and 𝐀𝐦. He was dismayed to remember he couldn't lift the tray himself. His mother saved him with a gentle smile, picking it up and following him out. "Katsuki-chan, I'm so happy to see you again. It's been so long. I'm so happy you're okay." The blonde nodded with a neutral expression as he took the offered cup. "Thank you, Aunt and Co." The endearment from when they were kids made Izuku's mother beam. "The meal will be done soon. I'll make some quick mapo tofu for Katsuki, too. I think I have everything for it." The blonde opened his mouth, likely to protest, but 𝐴𝐻 was already bustling out of the room. Izuku smiled shyly and shrugged at his former friend. It was kind of a relief to have his mom fuss over someone else for a change. The adults shared a commiserating look while sipping their drinks. "How are you, 𝐀𝐦?" Izuku hesitated to draw the blonde's ire, but concern spurred him to break the ice. Some strange emotion flashed across Katsuki's face. "Fine. Kirishima and the others are worried about you." That brought out an ugly frown. "I let Shitty Hair and Pikachu know when I got out of the hospital." 𝐬𝐭 frowned, but Aizawa only sighed into his coffee, used to the blonde's nicknames for his classmates. Stealing a glance at the dark hero, Izuku fidgeted with his hands. The question was begging to be asked, but he knew it wasn't his business. After a moment, it was Katsuki who sat forward with a roll of his eyes, not missing Izuku's awkwardness. "The old hag finally kicked me out." 𝐬𝐭 looked sad but not terribly surprised at the news. He and Aizawa had likely discussed it. All Izuku felt was a bone-deep sense of relief. Tears pricked his eyes, and he tried brushing them away. "I'm so glad, 𝐀𝐦." The reaction clearly wasn't what the blonde was expecting. He looked surprised and uncomfortable. "Whatever, Deku." Katsuki glanced away to save face. "Stop being such a cry-baby. I preferred you when you were tied up and quiet." A laugh escaped Izuku at the barbs. They were far from nice, but they were reassuringly familiar. The greenette spent a few moments composing himself before peering up again. "Where will you stay?" Aizawa intercepted the question. "The dorm buildings are ready. I need to consult the principal about him moving in early." "I won't hear of it." They all turned in surprise to see 𝐴𝐻 hovering in the doorway. "It's only a week. Katsuki-chan can stay with us." A grim look Izuku had never seen before came over her face. "If Mitsuki shows her face on this street, I'll make sure she never leaves it again." Clearly 𝐴𝐻 had overheard enough to put two and two together. Perhaps even his conversation with Aizawa the week before, from her reaction. The fierce look brooked no arguments. Katsuki regarded her with wide eyes and gave a hesitant nod. "Do you still have stuff at the house?" Another nod. The men seemed content to let the matron handle things, trying not to draw attention to themselves. Aizawa looked subtly dismayed when 𝐴𝐻 turned to him. "I'm calling her, and then I'm marching over there for his belongings." "I'm sorry to impose, Aizawa-san, Toshinori-san, but could you help?" The two men exchanged a look, 𝐬𝐭's uncertain and Aizawa's bland. Finally, 𝐬𝐭 caved. "Well, we technically aren't U.A. representatives as of 20 minutes ago." That seemed good enough. Izuku's mom turned to stomp into the kitchen. There was some banging, presumably getting the food in order. before they heard her shouting at someone, likely Katsuki's mom, over the phone. They sat in uncomfortable silence until she came to collect the men. Abruptly, it was just Izuku and Katsuki. The silence grew unbearable, but Izuku bit the inside of his cheek. To his surprise, it was 𝐀𝐦 who broke it first. "You told them, didn't you?" It wasn't a question. His tone was hard to place. Izuku squirmed in his seat, eyes glued to his lap. "I'm sorry, 𝐀𝐦. I wanted to talk to you first. When I woke up in the hospital, and you weren't there, I panicked and accidentally told Aizawa-sensei." He waited with bated breath for an explosion that never came. Instead, near silent words met his ears. "Thank you." The blonde stood suddenly and disappeared into the bathroom. Izuku was stunned, never having expected to hear those words from Katsuki. He waited for several minutes before climbing to his feet and heading into the kitchen. He busied himself finishing his mother's cooking so it would be ready when they got back. At some point, 𝐀𝐦 came in and sat at the table, just quietly watching him cook. It was strange, but nice. Nearly an hour later, the adults return. Izuku peeked into the living room to see them placing boxes in an out-of-the-way corner. When his mother looked up, a strangled squeak escaped him. Katsuki came out at the noise to stare. "Mom, what?" Inko had the beginnings of a black eye and her lip was split. Her expression of satisfaction was scary. She tried to smile and winced, looking sheepish. All Might looked like he was in shock, while Aizawa smirked. "It's okay, honey. Mitsuki and I came to an understanding." The topic was left at that, though Izuku could swear he heard Aizawa whisper to All Might, "Now I know where he gets it from." The blonde hero merely nodded. Inko beamed at Izuku and Katsuki when she realized the cooking was done. It was still strange to see her wounds. Izuku wondered what 𝐀𝐦's mom looked like, but couldn't bring himself to care. Katsuki jumped to help set the table so that she could rest. All Might helped bring the food to the table despite Inko chastising him to rest his arm. It was a surreal evening that didn't feel real, even after the men had left and 𝐀𝐦 stayed. The house was quiet as everyone winded down. Inko cleaned, Katsuki went through his things to make sure everything was there, and Izuku retreated to his room to make space for a futon. The task was difficult and left him in pain from stubbornly using his right arm despite the cast. The pain cleared his head and helped him focus. There were a lot of thoughts racing through his mind, and he could feel a headache forming. Primarily, his mom had told 𝐀𝐦 to sleep in Izuku's room because the living room tended to get cold. He worried his lip until he tasted copper. He didn't want to disturb Katsuki's rest with insomnia or nightmares. Before he could reach a solution, a knock sounded at his door. "Come in." Katsuki pushed the door open and paused to take in the wall-to-wall All Might memorabilia. Izuku flushed in embarrassment. No one had ever slept over except 𝐀𝐦 when they were kids, so he'd never bothered to refine his decor. Rather than say anything, the blonde climbed into the futon and bundled himself in the blankets quietly. The lack of comment was concerning, but Izuku left him be. Katsuki had had a stressful day. Izuku slid into his own bed and clicked off the light. "Good night, 𝐀𝐦." The other boy grunted in reply. Izuku woke up crying. He couldn't remember details from the dream, but he got the impression of terror and loss. It wasn't a new occurrence. His throat felt raw and he choked back noises, hoping he hadn't made any in his sleep. He climbed out of bed, snagging a familiar metal object from his nightstand drawer, and tiptoed to the bathroom. The ritual was familiar by now. Strip, sit on the edge of the tub, open the razor. His left hand shook hard enough to almost drop the object as he blindly scrabbled to flick it open, tears still hazing his view. He sliced carelessly and nicked an existing cut. The additional sting helped the shaking stop quicker. "What are you doing?" A yelp left him, and he almost lost his balance on the tub. He dropped the razor, and it clattered to the floor. Heart racing, He looked towards the door to see Katsuki standing there. He froze up, knowing there was no way to cover up what he'd been doing, as the blonde's eyes flickered first to the razor and then to the blood dripping down Izuku's leg. To his surprise, 𝐀𝐦 stepped inside and closed the door behind him, sliding the lock into place with a quiet click. It was too late, but he still clamped his thighs together and tried hiding the razor under his foot. They stared at each other for a long moment before the other boy strode over to fetch a first aid kit from under the sink. Izuku's face heated up when 𝐀𝐦 knelt in front of him, and he scrambled for his discarded boxers to drape them over his lap. The silence ate away at him as Katsuki quietly brought out gauze, tape, and iodine from the kit. The 𝐀𝐦 he used to know would have yelled at him, perhaps made a snide comment about killing himself. Izuku didn't know how to handle this new, calm 𝐀𝐦. He chewed the inside of his cheek and looked away in shame as he slowly let the other boy look at the fresh wound, along with the old scabs and scars. How long has this been going on? Red eyes narrowed at him, but the blonde was making an obvious effort to keep his tone even. He finally glanced away to grab a washcloth from the tub, leaning over to turn the water on enough to wet it. Izuku tried to pretend that he didn't notice 𝐀𝐦's hands trembling. It took a few seconds to find his voice, which came out shaky and weak, as since just before the entrance exams. His gaze darted everywhere but 𝐀𝐦 as the boy started wiping off the blood. The action was a little rough and awkward. Izuku bit back a hiss when a thread caught in the clotting cut. Is it because of me? A noise of dismay left Izuku, and he shook his head frantically. No, it's not, he trailed off, struggling with what to say. Telling Todoroki had been simple since the heterochromatic boy didn't know all of Izuku's baggage. Katsuki, on the other hand, knew about the bullying, knew about All Might, and was familiar with his thought processes. The blonde would never accept a simple answer. Izuku bit his lip and tried again. When All Might gave me one for all I was, ecstatic. But then reality caught up. I was just a plain, quirkless nobody with a case of hero worship. I was weak. I couldn't fight. I was a stuttering doormat. He paused to blink away tears. Katsuki sat back on his knees, gaze intense and mouth in a thin line. He looked like he wanted to interject, but was resisting. Izuku rushed on before he lost his nerve. By the time I realized it, it was too late to tell All Might I was a fraud. He'd been wasting time training me instead of someone who deserved it. Then, I realized pain made it easier to deal with. For a couple days I could exist without my own brain screaming at me that I'm not worth it. A quiet sob hiccuped out before he could catch it. It felt like there was a gaping hole in his chest, now that he'd voiced his primary insecurities. He couldn't bring himself to look at 𝐀𝐦, even when he heard the boy get up, root around in a drawer by the sink, and come back. He flinched when a tissue was thrust under his nose. Stupid Deku. You can't just save someone's life and then claim you're useless. You've done a hell of a lot for me, even though I don't deserve it. You don't think I know how horrible I was to you. It is my fault for making you think that way to begin with. Before Izuku could even try arguing, 𝐀𝐦 smeared iodine over the forgotten cut. The greenette startled at the stinging sensation, biting his lip as he calmed enough to try wiping the tears and snot off his face. The blonde continued after a moment of intense thought. You fucking tell me when it gets bad enough to hurt yourself. And if I have to go to therapy or some shit, so do you since it's your fault everyone knows now. Izuku choked out a laugh and sniffled as Katsuki began dressing the wound. His movements were rough and angry, but it still felt good to be taken care of. Aizawa is already making me, because of 𝐬𝐡 and Shigaraki ambushing me. I have to start when we go back to school. Got PTSD or some shit? Izuku looked surprised, not expecting the other boy to make such a fast connection. 𝐀𝐦 scowled and shrugged at his expression, getting to his feet to wash his hands. I'm not stupid. I looked it up after your freakout at the park. I've never thought that. 𝐀𝐻, you're one of the smartest, strongest, People I know. The blonde scoffed and ignored Izuku as he dried off his hands and slid the first aid kit back where he'd found it. While his back was turned, Izuku stood up to fumble his boxers back on. He then snagged the bloody washcloth to clean up drops that had gotten on the floor. He looked around for the razor but couldn't find it. When he turned to ask 𝐀𝐦 about it, the blonde was glaring at him. Looking for this? He pulled the silver object out of the pocket of his pajama pants before sliding it back in. You're not getting it back. And if I find any others, I'm going to put you back in the hospital. An instinctive spike of outrage was quickly replaced with grudging warmth as Izuku really thought about the situation. 𝐀𝐦 wouldn't bother with keeping it from him if he didn't care. That the explosive blonde was discussing it calmly and more or less non-judgmentally was a miracle that Izuku didn't want to ruin by arguing. Instead, he bit his lip and nodded meekly. Good, now get out. I have to pee. And close the door this time. Izuku did so quickly, not wanting the blonde's crankiness to turn into anger if he dawdled. He curled back into bed and stared at the ceiling blankly until 𝐀𝐦 returned a few minutes later. They didn't speak to each other, and as Izuku dozed off again, he desperately hoped morning wouldn't shatter the illusion that Katsuki cared for him. On the Thursday before term started, Izuku had an appointment at the hospital to finally get his cast off. It was a relief, because it had started to get itchy. The sensation akin to ants crawling on him. 𝐀𝐦 had yelled at him earlier that morning for shoving a chopstick under the plaster to scratch at his skin. His other wounds had healed enough to stop bandaging, though he still did so over his stumps. He wasn't ready to face that yet. He could at least be grateful Shigaraki only took a couple fingers and not the whole hand. He also very much wanted the cast gone so he could start training again. He'd lost some muscle mass in his arms from disuse. He'd managed to stay on top of leg workouts without his mother and Katsuki breathing down his neck. But it wasn't the same as sparring or strength training. He was getting restless and irritable about it. The only benefit to his right arm being useless was having to become ambidextrous by necessity. The trio took a train back to the same hospital as before. The doctor wanted to run tests and check him over before clearing him to return to normal activities. While waiting to get called back, Izuku thought he saw a familiar head of white and red hair. He popped out of his chair and hurried out of the clinic waiting room and into the main hospital lobby, ignoring his mother's confused calls. Todoroki? The boy waiting in line at the information desk startled and turned to give Izuku a once-over, looking confused. Midoriya, I thought you were discharged. Did something else happen? Izuku sprang forward before he could help himself and wrapped his arms around him. He was so relieved and happy to see one of his friends besides 𝐀𝐦. The boy froze up at the contact, but didn't shove him away. After a moment, he awkwardly patted Izuku's back. Get your ass back here, they're calling you. Katsuki's yell interrupted further discussion. Todoroki raised an eyebrow, craning around Izuku to stare at the blonde. You should go. Text me when you're done. I should still be here. Izuku nodded, beaming at the boy before rushing off. He didn't want 𝐀𝐦 getting kicked out by security if he yelled again. He bowed in apology to his mother and the waiting nurse. I'm sorry, I saw a friend from school. Both smiled and waved him off. Inko and Katsuki opted to stay in the waiting room while Izuku went back. They took his vitals, drew blood, and had him pee in a cup before they finally got around to the main event. It felt like 100 pounds were shed when the cast finally got pulled away. He flexed and stretched the arm with a happy smile while the doctor chuckled. Now, take it easy for a couple days. You're healed but still weak. I'll give you a list of exercises to do to help strengthen the muscles without aggravating the injuries. She turned to open a drawer, pulling out a brightly colored ball with a cat face on it. He took it and gave it a test squeeze. It was a firm but pliable stress ball. I want you to use that with your right hand as much as possible. It will help work your arm muscles and fingers. She stepped out to print off some pages for him. While left to his own devices, 𝐬𝐻𝐸 experimented with squeezing the ball and found it rather soothing. Plus the face on it was cute. A few minutes later he was free to go. Overall the appointment had been helpful, but he was eager to never see the inside of an exam room again. He beamed at his mother and 𝐀𝐦, waiting for them to stand before exiting the clinic. "Oh," Todoroki said to text him when I'm done. "Are you okay waiting a minute?" 𝐬𝐻𝐸 nodded with a smile while 𝐀𝐦 rolled his eyes. Pulling out his phone, he sent off a message, "All done." A few seconds later his phone pinged. "Want to meet my mom? Lord Explosion Murder can come if he's not an ass. Floor 4, room 36. The offer surprised 𝐬𝐻𝐸, and he felt happy that Todoroki wanted to introduce him to the parent he liked. Tilting his phone so his mom and Katsuki could see, he made a pleading pout with his lips. 𝐬𝐻𝐸 chuckled at his antics. "You two go ahead. There's a cafe across the street I wanted to try. Text me when you're done." She waved before making her way to the exit. Katsuki leveled a frown at him, and some of his happiness evaporated. "You don't have to come if you don't want to. I'm sorry I assumed. Mom would probably like the company." He shuffled in place as 𝐀𝐦 heaved an annoyed sigh. "Whatever. Just don't expect me to be nice to him." 𝐬𝐻𝐸 was more subdued as he led the way to the elevators. As they stepped in, Katsuki lightly kicked his shin. 𝐬𝐻𝐸 had noticed the blonde avoided hitting his arms, even when pissed off. He'd been more even-tempered and stoic since the bathroom incident, but still had his moments of temper. 𝐀𝐦 had taken to kicking his legs instead. The reminder put him back in a good mood. When he smiled at the blonde, he received an eye roll. Floor 4 housed the psychiatric ward. Half the floor was divided into restricted access rooms, but thankfully Todoroki's mother was in the general wing. An information desk pointed them down the right hallway, and soon they stood in front of the correct door. Nervousness coursed through him, and he hesitated. He'd never been friends with anyone well enough to meet their parents. Endeavor definitely did not count. He'd only ever met 𝐀𝐦's parents once his mother was loud and scared him into not wanting to go back. Was there etiquette to meeting a friend's parents? Katsuki huffed and reached around him to knock on the door. "Stop overthinking things, stupid Deku." A couple seconds later Todoroki opened the door and let them in with a faint smile. "Midoriya, Bakugo, this is my mom, Rei." The woman sitting on the bed looked angelic when she smiled at them. Her long white hair and light gray eyes were unmistakable in Todoroki. She looked tired and pale, but her warm expression seemed genuine and made her look younger. 𝐬𝐻𝐸 bowed with a faint blush. "Pleased to meet you, Rei-san." Katsuki bowed beside him but said nothing. "Please, just Rei. I'm so glad to meet Shoto's friends. He's told me a lot about you both." She directed a sweet smile at 𝐀𝐦, and he shuffled his feet. "I watched some of the sports festival. You were so impressive. But, well, I scolded Shoto for throwing the match. I saw how upset it made you. I'm sorry." Todoroki ducked his head to hide a blush, shooting his mother a betrayed look. She just giggled, patting the bed next to her. "Please, sit." Todoroki sat by his mom, while 𝐬𝐻𝐸 and Katsuki took 2 plush chairs across from them. The greenette snuck a glance at 𝐀𝐦, and was surprised to see he only looked mildly annoyed by the reminder. They descended into awkward silence for a moment before 𝐬𝐻𝐸 broke it. "Both 𝐀𝐦 and Tu, call me Shoto." 𝐬𝐻𝐸 glanced at him in surprise. They were friends, but it was the first time the reserved boy officially did away with decorum. Rei directed a small frown at her son. "The doctors said I shouldn't avoid things just because they're uncomfortable. It's just a name." She turned to 𝐬𝐻𝐸 and made an encouraging motion. I was just going to say that 𝐀𝐦 and Shoto are both amazing. I hope one day I can compete with them." Izuku blushed when Ray beamed at him. You did well, too. I'm happy you helped draw Shoto out of his shell. My husband isn't a good influence. But with friends like you, I feel like he'll be okay. All the boys were embarrassed by her earnestness. They tried not to look at each other, which seemed to amuse Ray. She took pity on them by moving on to the topic of school and their studies. They chatted for a little while, even 𝐀𝐦 commenting here or there, before Izuku's phone chimed. He stood with a bow. We have to go now. My mom's waiting in the lobby. It was nice meeting you, Ray. We'll see you Monday, Shoto. After saying their goodbyes, they shuffled out. Katsuki had a closed-off expression, but Izuku decided not to pry. He didn't want to risk a shouting match in the middle of a hospital. Inko greeted them with packages of delicious-smelling food, handing one to each boy before turning to lead the way to the train home. Monday morning was chaotic as Izuku and Katsuki readied to return to school. Because Inko didn't have a car, they were limited in what they could take. Both boys had picked out enough clothing to last a week, plus bedding the matron insisted on in case the school-provided beds were uncomfortable. Izuku also wanted to take all of his notebooks and some decorations, but he could only manage a stack of 2 boxes plus his backpack. Katsuki was considerably more practical, only taking his backpack plus a box of bedding. Izuku's mother burst into tears halfway through them gathering things for the commute, pulling both boys into a hug. The greenette returned the embrace tightly while 𝐀𝐦 awkwardly patted her back. He was still getting used to the touchy-feely stuff Inko forced on him. Mom, I promise we'll come back on the weekends when we can. But we have to go now, or we'll miss the train. The woman released them with a sniffle. You better call me, too, or don't think I won't march over there. Katsuki, that includes you. Both boys nodded before retreating out the door, not trusting that she wouldn't try delaying them more. The trip was rough for Izuku. During the rides to and from the hospital, they'd managed to avoid busy trains. Due to the morning rush, they were unceremoniously shoved into a packed car. They could barely move and people kept bumping into Izuku from behind. There was nothing he could do but grip the boxes with near-crushing strength and try not to visibly flinch. When they transferred to a bus to get closer to campus, he sat with his head down, just focusing on trying to breathe. Katsuki watched him with the now familiar strange expression that Izuku still couldn't identify the meaning of. The tightness in his chest didn't go away until they were off the bus and through the U.A. gates. All the students had been emailed directions to the new dorms. They were a 10-minute walk from the main buildings, allowing a privacy buffer while still easy to get to. When they came into view through some trees, Izuku was impressed. 2 buildings stood side by side, looking like a blend of modern and Western styles. The buildings were connected by a walkway on the top, 5th floor, while between them on the ground was a relaxing garden filled with flowers, shade trees, and a small rock fountain. Glass doors led from each building to the garden in addition to the doors on the front of the buildings. Large windows provided a no doubt nice view of the campus. Some students from 1B were already milling around the little courtyard. Some turned to greet them. Izuku beamed and nodded to them before heading to the building with an prominently displayed by the main entrance. Through the glass, Ida noticed them and rushed to open the door for them. Midoriya, Bakugo, it's a relief to see you both. Room assignments are posted by the elevator. You should hurry and take your things up. Aizawa-sensei will be here soon for announcements. Everyone else is already waiting. The strict boy gestured with his hand, pointing them to an elevator on the other side of what looked like a lounge. They were shuffled through so fast by the class president Izuku didn't have time to look around. A list of names and room numbers hung by the elevator, as indicated. The 2 boys spent a moment studying it. It looked like each floor had only 5 rooms. The girls got the 4th floor to themselves, except for Yaoyorozu, who was assigned to the 3rd floor with Kota, Izuku, Kirishima, and Tokoyami. The rest were occupied by the boys, with Ida on the 1st floor, not counting the ground floor with Maita, Shiro, Kaminari, and Ojiro. The second floor housed Shoto, Kaken, Sato, Aoyama, and Shoji. Izuku picked up the pattern of each floor, having at least 2 responsible students at each end of the building. He wasn't sure what that said about himself. A separate list indicated the top floor was occupied by the Wana teachers: Cementos, Present Mike, Midnight, All Might, and Ectoplasm. Aizawa's room was off the ground floor lounge. Izuku was dismayed to notice Shinso wasn't on either list. He hoped the other boy had been allowed to join the hero course, as Aizawa recommended. The 2 boys parted ways on the second floor. When Izuku stepped out of the elevator on the 3rd floor, he was greeted enthusiastically by Kirishima as the redhead exited his room. "Hey, Midoriya, I'm glad to see you. Let me help. You're by Yao Momo." Before the brunette could protest, Kirishima took one of the boxes and turned to lead him down the hallway. The cheerful boy nudged the door open and stepped aside for Izuku to enter first. The room was on the small side, but comfortably housed a Western-style bed, nightstand, a desk and chair, dresser, and a small bookshelf. Lamps sat on the nightstand and desk. The walls were painted a soothing robin egg blue, while the floor was covered in a plush cream carpet. The outside wall sported a large glass door that exited onto a balcony. Heavy white curtains were tied back on either side, allowing privacy if he wished. Nice, right? The balcony is shared. But Yao Momo said she's going to get patio furniture we can all use. The girls already have some, it makes me jealous. The other boy deposited the box on the desk just as a chime sounded throughout the building. It was quieter than the class bell, but still distinct. I think that means we go downstairs. Ida has been rabid about a class meeting all morning. Izuku sat his box and backpack on the bed before following the redhead out. Instead of taking the elevator, Kirishima led him to a flight of stairs on the opposite end of the hallway. They encountered Yaoyorozu as she stepped out of her room. She smiled warmly when she noticed Izuku. "I'm glad you're back, Midoriya." It was starting to get embarrassing having his classmates look so relieved to see him. Just the night before he had been group chatting with some of them. Still, he returned the smile, happy to see her as all. "It's great to see you too, Yaoyorozu-kun." The girl looked amused and shook her head. "Call me Momo, or Yao Momo. We live together now, so I don't mind. Then call me Izuku, too." Some of the other students had dropped formality early on in their training, like Tsuyu and Ochako. But Izuku always stayed respectful until told otherwise. Ida, for example, still preferred his family name even around Izuku and Ochako. Kirishima draped his arm companionably over Izuku's shoulders. "I don't mind Ijiro either." Most of us agreed it's a bit stuffy to keep up with last names since we're sharing space. Ida and Takoyami are the last holdouts. A second chime broke up their discussion. Izuku felt sad when Kirishima let him go so they could head downstairs. He had never thought of himself as a cuddler before, but apparently 1A's more friendly students were converting him. It felt nice to have physical contact with people aside from his mother. By the time they reached the lounge, Aizawa was waiting, though they weren't the last stragglers. Mainta and Aoyama rushed out of the elevator, just as Izuku, Momo, and Ijiro took seats on a couch. While they settled down, Izuku peered around the room. The lounge was painted in warm earth tones, with wood flooring and a cream ceiling. It was brightly lit with large windows facing the garden and a glass door. Many couches and plush chairs littered the area, along with coffee tables and lamps. A large TV was hung on the wall surrounded by the most seats. An open archway led into what looked like a kitchen. Izuku could only see a large stainless steel refrigerator and counters. Next to the kitchen was Aizawa's door, which was closest to the main entrance. The teacher cleared his throat to get their attention. The quiet chatter immediately stopped as all eyes turned to him. "Today there will be no class, so everyone can settle in. There are rules that you are all expected to abide by." His dark gaze swept over them and lingered on key troublemakers. First, Curfew will be strictly observed. All students must be present in the building by 10 p.m. until 5 am unless given special permission by me. Sound curfew is also in effect from 10 p.m. to 7 am. Keep noise to a minimum during those hours. Denki raised his hand, making Aizawa pause to nod at him. Are we allowed out of our rooms during curfew? Yes, but that may change if it proves to be disruptive. No one is allowed to leave the building. You are allowed on the 5th floor until curfew unless there is an emergency. But respect your teacher's privacy. The dark hero glanced around before continuing. Everyone is expected to clean and upkeep common areas themselves, excepting the garden, which Ibara Shiozaki from Class 1B has volunteered to maintain. You are allowed to visit the other building. But while there you are expected to follow the same rules and report problems there to Vlad King. Fighting will not be tolerated. Limited quirk use is permitted as long as it's not disruptive. If there are any problems, come to me. Work out shower and laundry schedules among yourselves. Each student floor has a co-ed bathroom with laundry equipment and fully enclosed stalls. He squinted at Minta. I will have zero tolerance for sexual harassment. The grape-headed boy squirmed in place at the pointed remark. You are free to make use of the kitchen, or continue using the general cafeteria, though it closes at 4 p.m. Another hand went up. Aizawa looked like he was trying not to sigh as he nodded for Sato to go ahead. Are we allowed off school grounds? Like visiting family or shopping? The teacher nodded, reaching into a pocket for his eye drops and pausing to use them. Daytime visits to the surrounding town is permitted, though you must sign out before doing so. Weekend absences require my approval. We prefer that you limit such trips, but won't stop you. Several heads bobbed in understanding. Everyone knew that the dorms were for their safety. Aizawa seemed satisfied with the response. Sign out the gyms and pool with me, per usual, even on the weekends. Finally, there is a new mental health counselor on campus, Aoi Chiba. Her office is located next to Ryo Inui's General Counseling Office in Building 3. Everyone will be required to have at least one session with her. If she recommends additional sessions, you will be required to attend. I will post the schedule tomorrow morning in the classroom. With that, the man shuffled towards his room. Clearly, there would be no arguments about talking to the psychologist. Izuku felt unease settle into his stomach. He'd known it was coming, but that didn't help the anxiety at being forced to talk to a stranger about his issues. Shoto glanced his way, and they shared a mutual grimace. Kaken was simmering quietly next to Gyro, clearly feeling similar. Izuku made to stand up, wanting to return to his room, but Ida popped out of his seat and planted himself where Aizawa had stood. He was shuffling pages that looked like they were printed from a spreadsheet. I've taken the liberty of creating chore charts and schedules already. Several people groaned good-naturedly at the neurotic class president. Izuku bit back a deep sigh and settled into the cushions again. Ida would take a while. Seeming to sense Izuku's looming bad mood, Ijiro hooked his arm around Izuku's shoulders and gave him a subtle squeeze. The greenette spared the empathetic boy a small smile. 2 hours later, Izuku and the other students were allowed to escape Ida's grasp. The greenette and Kaken were briefly delayed by their friends surrounding them. Most simply wanted to express relief that they were okay, but some invasive questions came from Minta and Ayama. What's wrong with your hand? Of course, the shortest person in class would notice the bandages still on Izuku's left hand. He clammed up as multiple gazes turned on him. Inexplicable panic started building in his chest. Mon Amy, are you still injured? Sweat beaded between his shoulder blades and made the new scar there itch. His lungs began constricting, making speech difficult. A small explosion made everyone flinch and drew attention away from him. We only just got here, leave us the fuck alone and let us get our shit together first. While everyone was distracted by Kaken, Izuku retreated up the stairs and locked himself in his room. Sliding down the door, he drew his knees to his chest and focused on breathing. He should have expected it, but the invasive questions caught him off guard. He still hadn't confronted his missing fingers. He dreaded the uproar and sympathy it would garner from classmates once they knew. He just wanted everything to go back to normal. A light tap on the glass door made him startle. He looked up to see Ochako and Ida loitering by the door with sheepish expressions. After a moment to calm his racing heart, he got up to let them in. The girl immediately swept him into a hug. "I'm sorry, Deku." The girl sniffled lightly into his shoulder. Izuku was baffled, giving Ida a confused glance. The other boy sighed and adjusted his glasses. "I told everyone to leave you two alone before you got here. But you know how they can be. Everyone's just worried about you. I hope you don't mind. Tokoyami let us through. We figured you wouldn't answer the front door." Warmth bloomed in his chest and he nodded, returning Ochako's embrace. The two knew him better than he gave them credit for. The girl finally pulled away and peered at him earnestly. "You don't have to talk about it until you're ready." She smacked her own cheeks to redirect her focus. "Want help putting stuff away?" He nodded after a moment of thought. There wasn't much, but he wanted to hang out with them a little longer. There wasn't anything too embarrassing in his things, aside from the All Might-themed bedding and his boxers. Ida took the box of bedding, while Uraraka took the one filled with odds and ends. It was mostly bathroom stuff, a couple hero figurines, 5 of his latest notebooks, and clothes. Izuku pulled more clothes out of his backpack and sat it out of the way so Ida could make the bed for him. They worked in companionable silence for several minutes before Ochako broke it. "You don't have much with you, compared to others. I mean, Momo brought like half her house." She sounded amused. Izuku chuckled as he finished putting away his general clothes and got out his uniforms. Ida looked scandalized at the wrinkles in them, but the greenette ignored him. "Yeah, me and Kakin are going to bring more from home this weekend. We could only bring so much on the train." They paused to stare at him in confusion. Izuku was taken aback by the reaction until he thought about it. Blushing faintly, he rushed to explain. "Kakin is staying with me and my mom. It's not my place to say why, so if you could keep it to yourselves. Don't worry, and we'll keep others from prying if it comes up," Ida assured him. There was quickly nothing left to put away, so they lounged on his bed while discussing the upcoming term. He caught their attention drifting towards his left hand a couple times and bit back a sigh. He really couldn't blame them. Reluctantly, he sat up and started fussing with the bandage. It was something he would have to get used to anyway. Better to do it sooner than later. As he began unrolling it, a knock sounded at the door. "Want me to send them away?" Ochako stood, looking a little fierce. Izuku bit back a laugh. She was cute when she was being protective. After a pause, he shrugged. "Who is it?" He raised his voice so it would carry. "A quiet Shoto," was the response. He nodded for Ochako to let him in. The heterochromatic boy was taken aback to see Uraraka at the door instead of Izuku, but shuffled in and claimed the desk chair without prompting. "I just wanted to check on you." A faint blush tinted Shoto's cheeks. The others pretended not to notice. Izuku smiled warmly at him. "Thank you. I was about to show off, I guess. So it's good timing." After a bit more fidgeting, he drew in a deep breath and finished unwinding the bandage. Gasps from Ochako and Ida made him cringe and try to hide his hand. Shoto leaned over to gently snag the appendage, giving him a much-needed nudge to stop trying to conceal it. The two-tone boy examined the shiny scar tissue with a neutral expression. Izuku fought not to fidget too much when the other two crowded in to do the same. "You didn't have that when Tsuyu threw you after Bakugo." There was a questioning lilt to the statement, but Ochako didn't push. Still, Izuku felt like he should explain. Most of his friends were the types to blame themselves, which was the last thing he wanted. "After I killed that villain, Zero-G wore off and I fell on him. But a portal opened and they grabbed Kakin again." When I followed, I broke one of their arms on the other side. They couldn't heal it, so he was useless for a few days. Shigaraki punished me by using his power. Well, I'm certain the support department could come up with useful prosthetics. Ever practical, Ida adjusted his glasses and sat back. I'm still in contact with Hatsume because of my suit. I'll make some inquiries for you. The blush on the class president's face made Izuku suspect. There were other reasons behind the contact, but he didn't comment. Further discussion was delayed as Uraraka's stomach gave a loud gurgle. She giggled and shrugged when everyone looked at her. Let's go have an early lunch. We worked hard on our rooms all morning. Toru brought food for everyone, for today and tomorrow. Apparently her mom owns a restaurant, and they had overstock. As they filtered out and took the stairs down, the smell of food wafted up. Clearly Uraraka wasn't the only hungry student. They entered the kitchen to find Tokoyami and Kaken cooking what looked like vegetarian okonomiyaki, rice, and chicken ramen. Denki, Ijiro, and Jiro were sitting at the table chatting over some slices of melon. They looked up with broad smiles and shoved the melon wedges more towards the middle of the table when Ochako, Ida, and Shoto sat down, feeling restless. Izuku investigated the cupboards and started bringing out plates and bowls. He tried not to feel self-conscious when he sat a stack of plates on the table with his left hand and conversation stuttered. Lunch is fucking done. Ears and Pikachu, go round everyone up. Katsuki's gaze lingered on Izuku's hand as well, but he didn't comment as he doled out orders. Deku, go see if Aizawa-sensei wants any. Izuku gladly took the opportunity to escape, even if it was only for a minute. He knocked on the teacher's door and fussed with his hands as he waited. Behind him, he heard other students drifting into the kitchen. Eventually, the door opened, and Aizawa frowned at him groggily. Lunch is ready, if you want some, sensei. The man looked thoughtful and nodded as the sense drifted over. The greenette stepped back to let him by and followed him into the kitchen. The waiting students parted to let the man get first dibs. Once he was seated, it was a more or less orderly procession as students snagged their choice of food. Izuku had a little of everything in moderation. His appetite wasn't entirely back to normal, so he liked options. The table was too small for all 20 students to use at once. Some filtered out to eat in the lounge or their rooms, preferring to hang out without teacher supervision. Izuku managed to take a seat between Shoto and Kaken, across from Aizawa, Ida, and Momo. Conversation picked up slowly around the table as the others got used to the dark hero's presence. Izuku fussed with the chopsticks until it seemed like most people were occupied. He then tried to grip them in his right hand. All the fingers tried closing around them at once. He gritted his teeth as he maneuvered them into a more natural, but uncomfortable, pose. At home, he had been practicing with varying degrees of success. Once he felt they were correct, he tried picking up some noodles only to have them slip back into the bowl. Humiliation tinged his cheeks, but he readjusted and tried again with a piece of okonomiyaki. He nearly dropped it in his lap. Gaze glued to the ground, he stood to fetch a clip he'd seen in the drawer with the utensils and slid the ends of the chopsticks into it. He felt like he was 5 again with training chopsticks, even though he knew the clips were in there for hand injuries like his. The action drew attention and conversation hushed as he sat back down. He didn't look up, focusing on eating, even though his appetite was gone with his dignity. A knee nudged against his, and he finally glanced up at Shoto. What do you think of the new All Might figurine that's coming out? Todoroki's tone was quiet, but his expression was inviting. The topic couldn't lift his mood, but he was grateful to the boy for trying. It's inaccurate for the era they were going for, but I like the artistic changes. I want one when they're released. That prompted a table-wide discussion of favorite heroes, though some eyes still darted his way. Aizawa remained silent and retreated back to his room as soon as he was done. The chatter picked back up with that. Sharing meals with their teacher would take some getting used to for some of the class. When eating became too much, Izuku combined his leftovers into one bowl and stood to deposit it into the refrigerator for later. 𝐲𝐸 stood a few seconds after him to place his empty dishes next to the sink with Izuku's. They made their way out together and loitered at the edge of the lounge. "Want to look at the garden?" Izuku smiled at the offer and nodded. Ignoring the other students, they ducked out the side door. It was warm out as they meandered between the flowers towards the fountain. Some others were still out, mostly from 1B. Though Izuku saw Koda under a tree surrounded by squirrels. The shy boy waved to them, but looked content talking with just the animals. The two boys settled in companionable silence by the fountain. The babble of water soothed the worst of Izuku's anxiety. 𝐲𝐸's lack of pressure helped most of all. Of everyone, except 𝐀𝐦, 𝐲𝐸 hadn't reacted negatively at seeing Izuku's hands. He stretched out his fingers and stared for a little bit, examining the new scars, the stumps, and the warped joints. If he were honest with himself, he didn't mind them. What upset him was other people's distress and prying. 𝐲𝐸 made a quiet noise and moved to speak, but a shadow fell over them from behind. Startled, Izuku whipped around to peer up at the intruder. Some alarm left him, and he grinned instead when he recognized the person's indigo hair and exhausted purple eyes. ''♯, did you make it in after all?" The boy nodded and slumped to the ground next to them. A student in 1B dropped out. "I wanted to be in 1A, but they don't want uneven numbers for sparring." Disappointment warred with happiness for ♯. Izuku had looked forward to seeing how the boy's quirk developed from training. He supposed he still could, just from a distance. "I heard what happened during the training camp. Kinda glad I missed it." Izuku and 𝐲𝐸 both nodded emphatically. It was intense. A lot of injuries, and Izuku and Bakugo, the heterochromatic boy, trailed off. ♯ made a quiet noise. "I wasn't worried about them. When I heard they were taken together, I knew they'd make it out." A blush tinted Izuku's cheeks at the vote of confidence. He fussed with his hands and shrugged. "It was terrifying and painful. Without 𝐀𝐦 there, I doubt I would have escaped." The tired boy tilted his head to peer at Izuku's hands, but didn't comment. He seemed content to just hang out in silence after saying what he needed to. The brunette and 𝐲𝐸 were happy to do the same. Eventually, the indigo-haired boy flopped onto his back and dozed off. 𝐲𝐸's quiet voice drew Izuku's attention. "You know, for a while I thought you were All Might's secret love child." Izuku choked on air, making wheezy protest noises. 𝐲𝐸 ignored him, nodding towards ♯. "Now I'm wondering about him and Aizawa." Eyes wide, Izuku stared at 𝐲𝐸 in shock. "Why, you thought? Your head is a scary place." The two-tone boy smirked faintly, not denying the accusation. All Izuku could do was shake his head and try to purge the boy's words from his memory. A short while later they heard their names being called. Denki waved at them from the door. "Guys, we're having a room decorating contest. Wanna join?" Izuku and 𝐲𝐸 shared a look. "Could be fun." Izuku gently nudged ♯ until he woke up. The boy rubbed his eyes, muttered about food, and wandered towards Building B. Kaminari looked curious when the two reached Building A. "Was that the one guy from the sports festival?" "Hitoshi ♯. Yes. He's in 1B now." Denki beamed at the news. "Good for him. It was impressive when he almost made you go out of bounds. That'll be an amazing quirk against villains." They were distracted by Mina clapping to get everyone's attention. It looked like all but 𝐀𝐦 had been lured into the fun. The contest was simple. Everyone would show off their rooms, and then vote for the best decorated. Izuku knew he wouldn't win, but it would be fun to see everyone else's rooms. Starting from the first floor, they investigated each room. There were some impressive and over-the-top ones. Momo's, for example, had him scratching his head wondering how the girl even got all that heavy and extravagant furniture through the door. In the end, he voted for Koda's room, swayed by the cute, soft bunny. Sato won due to bribing everyone with sweets. By the time the voting ended, it was time for dinner. Izuku opted to finish his leftovers instead of waiting for someone to cook. He was pleasantly surprised when no one paid attention to his hands this time. Either the novelty had worn off or someone had gotten after them for being rude. Deciding he wanted some alone time, after washing his empty dish, he retreated to his room. Ijiro and Denki had been trying to get some type of game started. But Izuku wanted to do his nightly exercises and go to bed. Physical training classes would be tough until he got his right arm back to normal strength. He needed as much rest as he could manage. The days passed in a blur of classes, homework, and training in the campus gym. Izuku worked himself until just before curfew every night, and the physical exhaustion helped keep his nightmares at bay. The regiment made some of his friends worry, but after explaining his logic, excluding the dreams, they left him alone. Sometimes he'd be joined by various other classmates, and it would turn fun instead of monotonous. On Friday, he and 𝐀𝐦 got permission to return home until Saturday. The blonde was sullen about it, but 𝐀𝐦 had called him directly the day before in order to secure a promise that he'd go as well. The matron could be more persistent than Izuku. The brunette personally thought being doted on was doing Katsuki some good. His mood had slipped since returning to school, but he mostly ignored Izuku and was less violently competitive. The change had Izuku a little worried about 𝐀𝐦, but he was still hanging out with Ijiro, Denki, Shiro, and Mina. They hadn't noticed anything wrong. Friday night and Saturday morning, they were fattened up with their favorite foods. They weren't allowed to leave until mid-afternoon, when Izuku pointed out it was going to be dark soon. 𝐀𝐦 fussed and forced them each to take a small weekly allowance before sending them off. They took more boxes with them to decorate their rooms. Thankfully, the early evening trains were less crowded, and Izuku avoided a panic attack. 2 cars passed them on the walk from the U.A. gates. Izuku was startled to recognize Pony from 1B in one of them. The other had windows too tinted to see through. It was odd, but their brunette didn't worry about it until they reached the dorms to find students from both classes milling around out front. Ochako rushed up to them looking upset. Yuga and Pony lost their sponsorships. Their parents are making them go home. The news shocked Izuku. He didn't know Pony, but Aoyama had been doing well in the hero course. The sparkly blonde hadn't said anything about leaving. 𝐀𝐦 made a bored noise of irritation, brushing past them to continue into the building. Izuku felt bad for not being more upset, but there wasn't anything to be done about it. Maybe if things stay calm, they'll be able to come back. He tried to comfort Uraraka. She didn't look convinced, but after a moment she seemed to shrug it off. "Let me help you with that." Before he could protest, she grabbed the box from on top of the stack and marched inside. Izuku heaved a sigh as he followed. He loved his friends, but he mostly wanted to decompress alone after the trip back. They caught Aizawa just as he was trying to disappear into his room. "Sensei, 𝐀𝐦 and I are back." The man turned and nodded to show he'd heard. "Midoriya, don't forget about counseling tomorrow after class." With that, he vanished. The reminder sent Izuku's mood plummeting. The first round of students had visited the counselor in the first week. Most seemed to like her, but he'd heard complaints from Shoto that she was out of touch with what hero training entailed. The heterochromatic boy hadn't elaborated, likely because it would reveal what they'd talked about. It made Izuku even more reluctant about the appointment. The girl seemed to pick up on his mood, as she helped him unpack in relative silence. They chatted a bit about homework once they were done. When Kirishima shouted down the hallway that dinner was ready, Izuku was feeling better. After eating, he still called it an early night. Monday morning, he was pleasantly surprised to see a familiar head of indigo hair resting on Aoyama's old desk when he arrived in the classroom. Shinso was fast asleep and drooling onto a textbook. Izuku thought it was cute. Stepping over to the boy, he gently poked him awake. "Huh? Oh, Midoriya." Shinso blinked and subtly wiped his face as he sat up. "Sorry, I didn't want to wake you, but Ida will be in soon, and he'd be less forgiving waking you up. I'm glad to see you here. Call me Izuku if you want. It took the groggy boy a moment to process all the words. Finally, he nodded. Hitoshi, as my name. Izuku beamed at the permission. Before he could say much more, Aizawa shuffled in, followed by Ida. I'll talk to you later. As he took his seat behind Kaken, the last of the stragglers rushed in. The teacher waited for them to settle before addressing them all. Hitoshi Shinso will be joining the class, since we would have had uneven numbers. He'll be moving into a building at the end of the day. Before anyone asks, I can't comment on Aoyama's departure. The man leaned against the edge of his desk and regarded them all for a moment. Today will be quirk training in Gym C until lunch, then an overview of hero law with All Might. The announcements out of the way, Aizawa pushed himself away from the desk and gestured for everyone to follow him out of the room. All too soon for Izuku, the day flew by. Quirk training was eventful, and they were tasked with coming up with special moves. The Greenette was drawing blanks since all of his previous inspiration was copied from All Might, but he needed to rework his entire technique to accommodate his arms. The challenge was enjoyable, but he worried about falling behind. Learning laws specific to heroes had been fascinating as well as frustrating. The amount of double standards and logical fallacies gave Izuku a headache. It caused him to once more think about Stain's and Shigaraki's supposed goals and understand them a bit better. The last thing he wanted was those thoughts bouncing around his head just before facing a psychologist. Aoi Chiba was not what Izuku was expecting. The mental image he had of psychologists was of someone older, with glasses, and an understanding but neutral expression. Chiba appeared to be in her mid-30s, tall and willowy, with a broad smile as she ushered him through the door. The office was brightly lit, and painted a sunny yellow that Izuku supposed would be soothing to others, but triggered a headache. A comfortable-looking couch and chair faced the counselor's desk, allowing a clear view of her computer monitor. Izuku, it's so nice to meet you. You can call me Aoi. Do you want something to drink? The lack of formality gave him pause. Normally he wouldn't mind, but he found the presumption off-putting. As he sank into the chair, he tried to arrange his expression into something friendly. Do you have coffee? Oh no, caffeine isn't good for you. I have water, juice, or decaf tea. She sat in the desk chair and swiveled around to face him. Water is fine. He fidgeted with his hands as she opened a mini fridge under the desk and pulled out a bottled water. When he reached out to take it, her eyes widened on his hand. You poor thing, that must have been painful. The pity had him suppressing a cringe, though he shrugged and tried to smile. Hazard of hero work. She made a strange, disagreeing huff in the back of her throat. Thankfully, rather than arguing, she faced the computer and brought up a text document. I'm going to ask you a series of yes or no questions. This will help determine how I can help. Please answer as best as you can. She waited for Izuku to agree before jumping into it. Do you get at least 8 hours of sleep per night? No. Around how many would you say is normal? 4 or 5, I think. Izuku didn't want to lie, but right off the bat the questions had him on guard. He didn't elaborate that those hours of sleep were broken into segments. Does that impact your school performance? No. I mean, my grades are good and Aizawa-sensei hasn't said anything about my training. Do you feel tired during the day? The Greenette shrugged before remembering she couldn't see him. He cleared his throat and took a drink of water. Yes, but most of us are tired after physical training. We usually have it in the morning, unless it's an all-day session. Chiba made a thoughtful noise as she typed out his answer. Have you ever thought about harming yourself or others? No. The last thing he wanted to do was tell her he actually hurt himself. She swiveled around to peer at him. Her expression made him uncomfortable. It was a blend of chiding and disbelief. Weren't counselors supposed to be impartial? I watched footage of the sports festival. It seemed to me like you were willing to hurt yourself to win. Outrage lanced up his spine. That was different. It was a battle simulation. I've been working to mitigate the damage my quirk causes. A thoughtful noise left her, and she turned back to typing. It looked and sounded like she was noting down more than just what he'd said. He gritted his teeth and fought to remind himself that talking to her was mandatory. Have you ever thought about killing yourself or others? No. His tone was firm this time. With the lack of hesitation, she seemed to take it at face value. Do you have a girlfriend or crush? No. There were several people he had crushes on, but he was too focused on school to act on it. The hormonal stage of being a teenager seemed to be passing him by, but he was fine with it. It made things less complicated in his already busy life. Are you sexually active? A blush crept onto his face, but his tone was even. No. Do you find yourself anxious or afraid in public settings? No. The woman made another thoughtful noise. Izuku glanced around for a clock to check the time, but couldn't see one. The session was supposed to only last an hour. He had a sinking feeling that only a few minutes had passed. Now, this past summer you were kidnapped by villains. Walk me through your thought process while that was happening. Izuku was flustered for a moment. There was no way he was telling her the truth. Well, all I could think about was saving Katsuki. We have encountered those villains before, so I knew what to expect. It must have been terrifying. I'll tell you what. There's something called art therapy I'd like to try with you. It's really simple. She fished out a blank piece of paper, clipboard, and crayons from a drawer and handed them to Izuku. He stared at them in disbelief. I want you to draw me a scene from the incident. It can be abstract or realistic, stick figures or detailed. Just do what seems natural. Fighting to keep the frown from his face, he hesitantly picked up a random color and started to doodle. He was a decent artist, but he pretended to be slow and indecisive to try running down the clock. Halfway through a squiggly black and blue spiral, the woman turned towards him. Our time is up. What you have is perfect, and you can finish it next week. I want to see you back here next Saturday at 4 p.m. Izuku's stomach dropped, but he pasted on a smile and nodded. Internally, he was screaming some of Kaken's favorite curses. They both stood up and Izuku handed her back the items. In the meantime, if you need to talk, my door is always open. She smiled sweetly and saw him to the door. He bowed and tried not to walk too fast as he made his escape. Once he was out of the building, he broke into a brisk jog, trying to run off the foul mood the meeting had put him in. Objectively, he could see why other students might like her. She appeared kind and caring, listened with sympathy, and the art therapy might appeal to them. Something about her just rubbed him the wrong way. He took a circuitous route back to the dorms to work up a good sweat. When he stepped into the building, he was panting and mildly regretting doing the impromptu workout in his normal clothes. They clung to his frame uncomfortably since they didn't breathe as well as his gym uniform. The students hanging out in the common room greeted him with waves and smiles. He returned them, but didn't stop to talk. He desperately wanted a shower, to change, and to go to bed. He settled for the first two, since retiring to his room without eating would worry his friends. After gathering his shower items, he made his way to the bathroom and narrowly avoided running into Kaken as he was coming out. It was surprising since the blonde didn't live on that floor, though Izuku figured he was ignoring Ida's shower schedules. Watch it, nerd. The words lacked the usual bite. The blonde's hair looked fluffy and soft, and from the steam filling the room behind him, he'd just gotten out of the shower. Sorry, Kaken. The brunette fidgeted a bit before peeking at him curiously. Have you been to therapy yet? The question caught Katsuki off guard, but he recovered with a sullen grimace. No, I'm scheduled for Sunday. Try to keep your temper when you get there. That shitty? The blonde raised an eyebrow, finally taking in Izuku's appearance. Rather than answer directly, Izuku ran his fingers through his sweaty hair and let out a deep sigh. That night at home. Did you mean it when you said I could come to you? Anxiety coiled in his stomach, and his eyes stayed glued to the floor as it took 𝐀𝐦 a moment to answer. I'm not a liar. Just don't cry or some shit. I don't need 𝐬𝐻𝐻 breaking down my door thinking we're fighting. With that, he stomped towards the stairs. It took a moment for Izuku to gather his thoughts and continue into the bathroom. He had little doubt that he would need to take 𝐀𝐦 up on his offer later. His fingers already twitched with nervous energy, wanting the weight of the razor. The meeting with the counselor made his thoughts race chaotically, and the run hadn't helped. After eating dinner, he retreated to his room to do homework. It was hard to focus on, but he was determined to get through most of it before bed. He finally gave up when his vision started swimming. A glance at his clock startled him. It was a little past midnight. Heaving a sigh, he reluctantly got ready for bed. As he laid in darkness, he absently scratched at his arm. It wasn't itchy, it was just something to do as sleep eluded him. When the spot started stinging, he pulled back with a surprised hiss. He'd gouged a decent-sized scratch into the skin. Getting to his feet, he waffled a little bit before exiting his room and heading to the second floor. He felt guilty, staring at the wound in the dim light of the hallway. He'd promised 𝐀𝐦 he wouldn't hurt himself anymore, and there was the evidence that he'd failed. Standing outside the blonde's door, he found himself indecisive. What if he was asleep already? Or didn't want visitors? What if Izuku was being selfish? A quiet yelp escaped him when the door was yanked open roughly. He slapped his hands over his mouth, hoping the noise hadn't disturbed anyone. Crimson eyes glared at him, but that blonde didn't say anything, just stepping aside to let him in. Once the door was closed, Izuku held up his arm with a guilty expression. I swear I didn't mean to. I didn't realize what I was doing. He fought back a flinch when 𝐀𝐦 grabbed his arm to look at the scratch. It was bleeding, but only lightly. Finally, the other boy scoffed. Don't do it again. Without another word, he pulled a pillow and blanket off the bed and tossed them onto the floor. The invitation was clear. The carpet was just plush enough to make up for some of the discomfort of sleeping on a hard floor. He curled up into a tight roll and tried to quiet his thoughts by listening to the other boy's quiet breathing as he settled into bed. Good night, 𝐀𝐦. Night, nerd. As with most things someone is dreading, the week passed quickly for Izuku. On Thursday, his mother called to see if he was coming home. He declined because 𝐀𝐦 didn't want to go with him. The disappointment from 𝐀𝐦 was palpable and left him even more stressed out. He knew for a fact Katsuki would not like Chiba and wondered if he'd be able to hear the rage from under his bed in the dorms. He didn't want the blonde's temper getting him in trouble. Aside from Izuku and Shoto, Hitoshi also didn't like the therapist. The tired boy complained that he was tempted to brainwash her until the end of the session. Everyone else seemed to love her. To make up for the lack of a visit, Izuku spent a good chunk of Sunday morning on the phone with his mother. It was a good distraction until his phone ran low on battery, and he had to cut it short. When 𝐀𝐦 left for his appointment, Izuku crept down to the common room to curl up on a couch between Shoto and Hitoshi. The two boys seemed to get along in that both were quiet and had a dry sense of humor. Shoto was reading a novel and Hitoshi was watching the TV out of boredom. Zero and Ojiro were playing a racing game on the TV. Some of the others were cheering them on while waiting for their turns. Izuku was shocked to see Midnight and Ectoplasm hanging out at a small table in a corner. The teachers had their own lounge and kitchenette on the 5th floor, so they didn't mingle often, likely to keep student-teacher relationships distinct. Midnight caught him staring and winked. A blush crept across his cheeks, and he turned his attention back to the TV. The woman was professional, but she liked teasing people and wasn't shy about sexuality. She'd invited the class to come to her with romantic problems, cognizant of what could happen with so many teenagers living under one roof. So far, he knew of only girls who had done so. The counselor's questions about his relationship status still threw him for a loop. Normal kids his age should be hooking up with each other. He'd seen Shoji holding hands with Tsu the other day, and Mina asked someone from 1B on a date. Even Ida had a not-so-subtle crush on Mei Hatsum from the support department. He was aware that Ochako had a crush on him, but he only viewed her as a good friend. Izuku had a crush on several people, but didn't feel compelled to act on it. Primarily, he was too shy. He didn't want to risk ruining his friendships by inviting rejection or disgust. Second, none of his crushes were female, with the exception of Momo. But half the class thought she was amazing. That fact doubly made him uninterested in acting on the feelings. Society had advanced, but some things were still taboo. Coming out might hurt his eventual hero rating and chances for joining a good agency. A warm weight pressed into his side, and he was unsurprised to see Hitoshi listing over dead asleep. The other boy always evaded answering why he was perpetually sleep-deprived. It worried Izuku, but he was one to talk. Nightmares had driven him to Kaken's room 3 times that week. He fretted about bugging the blonde too much, but so far he hadn't commented on it. Adjusting uncomfortably in place, Izuku gently pulled his arm out from under Hitoshi and draped it across his shoulders for lack of space. On his other side, Shoto snickered. The brunette turned to frown at him, wondering if today was the day he'd have to reveal his blackmail material from training camp. But the other boy just smirked and shrugged before going back to reading. It wasn't like Hitoshi had never fallen asleep on Shoto before, too. The front door opened and Izuku sat up to see who it was. All Might came in trailed by a furious-looking Kaken. His hands were clenched into tight fists and smoke wisped off his palms. Izuku moved to get up, but his mentor caught his gaze and shook his head before leading Katsuki to the elevator. A few seconds later, it stopped on the 5th floor. Anxiety surged in his stomach as he sank back into the cushions. Was Kaken in trouble? Getting expelled? His nervous fidgeting prompted Shoto to grab his hand and squeeze lightly. He glanced down in surprise, noting new shallow scratches on his arm. He'd been doing it without realizing. "Let's go to my room. We'll hear when he gets back." Grateful tears welled up, and he blinked them away rapidly before turning to nudge Hitoshi awake. The other boy was confused, but allowed himself to be herded into the elevator and into Shoto's room. Once inside, he took over Shoto's futon and curled up under the blankets. Izuku sank to the floor next to the bed, the heterochromatic boy joining him a moment later. He probably just yelled at Chiba or something. He'd be with Nezu if it was serious. After a brief hesitation, Shoto adjusted to sit next to him, leaning his warm side against Izuku. The radiating heat helped him relax enough to stop fussing with his hands. "I knew it wouldn't go well. Kaken hates being talked down to as much as I do." The two-tone boy snorted in agreement. She kept asking about Endeavor and how great it must be to learn from the #1 hero at home. When I told her he drove Mother into a psychotic breakdown, she told me it must have been a scary experience and made me write an essay on how the lack of a mother figure impacted my current relationships. Izuku's jaw dropped at the description. Anger burned in his chest on behalf of his friend. Before he could say anything, a sleepy voice chimed in. She wouldn't shut up about my childhood. Kept insisting I had more trauma than just kids making fun of my quirk. The indigo-haired boy rolled over to peer at them. My file lists my foster family. She kept asking if I was safe there. Hitoshi rolled his eyes. They're good people. The new information about Hitoshi was surprising. The other boy rarely talked about himself, aside from what was implied to Izuku at the sports festival. The three went silent for a while, mutually brooding about the new counselor. Eventually, Izuku was jolted from his thoughts by a light touch on his arm. He glanced down to see Shoto examining the scratches. He tried not to fidget away. When the heterochromatic boy jerked his head curiously towards Hitoshi, Izuku drew in a deep breath and nodded subtly. He didn't mind talking about it in front of the other boy. I noticed you didn't have any new marks. Are you trying to quit? Shoto's tone was soft. Behind them, he heard Hitoshi shift around to peer at what held their attention. Why, yeah, 𝐀𝐦 found out. He took my razor. I promised him I'd stop. But sometimes I do this without realizing. Rubber band. The seemingly random words from Hitoshi had them both turning to stare at him funny. He shrugged, adjusting the blankets around him so only his eyes were showing. Wear a rubber band. Snap it when you get anxious. It's what I used to do. Izuku took a moment to appreciate how cute Hitoshi looked like that. Then he seriously considered the advice. It was certainly less destructive than maiming himself, and less noticeable. He nodded, smiling at the cocooned boy. I'll try it. Thank you. They sat in companionable silence until the quiet sound of 𝐀𝐦's door opening reached them. Izuku fussed with his hands, wondering if he should bother the explosive blonde. Shoto grabbed and held his hand before it could migrate to his arm. I'm going to go down and bring us up some food. Why don't you go see if he's hungry? Izuku nodded and spared him a smile, grateful for the excuse. He stood and Shoto led the way out. While the heterochromatic boy headed for the stairs, Izuku hovered outside 𝐀𝐦's door. Before he could second-guess himself, he lightly rapped his knuckles against the wood. A few seconds later it cracked open and a single crimson eye glared at him. Izuku wilted at having that look directed at him again. It had been a while since 𝐀𝐦's venom was focused at him. Shoto is bringing up food. Do you want some? Leave me alone, Deku. The door started closing, and it took all of Izuku's courage to wedge his foot in the jam. He was thankful 𝐀𝐦 didn't slam it shut anyway. Are you okay? I was so worried when you came back with the teacher. Did something happen? The blonde honest-to-goodness growled and wrenched the door open before stalking away. Izuku took the invitation and stepped through, shutting the door softly behind him. Without a clear invitation, he fretted by the door, watching 𝐀𝐦 pointlessly shove things around on his desk. Finally, Katsuki broke. That bitch had the nerve to call me dangerous. She might as well have called me a villain. So I set her stupid desk on fire. Izuku giggled. When 𝐀𝐦 whipped around to stare, he slapped his hands over his mouth with an apologetic expression. When he thought he had a hold of himself, he murmured, I wanted to smash her computer. You're not in serious trouble, are you? The corners of 𝐀𝐦's lips twitched before his angry demeanor eased the slightest bit. Nah. I got 2 days of house arrest. I'm supposed to clean and shit. All Might Sensei is making me talk to Inui Sensei instead. Anger management or something. The tension in Izuku's gut eased, and he smiled genuinely. I'm glad. Hopefully it helps. I've been thinking of talking to Aizawa Sensei to see if I can talk to someone else, too. Shoto and Hitoshi don't like her either. 𝐀𝐦 grunted, but any words were cut off by a knock on the door. Izuku glanced at the blonde questioningly and received an ambivalent wave. Turning, he opened the door to find Shoto holding what looked like a mixing bowl full of noodles. He shrugged sheepishly at the greenette stare. I didn't want to carry 4 different bowls. The two-tone boy leaned around him to look at Katsuki. There's enough for you, but we're eating in my room. The blonde scowled, but before he could reject the offer, Izuku leveled a determined look at him. If 𝐀𝐦 isn't eating tonight, then neither am I. The declaration seemed to stump Katsuki for a moment. He directed one of his unreadable stares at him before scoffing and shoving his hands in his pockets. Stupid Deku, needing your hand held for everything. He stalked past both of them and rudely entered Shoto's room before the heterochromatic boy. When they followed, he was already slumped on the tatami mat next to the futon. Shoto sat across from him, placing the bowl in easy reach of all of them. Izuku sat between them. Hitoshi finally came out of his burrito at the smell of food. The two-tone boy passed around chopsticks, Izuku's with a clip. They ate in comfortable silence, 𝐀𝐦 notably relaxing in the quiet atmosphere. Halfway through the bowl, 𝐀𝐦 paused to run a finger down Izuku's arm. The greenette shivered and glanced over to see the explosive boy frowning at the new scratches. After a moment, he went back to eating without comment. It was still early, but with a full belly Izuku found himself yawning. The action caught, and soon the others were covering their own. Without preamble, Hitoshi flopped back over onto Shoto's futon and curled up. Taking that as their cue, Izuku and 𝐀𝐦 started to stand. "You can stay, if you want. I have an extra futon and stuff." Shoto looked awkward and a little hopeful, including Katsuki in the offer. Izuku agreed readily enough. If he went back to his room, he'd likely just be back down to 𝐀𝐦's later. The blonde took a bit longer to answer, but when he did it was a gruff affirmative, probably coming to the same conclusion. Shoto gave a small smile and stood to move the empty bowl to his desk before pulling a folded futon out from under it. He unfolded the soft fabric next to his and fetched 2 pillows and a blanket from the bottom drawer of his dresser. The futon looked big enough to easily fit 2. After leaving briefly to tend his nightly rituals, Izuku returned to find Katsuki already sprawled out and scrolling through his phone. Shoto was bullying Hitoshi into giving up half of their futon and blankets. The greenette loitered by the light switch until they were settled before flicking it off. Izuku stepped over 𝐀𝐦 to settle between him and Shoto. On Shoto's other side, Hitoshi was already softly snoring. He rolled onto his side facing the heterochromatic boy, aware that cuddling Katsuki might ruin the peace between them. It wasn't long before he was dozing off. On Friday class 1 had an all-day training session. They were given half the day to work on their special moves, while the last half they presented said moves before the class. Izuku was nervous, but confident as he showed off his newly dubbed St. Louis Smash Air Force against 3 of ectoplasm's duplicates. The roundhouse kick delivered compressed air in a semicircle powerful enough to knock the clones back and make them melt into their goopy state. When all of the demonstrations went smoothly, they were released from class early, a very rare treat. Everyone made their way to the locker rooms in good spirits. Even the teachers vanished rather quickly, looking forward to an early weekend. Izuku glanced up from pulling off his shirt to spot Hitoshi hovering by the edge of the lockers. The tired teen looked nervous, and Izuku had an uncomfortable flashback to when 𝐀𝐦 would refuse to change in front of people. Concern raced through him, and he slowly gravitated towards the indigo-haired boy. "Are you okay?" Eyes widening in surprise, he nodded reluctantly. After a pause, he made his way over to his locker and fiddled with the hem of his shirt. His eyes scanned the rest of the room, noting that everyone else was ignoring him, before reluctantly pulling it off. Under the gym uniform, he wore a snug-looking zip-up vest that glistened with sweat and looked uncomfortable. Still, he kept it on as he rooted through his locker. Izuku bit his lip as the rest of the boys headed into the showers. In hindsight, Hitoshi usually hung back to talk to the teachers after training. The greenette had never seen him without clothes before. "If you want to shower after everyone else, I can stay." The offer felt awkward, and the other boy looked startled. Hitoshi rubbed the back of his neck. Finally, he looked up at Izuku hesitantly. "I don't want to make anyone uncomfortable. I usually go last." Izuku titled his head with a confused expression. "Why would we be?" Sweat broke out on the other boy's temples, and he seemed to struggle with an answer. After a moment, his shoulders sagged, and he turned to face Izuku. It was weird seeing the quiet boy so frazzled. When he spoke, his voice was barely audible. "I'm trans." It took a moment before the meaning set in. The revelation gave him a second of pause before he shrugged. Hitoshi was still Hitoshi, though he could see why the other boy would be reluctant to change around others. Coming to a conclusion, he nodded firmly to himself before regarding the indigo-haired boy seriously. "I'll wait with you. Do the teachers know?" The firm acceptance made the normally pale boy blush, nodding hesitantly. "I'll ask Aizawa-sensei if we can add curtains around some of the showers." He paused a moment as another thought occurred to him. Are you okay with others knowing? It would make it easier to help you, and it would prevent shocking accidents. We met Tiger-san from the Wild Pussycats, and no one cared. The purple-haired boy looked a little overwhelmed, tears gathering at the corners of his eyes. Izuku shifted uncomfortably and rushed to assure him. Only if you're comfortable with it. Hitoshi rubbed his arm over his eyes, nodding again. Izuku waited patiently for him to compose himself. By then, some of the other boys started trickling out of the showers. Denki and Ijiro gave Izuku concerned, questioning looks, but he shook his head. He doubted the other boy would want it mentioned right that second. Katsuki came out last. His gaze fell on Izuku and Hitoshi, noting they were still grimy and half-dressed. There was a thoughtful glance at the indigo-haired boy's binder, and Izuku knew the second it clicked when Kaken lifted an eyebrow. There was a brief pause before the blonde continued to his locker to dress. Hurry it up, extras, I'm hungry. Katsuki raised his voice in his normal aggressive way, glaring at Sato and Mainta until the two stragglers rushed out ahead of him. Katsuki directed an inscrutable look at Izuku before following them out. Fidgeting a bit, Izuku gestured towards the showers. I can wait for you to finish. With one last uncertain look, Shinsu gathered clean clothes in his arms and made his way into the showers. Izuku loitered by the lockers, fussing with his own clothes. It only took a few minutes before the other boy walked out fully dressed, hair wet and slicked down. The other boy waited for him to finish as well. They walked to the dorm building in comfortable silence. Izuku broke away from his friend as they entered the common room to knock lightly on Aizawa's door. He waited long enough to think the teacher was still out. But finally the door opened. From the heavy-lidded eyes and mussed hair, he suspected he interrupted a nap. But the man let him in without comment. Aizawa's rooms were bigger than the student dorms, consisting of a sitting room office, with a bedroom and bathroom further in. Even still, the teacher's familiar yellow sleeping bag was crumpled on the couch, as if he'd just crawled out of it. Izuku idly wondered if it was a security blanket, but he'd never have the nerve to ask. The room was mostly dark aside from a desk lamp and one partially covered window. What is it? Aizawa slumped into his desk chair, gesturing for Izuku to have a seat on the couch. He respectfully moved the sleeping bag before doing so, curious to find it smelled like jasmine and the juice drinks the man liked. Once settled, he fidgeted with his hands as he gathered his thoughts. I have a couple different things. The girls mentioned that Mainta has been hanging around their floor. Aizawa grimaced and turned to wake up his computer. Has he done anything? Izuku waited patiently for the man to pull up a program and start typing notes. And not that they've said. But Sue said he's creeping her out. Oh, and at the forest training camp. He trailed off, feeling guilty. With everything. Mandalay-san and I were going to mention it but forgot. It grossed everyone out, even Kaminari. Mainta climbed the wall between the baths. We tried to stop him, but he was too fast. Kota-chan was looking out for something like that to happen, and he got hurt stopping him. That made the man freeze in his typing for a moment. When he glanced back at Izuku, red was starting to bleed into his dark eyes. The greenette shrank back and stared at his knees. He'd only seen Aizawa this furious when defending the students against the League of Villains. I took Kota to be healed by Mandalay-san and told her, but I think she forgot too. The man closed his eyes and took a deep breath before returning to typing. Izuku hoped the keyboard would survive. The clicking noises continued for a moment before Aizawa motioned impatiently over his shoulder. I also wanted to talk to you about Hitoshi. It's partially related to Mainta. Scratching the back of his head, Izuku continued. Hitoshi told me about himself. I noticed he didn't want to shower after training. I stayed with him to make sure he was all right. Would it be possible to add curtains to a couple stalls? Aizawa made a thoughtful noise and turned to scrutinize him for a moment. It made Izuku nervous even though, for once, he hadn't done anything wrong. Finally, the man nodded. That's a good idea. I'll speak with maintenance about adding them to all the shower rooms. Shinsu didn't mention anything. It didn't occur to me it would be a problem. It was a little shocking to hear his teacher admit fault. Shifting in his seat, Izuku offered, I doubt anyone would be creepy about it, aside from Mayuta. I just want a Hitoshi to be comfortable. The man nodded, letting out an exhausted sigh and pausing to bring up the UA email client. Izuku tried not to snoop, but he couldn't help trying to read over Aizawa's shoulder. After some clicking, a form appeared on a new email, and Izuku saw with a start that it was an expulsion recommendation. Unamused eyes peered at him, and he flushed at getting caught. You will say nothing about this until it's officially announced. His behavior is unacceptable for a hero. Not able to refute the statement, and feeling a bit relieved on behalf of the girls, he nodded in agreement. Without a clear dismissal from his teacher, he sat twiddling his thumbs. He let out a surprised oof when something black and furry launched at him from under Aizawa's desk and began purring. A black cat the size of a medium dog stared at him expectantly as it draped itself over his lap. Its bulk was mostly fluff, Izuku discovered as he gingerly ran his hands down its back. But its frame was still large and muscular. It reminded him of a Maine Coon aside from color. Aizawa glanced at him, and Izuku thought he could make out a faint smile. That is Mommy. No one else better hear of Mommy because teachers aren't allowed to have pets on campus. The warning was clear, not that Izuku needed it. The beautiful cat was soothing to pet, and he wouldn't begrudge the overworked man a companion. He took a calculated risk with his next words, however. I won't tell anyone about Mommy-chan, as long as Aizawa-sensei will let me bring Mommy-chan fish and pet her sometimes. The man huffed and rolled his shoulders in a shrug. She prefers chicken. Warmth bloomed in Izuku's chest as the correction might as well have been outright permission. He'd always wanted a cat, but his mom was allergic. Aizawa resumed typing, leaving Izuku to lavish attention on the content feline. Between the comforting vibrations of Mommy's loud purr and the rhythmic clicking of the keyboard, the greenette soon found himself drifting off to sleep. Something tapped his cheek, and he batted at it with a grumpy snort. A heavy warmth was draped over him from chest to lap. It was comforting, like Todoroki at the training camp. For the first time in a long time, he felt safe enough to want to sleep, and nothing was going to ruin it. His fuzzy brain registered quiet grumbling before something soft was draped around his shoulders, and the pestering stopped. Izuku woke up slowly, which was a novelty. Usually nightmares had him tumbling out of bed ready to fight. Other times his alarm would jolt him awake rudely. Sometimes the depression kept him half asleep and not wanting to get up. But this was different. He felt content and well rested. When he finally cracked his eyes open, he was confused at his surroundings, finding himself bundled in a velvety blanket on a worn but comfortable couch. He blinked and rubbed sleep from his eyes before sitting up. It took him a moment to remember the night before, and his face heated up in embarrassment. The door to the common room opened, and his teacher walked in balancing 2 steaming mugs in one hand. He quirked an eyebrow at Izuku, but didn't comment, simply offering him one of the cups. The smell of hot coffee reached his nose, and he smiled in thanks as he took it. A glance at the window showed a gray pre-dawn sky. He'd slept through dinner and most of the night without problems. Izuku warmed his hands on the mug as he waited for it to cool down enough to drink. I'm sorry for imposing, sensei. The man waved him off with a grunt. Are you seeing the counselor? He sipped his coffee and leveled a stare at Izuku. The greenette lowered his gaze to stare at his drink, giving a reluctant nod after a moment. He took a careful sip to stall, trying to put his thoughts in order. The teacher seemed content to let him, used to Izuku being a thinker. Finally, I don't feel comfortable with her. I don't entirely know why, but she comes off as condescending. Like, she says what a normal kid would want to hear, but you're not a normal kid, problem child. Izuku blushed and gave a tentative nod. I understand therapy and all, but I don't want to hear placations or to be told what I should be feeling. I want to hear what I need to get better. But when I talk about Hasu, for example, she condenses everything I say down into it. Must have been scary. Now draw a picture. In crayon. I'm not exaggerating. Izuku fibbed a little on the incident topic, but the counselor's response was accurate. He still didn't like talking about the kidnapping. The man frowned darkly at his words, setting his coffee aside to give Izuku his full attention. The boy fidgeted with his own cup, afraid for a moment that Aizawa's ire was directed at him. But then the man spoke up. What did you feel in Hasu? And none of that endeavor nonsense the media got a hold of. I know you too well, and I know about Ida's brother. It doesn't take a genius to connect the dots. Izuku wasn't surprised that Aizawa had accurately read between the lines of that mess. He wouldn't be a successful underground hero if he couldn't. It took several moments for him to answer. I felt rage when I found Ida and Native. Stain was about to kill him. I did feel afraid and helpless when Stain drank my blood and paralyzed me. But Izuku shifted in his seat, biting his lip. Anxiety made him nauseous, but he pushed past it at Aizawa's neutral expectancy. The next part he would never be able to admit to Chiba and her sympathetic smile. I wanted to kill him. He was threatening my friend's life. His sword was over Ida's chest, and I wanted to make him suffer. Then Shoto showed up to my text alone, and I thought I'd have to watch two friends die. He sat the cup down on the coffee table as his hands began to shake. In hindsight, he should have felt sick at the remembered emotions from that night, but he couldn't bring himself to. The shaking came from anger, not remorse or fear. The fear came later, from nightmares of watching that blade plunge into Ida's chest, of watching his friend's life drain out crimson on the filthy asphalt. Aizawa said nothing, and his expression remained impartial. Izuku felt compelled to continue, emboldened at the lack of judgment or input. When Stain died after the Nomu attack, I was happy, but also disappointed because it meant he escaped punishment for everyone he's killed or harmed. He died a martyr for every other villain that believes in his ideology. His fingers flexed in his lap as he tried to get a grip on his racing heart. Talking plainly about the event was refreshing and cathartic. With the counselor, he had to watch his words and didn't feel like he could say everything that was on his mind. Aizawa made it easier, and Izuku trusted him. Keep a hold of those feelings. Izuku glanced up in surprise, but kept quiet as Aizawa continued. Ambiguous notions of justice and defending peace will only get you so far. It's bloody, painful, and terrifying. People you know will die and get hurt despite you doing everything right. It's a fact of life, not just hero work. The man paused to collect his thoughts. At some point, you may do something you regret. I have. All Might has. Most heroes do eventually. But if in the end you follow your training and never compromise your principles, there should be little to feel regret about. Aizawa paused to let Izuku absorb the advice. A knowing look was directed at him, and he shifted uncomfortably at the man's next words. You also can't internalize other people's choices, or things outside of your control. It's not an easy habit to break, but you must if you're going to survive long as a hero. Ida chose to endanger himself. That is not on you. What is how you responded. If you hadn't arrived, hadn't thought to contact Todoroki, Ida and Native would be dead. Stain would still be killing heroes and the body count would be higher. Stop tormenting yourself with things you can't change. Instead, look at what you did accomplish and be thankful. It was a lot to digest. Aizawa went quiet, finishing his coffee and letting Izuku think. Everything the man said had the ring of truth and experience to it. While not entirely making Izuku feel better, it did ease some of the ill feelings he'd been hanging on to. After a minute, the greenette nodded. Thank you, sensei. I'll try my best. He reclaimed his drink and sipped the tepid coffee until it was gone. The world was starting to brighten outside when Aizawa spoke again. I want you to attend your next appointment with Chiba. But come tell me if it still doesn't feel right. Izuku grimaced, but nodded in agreement. It's today at 4. Can I have permission for me and Kaken to visit my mom until Sunday? We'd be leaving just after my appointment. With everything else going on, he nearly forgot. Kaken still didn't want to go with him, but Inko had called him again to coax him into it. The man made a noise of agreement, turning to make a note of the trip in a ledger on his desk. Mommy made another appearance, rubbing against Izuku's knees and making soft chirpy noises until he pet her. He was happy to comply, hefting her into his lap for a proper cuddle. After a few minutes of silence, Izuku became aware of how rude he was being to his teacher. Gently shooing Mommy out of his lap, he stood and bowed. I'm sorry for interrupting your morning, Sensei. I should go now. He waited for Aizawa's acknowledgement before gathering the empty cups and venturing into the common room. It was still too early on a Saturday for most classmates to be up. A grumpy-sounding Toru was helping Takoyami make breakfast when Izuku entered the kitchen. Momo was half asleep at the table sipping tea. Morning. Izuku made his way over to wash the cups as the three greeted him. Once done, he made his way upstairs to change and perform his morning routine. By the time he returned to the kitchen, Ida, Shoto, and Kaken were also there, and a plate of food was waiting for him. Shoto glanced at him curiously as he sat down between the heterochromatic boy and Katsuki. Where'd you disappear till last night? A blush tinted Izuku's cheeks, and he ducked his head. I went to talk to Aizawa-sensei and fell asleep on his couch. Are you trying to compete with Itoshi? Most everyone snickered at that, except Ida, who looked disapproving. Are you feeling well, Midoriya? You have seemed tired this week. The class president adjusted his glasses. Izuku fussed with his chopsticks as he pondered how to answer. Finally, he decided to be honest but tactful. Ida wouldn't appreciate the blunt truth like Aizawa did. I've been anxious about my appointment with Chiba-san. I'm not sure her way of doing things is for me. The strict boy contemplated that for a moment before smiling. That's very mature of you to say. It's important to trust the person you're speaking to. I personally find her a bit too forward, but her methods are sound enough. I get the feeling she's just used to working with young children. Everyone at the table who liked Chiba made noises of agreement. Kaken slanted a glance at him, and Izuku felt a light kick on his leg. It made the greenette smile. Katsuki rolled his eyes and went back to eating. Izuku did the same, feeling a bit lighter than he had before the kick. After breakfast, Izuku puttered around the lounge cleaning. He got some odd looks since he wasn't on the schedule for that day, but it helped keep him from ruminating on the upcoming appointment. At around noon, he was ambushed by Eijiro and Denki. They marched him to the couch in front of the TV and forced him to play video games until it was time for him to leave. As he headed to Building 3, he texted Kaken a reminder to meet him by the school gates at 5:15. He received a rude emoji of confirmation, shaking his head and chuckling. He almost ran into Ryo Inui as the bestial man came out of the building. Izuku blushed and bowed. Sorry, Inui-san. I wasn't paying attention. The man grumbled but nodded. Pay attention, Midoriya. Inui turned to leave, but then paused. Are you going to Chiba-san's office? Izuku was surprised at the question but nodded. He'd never really spoken to the lifestyle guidance counselor before to know why he was interested. The man hesitated, drawing in a deep breath through his nose as if scenting for something, then shook his head. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. With that, the man resumed his business. The encounter was strange, but Izuku shrugged it off. The hero named Hound Dog was known to be antisocial outside of office hours. Once inside the building, Izuku dragged his feet to Chiba's office. Ada might have been right about her lacking experience with teenagers, but it didn't change how he felt about it. He knocked reluctantly and entered when she called out. Izuku, I'm so happy to see you again. The counselor swiveled to face him with a wide smile as he sat down. I was just reviewing your notes. We got a little off track last time. I have more questions for you. But first, Aoi turned to pull out the clipboard, several sheets of blank paper, and crayons. The greenette took them while suppressing a frown. While he ordered the objects and sat them down next to him, the woman opened up a text program. I'm going to ask you some open-ended questions. For each one, I want you to draw a picture while talking. Like last time, it doesn't need to be pretty, just authentic. I noticed you were uncomfortable talking with me last time. Maybe having something to focus on will help. Izuku nodded. He couldn't fault the logic, even though he really wanted to. Being antagonistic for no reason wasn't like him, and it bothered him. Was it just the forced topics he didn't like? He'd spoken to Aizawa just fine. It disturbed him to take such an instant dislike to someone. Even Monoma, with his constant taunting and condescension, hadn't garnered such a reaction. How have you been adjusting to life away from home? Some tension left him at the safe topic. Absently, he picked a random color and started doodling stick figures of his classmates. It's been fine. I miss my mom, but it's nice not having to commute. Just your mom? What about dad? The greenette blinked and shrugged, coloring in Ijiro's red hair. He left mom when I was a baby. She told me he accepted a job in America, but he's never contacted us. Since he couldn't miss what he'd never had, the subject of his father was easy. Does your mom work? The clacking of the keyboard as she typed was distracting. Yes, at a grocery store. A thoughtful hum left her. It didn't sound entirely positive. Were you lonely growing up? Start a new page. Izuku complied, though he didn't like where the line of questioning was going. No, I had a friend who stayed over every time she couldn't be home at night. My mom worked hard to make sure I had a good childhood. For that question, he made random squiggly lines. Of course, she sounds lovely. Did you ever feel stressed about being left alone? I mean, when your friend couldn't be there? Izuku had to think about that, but eventually made a negative sound. We've lived in the same apartment building all my life. I knew if anything happened, there were about 20 adults who would help. He drew a crude house, fighting his desire to make it detailed and neat. Aoi turned to face him, glancing at his paper and smiling. New page, dear. She waited for him to comply before continuing. Last time, you didn't seem fazed discussing your kidnapping. She peered at him with a kind expression. I know you're training to be a hero, but even the pros have something that bothers them. A light chuckle left her. Even if it's only spiders. What are some of your fears? A frown tugged at his mouth despite attempts to stay neutral. There was plenty that scared him. Just nothing he wanted analyzed by someone he didn't know. Deciding on a half-truth, he picked up the red crayon and made a messy spiral. Well, it's kind of stupid. She sat forward and patted his knee. The uninvited touch made his skin crawl. There are no stupid answers, especially if it's something that distresses you. I guess blood scares me. I've seen plenty of it, but I can't stand it. He drew a little stick figure in the middle of the red spiral to sell the fib. At that point, he was used to the sight of blood. It bothered him, but he wouldn't call it a fear. Anything else? Remember, this is confidential. My goal is to help you, but I can't if I'm not aware of certain things. I suppose dogs, too. One bit me when I was little. I get nervous around big ones. That was not a lie, though still not what he suspected she wanted to hear about. Picking the brown crayon, he scrawled a rough dog shape with bloody teeth. The therapist looked pleased, incongruous to the topic. Now we're getting somewhere. I'm happy you're comfortable enough to confide in me. Next page. Izuku fidgeted in his seat as he got a fresh page ready. It felt like the session should be done already. The yellow walls were giving him a headache again, and he was impatient to go meet 𝐀𝐦. As Chiba turned to type out some notes, Izuku tried looking at the time. The attempt didn't go unnoticed. Have plans for tonight? She turned to smile at him. The brunette fussed with the clipboard. All the smiling was starting to unsettle him. She did it even though it didn't quite reach her eyes every time. "Ah, yes. I'm going to visit my mom." "Well, just one more question, and it will be about time to stop for today." She swiveled to face him fully again. "How did you lose your fingers?" Izuku hesitated before focusing on drawing a crude 3-fingered hand. "While I was kidnapped, one of the villains used a quirk to remove them." A thoughtful hum left her. "You mentioned last time that you don't sleep well. Do you have nightmares by chance?" Izuku fought a scowl. That was 2 questions, not the promised one. Still, he suspected if he refused to answer, she'd keep him longer. "Sometimes. I do have some about the kidnapping, but it's not usually too bad. I mainly just have insomnia." The note was sympathetic. "Tell you what. I'll let you go a little early if you promise to do some homework for me." The offer was too tempting to pass up, so he nodded. The smile returned to Aoi's lips, and she seemed to think for a moment. "I want you to write out how you feel about your disability. Just 1 page. I don't want you to stress about it. But I do want you to include your emotions. Aside from that, it can include anything. Due next appointment, let's say, this coming Wednesday at 4. Having his missing digits labeled a disability made him bristle internally. He forced a convincing smile and nodded. "I'll do my best, Chiba-san." Before she could go back on letting him leave, he stood and bowed before making a hasty exit. Pulling out his phone to check the time, he found missed messages from 𝐀𝐦. "Where are you? WTF? You still in therapy?" With a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach, he looked at the time. It was 20 minutes past when he was supposed to meet 𝐀𝐦. His hands shook in anger as he tried typing. "She just let me out. You still there?" The response was almost instantaneous. "Hurry the fuck up." Izuku fumbled to tuck his phone away before taking off in a sprint. One for All activated in response to his ire. A normally 10-minute walk was over in a blink. The momentum almost carried him past the blonde and through the gate before he skidded to a halt. 𝐀𝐦 took in his appearance before frowning. "Where's your backpack?" The anger bubbled over as Izuku realized he'd left it in the dorms. "Fucking hell." Crimson eyes widened in shock at the outburst. Izuku almost never swore. But the brunette paced, muttering curses directed towards the lying counselor. Various emotions built in his chest as he processed the betrayal of trust. It was several minutes before Izuku finally paused and looked at 𝐀𝐦 with frustrated tears in his eyes. "She told me she was letting me go early. I don't want to go back to her fake smiles and goddamn yellow office that gives me migraines." His vision went blurry and the floodgates opened. Katsuki was stunned for a moment. Izuku had cried and been upset around the blonde before, but he'd never seen a full-on nervous breakdown, not even after facing Shigaraki in the park. With an awkward shuffle, he patted and rubbed circles on Izuku's back. He didn't know how to handle this side of the brunette. Humiliation coursed through Izuku, but the tears wouldn't stop. He reached out a trembling hand to grip the blonde's shirt. The desire to claw at his arms to ground himself was overwhelming. The stilted attempt at comfort registered dimly, and he tried to focus on it. Eventually, he became aware of 𝐀𝐦 speaking. "I'll text Aunt and Co that we'll be late. Let's go see Aizawa." The blonde's tone was soft compared to normal. Izuku was frozen in place until a warm arm wrapped around his shoulders to guide him towards the dorm buildings. Halfway down the path, agony exploded in Izuku's head, and he doubled over with a sharp cry. His head felt like it was trying to split open from the inside. 𝐀𝐦 grabbed him to keep him from falling over. "Deku, what's wrong?" I don't." The brunette hunched in on himself while gripping his head. Gritting his teeth, he fumbled blindly for his phone and almost dropped it while shoving it at 𝐀𝐦. "Call an Aizawa." A whimper escaped and his knees gave out as a new wave of pain crashed into him. A loud growl penetrated the haze. Izuku's vision swam as he turned his head to see a massive dog stalk out of the trees. Its teeth were bared in a vicious snarl, blood dripping from its mouth. Fear lanced up his spine, and he weakly scrambled back into the blonde's legs. 𝐀𝐦 glanced towards the beast and let out a relieved sigh. Inui-sensei, I don't know what's wrong with him. I called Aizawa-sensei, but he's not answering. The disconnect between what Izuku saw and what 𝐀𝐦 said left him trembling with indecision. The dog crept closer, and he snapped his eyes shut, trying to breathe and calm himself through the internal assault. Not being able to see the beast let him numbly realize that its snarls and growls had cadence to them, like speech. 𝐀𝐦 was responding accordingly. A whimpery sigh escaped as Izuku put together the pieces. See, Chiba did this. He heard and felt the dog sniff in his curls before it let out an enraged howl and took off towards Building 3. 𝐀𝐦 pulled him up enough to heft him over his shoulder before the blonde took off at a run. All Izuku could do was fight not to get sick as the blood rushed to his head. They arrived at Building A to find pure chaos. Several students were cowering in corners crying. Others seemed to be fighting between themselves and the teachers still in the building. Aizawa was in the thick of it trying to cancel quirks and subdue the more violent students with his capture weapon. Midnight was restraining others with leather cuffs after hitting them with a mild form of her quirk. Aizawa spotted them and rushed over after securing a terrified-looking 𝐬𝗧𝗨. Izuku tugged weakly on the back of 𝐀𝐦's shirt to get put down. To his eyes, everything was blood-spattered, even the humans. It made some of the sleeping ones look like corpses. The sight made his stomach lurch, and he had to clench his eyes shut while clinging to Katsuki for balance. What do you know about this? The man sounded exhausted, and his eyes were bloodshot from using his quirk so much. Deku said it's Chiba doing this. Inui-sensei went to stop her. The drawings. Izuku spat out through clenched teeth. The pain was still excruciating, but he was adjusting to it. They're seeing their fears. Aizawa pulled out his phone while scanning over the students. Midnight was handling the last fighter. The Erasure hero dialed a number and put it on speakerphone so he could talk while staying alert to their surroundings. Aoi Chiba is gone. Inui's enraged snarl was barely decipherable. Find and destroy student drawings in her office. It's a quirk. Several moments passed when the pain vanished along with the hallucinations. The sudden absence made a relieved sob escape Izuku. Around the room, his other classmates were also coming back to themselves. Still trembling, he continued to cling to 𝐀𝐦 as his brain struggled to put the pieces together. She thought I was leaving alone. Keeping me late was to make sure I missed the bus, and then she activated the quirk to incapacitate and distract the students and teachers still on campus. But 𝐀𝐦 was there, and I wasn't outside the gates, so she fled when the plan failed and Inui-sensei went after her. A calloused hand pressed over his mouth to halt the nervous mumbling. Shut up and rest, nerd. Aizawa had been listening as well, his expression thoughtful. Bakugo, take him to the 5th floor, and then come help escort the others too. No one is to leave or enter this building until I get back. The man glanced over to make sure Midnight heard the instructions as well. She nodded and started checking the unconscious students for injuries. It took all of Izuku's courage to let go of 𝐀𝐦 when they arrived in the teacher's lounge. With the absence of pain, he was slowly getting a hold of himself again, but it was a struggle. His nerves felt sensitive, and a genuine migraine made his head pound. As other students started arriving, he let go of enough of his tension to risk laying down with his eyes closed. In the aftermath of Chiba's attack on you, Aizawa kept the entire class appraised of any news, regardless of how grim. The woman's home was searched by police, where they discovered a month-old corpse that had been drained of blood. Tests proved that the body belonged to Aoi Chiba, the real Aoi Chiba. The natural conclusion was that the one at the school was an imposter. After some investigating, Himiko Toga was the prime suspect due to her involvement with the League of Villains and her registered quirk being transformed. It allowed her to take on the appearance of anyone whose blood she consumed. The time limit was proportionate to how much she drank, explaining the fully drained corpse and the tight timeline of events. They were still unsure of how she could use Chiba's quirk as well as her own, but Toga could have developed her quirk's power. The League had been quiet since All for One's arrest. Now they knew why. Information about the attack was kept guarded from the public. With all the previous incidents, the school couldn't handle more bad publicity. The students were tight-lipped for their own reasons, not wanting their parents to force them to drop out. No one blamed the school for the infiltration. They had all accepted the danger and resolved to continue training to stop the villains responsible. Izuku was no longer alone in his nighttime comfort-seeking. The worst affected of the students could be found at all hours in each other's rooms or the lounge. No one wanted to talk about what they saw while under the effects of the quirk, but they didn't want to be alone. The teachers picked up on the behavior, but didn't have the heart to scold them. Instead, the adults seemed to take turns staying up overnight in the common room with the restless teens. Class 1B hadn't been as hard hit, but 3 of their students had seen the counselor too. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝐻 had focused on one of the most. It lended credence to the suspicion she had been targeting Izuku. He was the most severely impacted despite his hallucinations being comparatively mild. The incident caused him to develop crippling migraines and made his anxiety and hypervigilance worse. Once during English class, he had almost put Present Mike through a wall when the man came up behind him unexpectedly. Thankfully, the hero just accepted the Greenette's tearful apology and praised his reflexes. Recovery Girl couldn't find anything physically wrong with him, but hypothesized that the pain he'd felt that day might have done something to his brain to cause the migraines. She wanted to bring a specialist in to scan him, but he refused. He couldn't stomach the thought of another stranger having access to his head. He resolved to put up with the episodes as long as he could bear. Despite not being licensed in psychology, Ryo Inui stepped up to try helping the students deal with the trauma. The hound dog hero had tracked Izuku down to apologize. Apparently, he had picked up on a strange pattern of scents from Chiba and some of the students who visited her. It had made him suspicious, but without evidence he'd kept quiet. The Greenette didn't blame the man since the entire school had been fooled. Hitoshi, Izuku, and even Kaken found themselves sleeping in Shoto's room together on a near-nightly basis. The blonde hadn't been affected directly, but he seemed to be sticking closer to Izuku. Seeing the Greenette broken down and in so much pain seemed to have dissolved the lingering ill feelings Katsuki harbored. He remained aloof and temperamental, but had yet to snap at Izuku directly. He lied to his mother about a virus going around campus to excuse a couple weeks of not visiting. Kaken backed him up when Inko called the blonde. Other students picked up on it and also told their families similar stories to avoid having to leave school grounds. The exception was group outings to town on weekends for necessary groceries. They never left campus in groups, less than 4 strong. It turned out that Izuku was unintentionally avoiding Aizawa again. Stuck in his own head or focused on helping other students, he was usually the last into class and the first out the door. In the dorms, he would sequester himself away in his room or someone else's for homework and meals. It was easier to control the lights in the student rooms instead of the lounge, to try warding off light-sensitive migraines. Finally, one night while Izuku was in Shoto's room preparing to sleep, a knock came at the door. Kaken was closest and pulled it open with a scowl. The look melted away in surprise when he saw it was the teacher. The man never bothered students in their rooms unless it was important. He stepped aside to let the dark hero in. Aizawa observed them all for a moment before focusing on Izuku. "Midoriya, I need to talk to you." If he was curious about the odd group, he didn't comment. The Greenette was startled and a little nervous. Aside from the incident in English, he couldn't remember doing anything noteworthy. He stood from the futon and glanced down at himself, shirtless and in All Might-themed boxers. Shoto helpfully offered him a pale blue hoodie, and he smiled gratefully before pulling it on. The heterochromatic boy was much taller than Izuku, so the cloth draped to mid-thigh. Aside from Takoyami, Izuku was the shortest male in Wano with 𝐬𝐻𝐬. The greenette followed the teacher into the hallway and down to his room. He couldn't help fidgeting as he sat on the couch. Aizawa let out a quiet sigh as he lowered himself into his desk chair. The man looked as tired and unkempt as ever. Izuku knew he'd been patrolling the building almost every night instead of sleeping. Mommy appeared from under the desk to purr and headbutt Aizawa's hand for attention. He absently scritched between her ears while observing Izuku with a small frown. Yamada told me about the incident in his class. You broke 2 of his ribs. Izuku winced. The blonde teacher hadn't mentioned any damage. Guilt and shame ate away at his stomach. I'm so sorry, sensei. I really didn't mean to hurt him. He just surprised me and I reacted without thinking, and a hand went up to halt Izuku's babbling before it could gain steam. The teacher then rubbed the hand over his face with a sigh. Recovery girl said you refused to let a neurologist investigate your migraines. The scars on Izuku's hands suddenly became fascinating. He couldn't bring himself to look at Aizawa as he struggled for an explanation that didn't sound pathetic. Mommy chirped, and he couldn't resist glancing up. Aizawa was looking at him with sympathy rather than the expected disappointment. Will you see the specialist if I'm there? I can erase their quirk if they try anything. Recovery girl will also be there to keep an eye on things. The coaxing made warmth bloom in his chest and his eyes watered. After a long moment, he nodded reluctantly. The logical suggestion quelled any argument. He would feel better with Aizawa present, and in the long run, he needed to get the migraines under control. If one happened while he was fighting a villain, he couldn't ask them to quiet down and dim the lights. I'll talk to her in the morning to schedule it. I also want you to come see me after classes every Friday, instead of Inui. That surprised Izuku, though he was grateful. He didn't know Hound Dog well enough to be comfortable talking to him. Whereas he had already talked to Aizawa about Hasu. The man's calm logic was comforting and appealed to the greenette's analytical side. Though Izuku would need to tell him about One for All to really talk to him without hesitation. Yes, sensei, he worried the inside of his cheek for a moment. My mom won't believe the virus excuse for much longer. Shoto and Hitoshi offered to go home with Kaken and me so we're safer while traveling. The teacher frowned but let out a tired sigh after a moment. Friday evening, I will drive the 4 of you to your home and pick you up Sunday morning. But if you feel that something isn't right, no matter how small the inkling, or if something happens, you are to call me immediately. Give the others my number and the same instructions. Izuku nodded dutifully. He was immensely relieved to not have to deal with crowds and public transit. He didn't know if he could handle it even with the moral support of the other boys. Thank you, sensei. The gratitude was waved off. Go get some sleep. Izuku stood and bowed before taking his leave. When he arrived back at Shoto's room, the other boys were still awake. He briefly outlined his conversation with the teacher before doing as instructed and giving them Aizawa's personal number. They all opted to put it on speed dial. Izuku took it a step further and added the man as an emergency contact, next to his mother and All Might. Vision the next day after class, Izuku found himself outside the support department workshop. Classes and other distractions had made him forget about Ada's promise to talk to Hatsune about finger prosthetics. He also wanted to make some adjustments to his suit if Power Loader had time to process the requests. A small explosion went off behind the door, and he suppressed a grin when he heard the teacher yell at someone about destroying his shop. When smoke stopped wisping through the cracks in the door, he cautiously slid it open and peeked in. The damage appeared minor, though one workbench looked blackened and scorched. Midoriya. A smile tugged his lips with the pink-haired girl's enthusiastic greeting. He liked her in small doses. The hyper-extrovert was sometimes overwhelming. Stepping into the room, he bowed to the harried-looking teacher. Hello, sensei, Hatsune. What can I do for you, Midoriya? I was hoping you or 𝐻𝐡𝐢𝐬 could help me with prosthetics for my hand. My suit also needs upgraded. I have a few adjustments." The girl grinned and bounced over, not shy about grabbing his left hand to look at the stumps and take measurements. It was refreshing that she wasn't fazed. 𝗃𝐻𝐿oader went to the filing cabinet and pulled out his suit information and some fresh drafting paper. "I think I can make the perfect babies for you." The girl beamed with the declaration, missing Izuku's blush at the statement. She rushed around the workshop gathering materials and components before planting herself at a bench to immediately delve into the project. He hoped she wouldn't make them explosive. 𝗃𝐻𝐿oader shook his head with a chuckle and invited the greenette to sit at the table. When the man was ready, Izuku jumped right into it. "I've been having trouble with migraines, so I want to add goggles. Maybe with some type of built-in night vision if it's not too tricky to keep it compact. That shouldn't be too much trouble. It's a good idea anyway to protect your eyes. Not enough heroes think about that unless they're specialized in rescue. I can build them directly into your hood to help keep them and your mask in place, but easy to take off and not lose." The man sketched out a rough example similar to welding goggles with round frames that would fit through the eye holes of his mask. "It will also work in tandem with your respirator for rescue missions or against people with scent or gas-based quirks. I'll see about improving that as well. Right now, it's only powerful enough to filter dust and normal smoke. We can get Midnight's help with testing it once I'm done." Izuku beamed at the man and nodded. Upgrading the respirator hadn't occurred to him. "I was also wondering if it would be possible to have some type of noise cancelling and enhancement added. It would be useful against sound-based quirks and for tracking." President Mike had given him that idea after a minor demonstration of his quirk to the class. A thoughtful hum escaped the man as he pondered. "That one's a toughie. Let me play around a bit and see what I can do." The tech is easy for each problem individually, but both together, while keeping it easy to operate and protected from attacks, will be tricky. Come back in 2 days and I'll have the rest done. "Thank you, Sensei. Don't worry if the sound thing doesn't work. It was just an idea." Izuku bowed and saw himself out. When he exited the building, he was surprised to find 𝐀𝐦 waiting for him. The blonde had his hands shoved into his pockets and wore a faint scowl. Rather than say anything, he simply fell into step with Izuku as they headed for the dorms. Shoto and Hitoshi were waiting for both of them in the lounge. It wasn't a new occurrence. The 3 taller boys got anxious when Izuku went off alone. It was both sweet and annoying since it meant he had very little time to mope or brood. He was starting to suspect that was the point. Before they could retreat up to their room at this point, they all were practically living in Shoto's room. Complete with clothing and items migrating in. Midnight stepped out of the kitchen and noticed them. "Midoriya, can I borrow you for a few minutes?" She turned a smile on the others, holding up a plate piled with sweets. "Sato made everyone snacks. You should get some before they're gone." Hitoshi gravitated into the kitchen at the news. He was Sato's biggest fan aside from Momo. The greenette followed the R-rated hero into the elevator. They stayed in companionable silence until they reached the 5th floor and sat down on a small couch facing the windows in the teacher's lounge. The only other instructor present was ectoplasm, who appeared to be grading papers in the kitchen. "So, it hasn't escaped my notice that you 4 have gotten close." The woman's tone was casual as she offered Izuku a chocolate cookie. It took the boy a moment to catch her meaning, and he froze, cheeks heating up in embarrassment. She laughed and patted him on the shoulder. "You don't have to tell me anything you don't want to. I just want all my students to be happy and safe." "Are you dating or sexually active?" Eyes glued to his lap, Izuku shook his head. "And no, we just share a room now." He shoved the cookie in his mouth as a distraction. The clingy friendship he now had with the other 3 boys had been a topic of gossip among their other friends, but he didn't know it had gotten back to the teachers. Midnight gave a thoughtful hum. "Do you want to date anyone? And don't worry, I'm not targeting you. I've been having this talk with all the students. Love and lust are normal things to feel at your age. Izuku fidgeted a bit. He was still embarrassed at the topic, but felt more at ease that it wasn't just him. I do want to. I'm focusing on my training. And if villains are targeting me, I don't want to put someone else on their radar just by dating them. A sympathetic gaze was trained on him over her glasses. That's something a lot of heroes struggle with. But let me tell you, your friends are already on the radar. They were the second the League targeted wanted to get to All Might at 𝐬𝐻. Isolating yourself and staying numb to your own feelings won't change that. It will just make you miserable and unhappy. The words made sense to Izuku, even though his initial reaction was to reject them. After everything that had happened to the class, all of them were targets. That wasn't his only hesitation, though. He glanced at Midnight and chewed the inside of his cheek as he tried to build up his courage. I also don't want to make anyone uncomfortable by confessing, because I think I'm gay. The woman's eyes lit up and she grinned. The reaction was encouraging and doused the unease he felt at finally saying the words out loud. She was the first person he'd ever told, and she seemed to realize it after a moment of contemplation. If someone is truly your friend, they won't abandon you just because of this. It might be awkward at first, but real friends will stick by you regardless of failed confessions or who you like. Take me, for example. She beamed at him. Did you know I went to UA with Yamada and Aizawa? We're friends even now. The news was surprising. The three teachers were younger than most, in their late 20s or early 30s. But they didn't give out the vibe that they were anything but colleagues when they were together in front of students. Izuku shook his head, realizing she was waiting for a response. During our third year, Hisashi confessed to me. It seemed to come out of nowhere. I mean, the guy wears his heart on his sleeve, but I had no clue. Anyway, I turned him down flat. He's not submissive enough for my tastes, and I lean more towards girls. It hurt his feelings for a day or two, but he bounced back and our friendship is tough as ever. He said it felt refreshing to have a concrete answer after months of pining, even if it wasn't what he hoped. It let him move on. Do you understand? After a moment, Izuku gave a tentative nod. I shouldn't hesitate, because even if I get rejected, it won't bother me anymore. And it won't bother them if they're really my friends. Midnight nodded in agreement with the summary. The brunette fidgeted a bit more as he pondered it. What if I like more than one person? That's a bit more tricky, but the same idea applies. If you're talking about wanting to date multiple people at the same time, that's called an open relationship or polyamory. Communication and being upfront about it is key. It's not to everyone's tastes, but you would be surprised what honesty will get you. Even if they don't like each other, if they feel the same way for you, they might be open to sharing. Keep in mind that everyone has to agree, otherwise it's cheating. The calm and easy way she discussed the topic made it less embarrassing. Sex and dating weren't topics his mother or middle school had wanted to touch. He smiled at the teacher with a grateful expression, and she winked. It's sometimes messy, but not that complicated when you get over being shy. Now, have you had the talk before? The blush returned full force. He knew the basics about anatomy and procreation already. When he said as much, Midnight rolled her eyes. That's a great start, but what about being safe? Gay sex? Definitely don't use porn as a reference for anything, by the way. Before he could melt into a puddle of mortification, ectoplasm coughed delicately from behind them. Midnight, let the poor kid go to dinner. It's your night to cook up here, too. Oh, you're no fun. But you're right. She grinned at Izuku while standing. Let me know how it goes when you tell them. And if you need 𝐀𝐦, ectoplasm put a hand over her mouth to cut off the offer. Izuku scrambled to his feet, sketched a hasty bow, and rushed to the elevator. He could hear ectoplasm lecturing Midnight about teacher ethics as the doors slid closed. When he walked into Shoto's room, his cheeks still felt like they were on fire. The three boys looked up from doing homework to stare, Feeling like a deer in headlights, and still flustered, Izuku blurted out the first thing he could think of. "I'm gay." He slapped his hands over his mouth in disbelief with himself. The others exchanged glances with each other and shrugged. "We're glad you told us." Shoto spoke up first. "Midnight Sensei spooked you, huh?" Hitoshi snickered. "She's been doing that to everyone. It's why Hagakure and Takoyami are dating now." The explosive blonde stayed quiet, but gave Izuku a supportive thumbs up. The lack of fuss about the unintended confession made Izuku relax, and he slumped to the futon next to 𝐀𝐦. Thankfully, Ectoplasm Sensei distracted her, so I could escape before she got too personal. His cheeks heated back up, and he hurried to pull out his own homework. They settled into comfortable silence as they all refocused on their work. A little while later, Ochako knocked on the door to let them know dinner was ready. Hitoshi and 𝐀𝐦 were first out the door. Shoto and Izuku lagged as they organized their notes and work for later. Do you like anyone?" Izuku blinked at the question and blushed, nodding after a moment. I like more than one person, so it's complicated. But Midnight Sensei helped me make sense of it." Shoto regarded him seriously. "Do you like me?" The question turned Izuku into a stuttering mess for a moment before he finally settled for a nod. The two-tone boy smiled faintly, looking happy. "You're worth it, so let me know what you decide with the others. But take your time." With that, the heterochromatic boy left. The greenette stood there stunned for several moments until 𝐀𝐦 bellowed up the stairway at him. With the knowledge that his feelings for Shoto were reciprocated, he was awkward sitting in his normal spot between the two-tone boy and 𝐀𝐦. But when the other boy simply smiled softly and didn't act differently, Izuku relaxed. Clearly the other boy was okay going at Izuku's pace. The rest of the week passed swiftly, and before Izuku knew it, he and the other three were packed into Aizawa's car. The man reiterated instructions to call him at the first hint of trouble, and that he would pick them up Sunday at noon. The greenette was privately amused and touched that the man reminded him of a worried parent. Because of the trip, they had rescheduled Izuku's meeting with Aizawa for Sunday after they got back. It was a relief since their talks were usually about heavy topics. His mother was like a bloodhound when she sensed emotional upset, and he wanted the weekend to be fun and relaxing. Apparently, it would be Shoto's first time staying at a friend's house, so Izuku had looked up some games for them to play. Izuku opened the door to the apartment for them and called out to let his mom know they were there. A moment later, she rushed out of the kitchen to sweep him into a hug. "I've missed you, sweetie." 𝐀𝐦 braced for his own hug, but 𝐀𝐦 didn't move towards him, simply beaming at him and the other two boys. Maybe she didn't want to embarrass him in front of guests. "It's so good to meet some of Izuku's friends. I was just getting dinner started if you want to settle in. There's an extra futon for the living room, if Izuku's room gets too cramped." There was a strange floral scent as the greenette passed his mother's room. It wasn't unpleasant, simply overwhelming in the way a new air freshener could sometimes be. Usually 𝐀𝐦's allergies kept her from using them, but she might have found one she could withstand. Hitoshi sneezed but didn't complain about it as they entered Izuku's room. Their bags were tossed in a corner and 𝐀𝐦 unrolled his futon next to Izuku's bed. Since they had all been sharing at school, no one bothered with the one 𝐀𝐦 had pointed out. Izuku's bed was on the small side, so it was decided that he and Katsuki would share. Shoto and Hitoshi were tall enough to risk their feet sticking off the mattress. Once sleeping arrangements were seen to, they spent some time chatting and discussing homework. It wasn't much different than what they normally did in the dorms, but the noises of his mother around the house and the familiar surroundings had Izuku more at ease. Eventually, they migrated to the living room where an old game system was set up. There were only 2 controllers, but they traded off in between rounds of a fighting game. Eventually, 𝐀𝐦 called them in for dinner. It was a fairly simple stir-fry compared to the mountains of food she normally tried forcing into them, but there was more than enough to go around. As they set in to eat, Izuku formally introduced her to Shoto and Hitoshi. She seemed subdued as she greeted them. "Mom, are you okay?" "Oh yes, don't worry, dear. I'm just tired from work. They've been giving me extra shifts this week." Izuku nodded in understanding. His mother was very reliable and had mentioned a possible promotion to assistant manager, now that he was living away from home. He hoped she would take a vacation at some point. Izuku focused on eating, but couldn't quite manage to finish his entire plate. 𝐀𝐦 usually made spicy katsudon for him and 𝐀𝐦 when they visited. Thinking about it made Izuku feel guilty and spoiled, but the stir-fry was disappointing since he'd been looking forward to the katsudon. The other boys had no such problem clearing their plates. "Let us handle cleanup, Aunt 𝐀𝐻. You should rest this weekend." 𝐀𝐦 offered her a tentative smile. The blonde didn't smile often, even at Izuku's mother. It was much nicer than his scowl and made him look his age. "Thank you, dear. How about tomorrow we order out, then, my treat? I can't have my favorite boys working on their days off either." 𝐀𝐻 stood and put away leftovers, but let the boys handle the dishes. After a while she excused herself and disappeared into her bedroom. By the time they were done washing dishes and cleaning the kitchen, Hitoshi and 𝐀𝐦 were stifling yawns. It wasn't that late, but even Izuku was feeling a little tired. On the way to their room, Izuku knocked lightly on his mom's door. She cracked it open to peer at him curiously. The flowery scent tickled his nose, and he repressed a sneeze. "We're turning in early, if that's okay. We've had a busy week." 𝐀𝐻 looked a little disappointed but nodded, stepping out to give him a hug. "Sleep well, sweetie. Let me know if you need anything. There's ice cream in the freezer if you want a snack later." "Night, Mom." When he shuffled into his room, the others were already passed out. 𝐀𝐦 only grunted when Izuku shoved him over enough to make room for himself. It wasn't the best idea to sleep on a full stomach, but the food had him feeling drowsy. Only a few moments later, and he was asleep. Something woke Izuku with a start. The room was pitch dark, and the LCD on his alarm clock read 11:39 p.m. He was disoriented and groggy as he struggled to recall where he was. The boys always left the desk lamp on in Shoto's room at 𝐴. It came back to him slowly as his eyes adjusted. A rhythmic thumping coming from the wall he shared with his mom's room caught his attention. The noise must have been what woke him. He was first confused, then alarmed as his foggy brain processed the soft noises. Tap, 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 knock, 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 tap, tap, tap. The pattern would repeat after several seconds of silence. It was too deliberate to be accidental or coincidence. Izuku sprang from the bed and roughly shook Katsuki, trying to wake him. The boy snorted but stayed dead asleep. Trying to wake Shoto and Hitoshi produced the same result. Feeling uneasy, he grabbed his phone and dialed Aizawa. Every instinct he had was telling him to go check on his mom, but common sense won out as he approached the door and flipped the lock closed. The shared wall, he knew, was where a walk-in closet was in his mother's room. Someone in 𝐀𝐻's closet was well enough to send out in sauce, so he hoped they would hold out a little longer. "Problem, child?" Aizawa sounded tired but alert when he answered the phone. Izuku wasted no time getting to the point. "We fell asleep early, and now the others won't wake up. Someone's tapping a distress message from my mom's room. I called you first before checking on her." Something clattered on the other end of the line, and what were probably car keys jingled in the background. "Do not leave your room. I'm on my way. Call the police and then immediately text me." Before Izuku could get a word in, Aizawa hung up on him. While dialing the emergency number, he desperately tried waking Shoto or Hitoshi by kicking them. Only snores met the effort. The unease was blooming into a full-blown panic as the tapping became louder and more urgent. Only his teacher's firm instructions prevented him from going to check on the noises. Fear for his mom made his voice shaky when his call finally connected to emergency dispatch. He repeated what he'd told Aizawa before rattling off his address. The dispatcher wanted him to stay on the line, so he did, placing them briefly on hold while he sent a text to his teacher. "Sir, please remain where you are. Police will arrive in 10 minutes. If you are under attack, I authorize temporary quirk use in self-defense until help arrives. How old are you?" Izuku shoved his bangs out of the way with a shaky sigh. Splitting his focus between the phone conversation and listening for things in the apartment was troublesome. "I'm 15, almost 16. I also contacted a teacher from my school, U.A. He's a pro hero and said he would get here in 20 minutes. That's good thinking. What's your teacher's hero name?" "Eraserhead. I'll let the officers know to expect him." The dispatcher kept up a steady stream of small talk that irritated the greenette. He knew the person was just doing their job, but every fiber of his being wanted to hang up and go check on his mother. Eventually B tuned them out, making generic noises to let them know he was still there. A loud thump in the hallway made him jump, followed by the sound of feet rushing from the living room. His mother's door opened violently enough to bounce off the wall. A scuffle broke out, loud enough to hear through the wall. Izuku breathlessly described what was happening, even as instinct won out, and he bolted towards the door. Just as he wrenched it open, a cry of pain echoed out, followed by silence. He dropped the phone as he dashed to his mother's open door and took in the scene within. 𝐀𝐦 was closing the closet door, looking frazzled and like she had just come back from outside. She carried her purse and her shoes were on. The jacket she usually wore out was lying on the bed. There were no more noises, and if not for the oddity of 𝐀𝐦's outfit, he would have thought he hallucinated the whole thing. 𝐀𝐦 looked startled when she noticed Izuku standing in the doorway. "Oh, what are you doing up, sleepyhead?" Her voice sounded strained and oddly pitched. "You should head back to bed. It's getting late." The tone fluctuated again, putting Izuku on guard as she stepped towards him. Her voice, her expression, her clothes, everything was wrong. Numbly, he noted a dark stain seeping from under the closet door. Following the direction of his stare, 𝐀𝐦 let out a girlish giggle. Nausea and fear twisted his insides as he took a step back. Izuku's breath caught in his chest as his mother's form warped and melted like wax, and in her place stood Toga. Blood rushed in his ears, and for a moment he thought he would pass out from the heart-wrenching horror he felt in that moment. Nothing felt real, and he couldn't move. His thoughts jumbled in a terrified mess. "Hi, sweetie. Want to know how I got mommy's blood?" A sick grin took over Toga's features, and she pulled a red-stained knife from the purse she carried in 𝐀𝐦's purse. The sight snapped him out of the stupefaction, and his vision flashed white, then green as he acted on fierce instinct. The villain was taken by surprise at his swift and brutal retaliation as he tackled her to the ground and stomped viciously on her wrist, foot pinning the hand that held the knife and the opposite knee digging into her chest. A snapping sound preceded a cry of pain as he applied pressure to her wrist, which cut off abruptly as he landed a punch to her mouth. Not giving her a chance to regain her bearings, Izuku struck at her face and temple until she stopped moving. The whole event only took seconds, though it felt like minutes. Breaths coming in frantic gasps, Izuku stumbled to his feet and wrenched the closet door open. 𝐀𝐦 lay on the floor inside, motionless, and in a growing pool of blood. The greenette yanked a shirt off a hanger and rolled her over, hands trembling as he found multiple stab wounds on her chest. Tears blinded him as he pressed the shirt over the injuries, frantically trying to stop the bleeding. This never would have happened if he'd just checked the noises immediately. It was all his fault. The silent monologue of self-flagellation was interrupted when his mother's eyelids fluttered open. Green eyes struggled to focus, but a shaky smile crossed her lips when she recognized him. When she tried to speak, blood bubbled up and choked her off. Izuku hurriedly rolled her onto her side to try clearing her airways. "Mom, it's going to be okay. Don't talk." "The police?" His words of comfort were interrupted by pain lancing through his shoulder. Whipping around to face Toga wrenched the knife from her grip, and it clattered to the floor. Despite her face being a bloody mess, her teeth still flashed in a predatory grin as they faced off, another knife appearing in her hand as she backed towards the bed. "I felt so close to you, Izu. Your mom isn't enough though. I want to be you with you. You cry and bleed so pretty. Shiggy said I can do anything I want as long as you don't die. We'll have so much fun. With mom gone, you'll only have me." She was expecting it when he lunged this time, dodging aside and leaving a gash on his shoulder. The cramped space worked against him as his normal maneuvers required room to ramp up. Each time he got close, she would dance away or dart past his defenses to leave cuts littering his frame. Giggles left her, and Izuku was disgusted to realize he was being toyed with. Their movements eventually placed her between him and his mother despite his best efforts to guard the injured woman. Toga's wide grin melted into a pout when she became aware of sirens approaching from down the street. "Bad, Izu, ruining our fun. 𝗬𝗲𝗍 won't be here tea." The knife still laying on the ground jumped to life and speared through the psychotic girl's abdomen. Acting instinctively, Izuku tackled her again, hand finding the knife to yank it free and plunge it into her chest. A squeal escaped the girl, and her struggles slowed as he stabbed her again. Dimly, he heard the front door splinter open and loud voices announce the police. He had the presence of mind to roll away from the villain and raise his hands before they stampeded into the room with guns drawn. Flashlights blinded him until someone turned on the overhead lights and the officers identified him. "Mom is dying." Tears welled up as the adrenaline wore off. His hand was shaking violently as he pointed towards the closet. "Himiko Toga." The words tapered off into choked sobs. What followed was a blur. Izuku was helped to his feet and escorted into the living room, while everyone else was checked over. Cold numbness seeped into his limbs, and all sounds became white noise, even as paramedics arrived and began checking him over. The other boys were carried out, still asleep despite everything. They were swiftly placed on gurneys and rushed out to waiting ambulances. Forever seemed to go by before a body bag was carried out of his mother's room. His view was cut off abruptly as someone stepped in front of him. A warm weight settled around his shoulders, and he finally looked up to see Aizawa peering at him with an openly worried expression. Seeing the man broke through some of the days. She mentioned 𝗬𝗲𝗍𝗍? Aya's mom. The teacher's face fell, and he knelt in front of Izuku, reaching out to settle the blanket more snug around his frame. A warm hand cupped his cheek as Aizawa tried to keep his focus from wandering. "I don't know, I just got here. What happened?" After a couple false starts, Izuku managed to stutter out what he could remember. When he got to the part about finding his mother, he had to lean away to be sick on the floor. The teacher rubbed his back and kept him steady until he was done. A hovering 𝐴𝐸T brought over a bottle of water for him to rinse his mouth and drink. As he recovered, a man in a trench coat approached with a notebook and pen in hand. He spoke quietly with Aizawa for a moment before turning to Izuku with a sad expression. "I'm Detective Naomasa Tsukachi. I need the rest of your statement, but you need to be checked out at the hospital. I'll be there once things are dealt with here." More of the fog lifted after being sick. His chest felt tight as no one wanted to mention his mother, but his tear ducts seemed dried out. It simply left him feeling hollow as his brain replayed the events of the night. Food. What? The detective looked confused. "Stir fry and tea the fridge." Fell asleep and after eating. I didn't finish mine." His voice was barely audible and hoarse. It took a moment before the man cursed and nodded, turning to direct someone to get samples of the food. What would have happened if he'd finished his food? Were the other boys still alive? Was it a poison? Why had he eaten it anyway? It had been overcooked. He should have known when she didn't hug 𝐀𝐻. Firm hands gripped his wrists, and he became aware that his arms were stinging. He stared dumbly at his blood-stained hands. Not his blood, Mom's blood. Toga's blood. But his blood was trickling down his arms from where he'd been frantically scratching. Someone hauled him to his feet, and he was pressed into a stretcher. When had that gotten there? They started wheeling him away, and he struggled to get back up until black eyes swam in his vision. Midoriya, it's safe. I won't leave you. Aizawa coaxed him back down and followed close when Izuku couldn't release the man's hand. When had that happened? You're in shock. We're going to the hospital. Katsuki, Shoto, and Hitoshi are already there. But not Mom. Mom wasn't there. He blinked and found himself in an ambulance. But Aizawa's hand was still firmly in his.